microphones on. Music a little loud. There we go. Welcome. That was my big intro. With music so loud, you don't even have to pay attention to what I'm saying. Hope y'all are doing great. Today, I'm doing some JavaScript. That is my ambition. That is my dream, is to be able to make things that I want to make using JavaScript. Fix things and tools that don't have stuff fixed. Intro, best intro. And make tools that I didn't know I needed, but I did. So the way that I'm trying to learn that today, it's live. We do live stuff. Live things happen. Welcome, Pawn. Also, welcome, Mosta. Good to see you. And we've got Bart's here as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you for hanging out with me. I have been making like an incremental game, sort of like Tycoon vibes. Just basically a really it's the premiere. We are premiering this stream at the moment while you're watching it. This is the YouTube premiere music. If you're like, what is Bart's talking about? And so the idea is that it's like a UI based game, because you know most of the like tools I'm gonna make are gonna be like UI stuff. With that said, I still like making games, and it's a fun way for me to like get into making anything and learning stuff. So naturally, I'm making a little game. And what is that game? You're gonna hire employees, and then you pay them or praise them, and they have a certain degree of, I like it too. They have a certain degree of earnings that you profit that they generate for you, depending on their stats. So I did actually mock up what this would look like. I actually had a version of it that worked, but I refactored the whole thing, and now I am trying to get it back to that point of working. At an earlier stage when it worked, but it was modeled as a Tamagotchi game, you would feed and play. You might want to feed and play with your, I don't know, maybe not with your employees, but you would press the feed button, the fullness would go up, but it would tick down over time, and you'd have to keep it up. And then what my concept now is that we can keep hiring new ones if they earn us enough money and stuff. So I started refactoring the whole thing into what I actually think is a pretty decent system. Like, looking over it again, I'm like, you know, this isn't bad. You have so much as to play with you at work, you're calling HR fair. Welcome, Flip. So I guess I'm gonna just start out by, like, reminding myself how it works. and then I'm gonna finish the things that need to be finished. For example, adding the actual stats in there, which should be quite doable. I just didn't put it back in yet. All right, I'm gonna start from the top, and we'll bounce around as needed. I'm just gonna get familiar with it, and then for the next like 11, 12 hours, I'm gonna be learning vanilla. Again, I should clarify, I don't know JavaScript that well. I use it, you know, as needed to make my website work. I use it as needed if a tool happens to, like, the stuff that makes chat go on screen, right? If I want to modify the code in there, I'll use it for that. But like, that's not the same as me actually knowing how to code in it. And, you know, I gotta like go online, ask ChatGPT more than I'd like. I want to know. And I don't want to rely on libraries for now. So we're doing it all library free. Okay, now that context is out of the way. Constant workers canvas. So this workers canvas, this is just a div where stuff goes. Oh, I left a note for myself. Oh, it looks like I knew I'd be looking at it there. Okay. Interface container stuff seems wrong / mixed up. Oh yeah, needing rethinking. Try to get the components added, and then fix out the CSS styles impact. Yeah, good call, Lees. Impact. Interface container might still be nice to have. I don't know. Okay, good note, Lees. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I knew I'd look there. I just knew I'd look there. Oh, I think I still broke the bottom chat. Let me get that working again. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. We need that back. Okay. What's up, Andres? Welcome. Welcome. I'm doing JavaScript today. Because I want to be gooder at it. I want to be more gooder at it. It's what I want. It's my goal. There we go. Bottom chat's back. We fixed it. Redemptions on Twitch still don't pop up, but I added a special way to see that they're happening, so it'll be okay. All right. I'm gonna fix that with JavaScript later. Cool, so workers canvas. It's where all of the workers go. So for now, I guess I don't know if I've even shown it since we've been sitting here. I barely did. But, so we have employees and interns. An intern only can be praised. You cannot pay an intern. Why would you pay an intern? That is not in line with the company's interests. And then you can hire employees. So this was the big, like, gain, was that now we have these unique buttons and these unique sections that instantiate modularly. It actually creates the button. Like, the code is creating these two buttons in here, which is kind of neat. And so now I just need to create the stats as well, and it injects them into the HTML. So that's all happening within the worker canvas. Hey, Jord, welcome. Managing a big JavaScript ad is a horror game in itself. I know. And you know, I feel that learning JavaScript is like, it's like helping me because, and one of y'all was saying it, I think Flip, but correct me if I'm wrong, that like learning JavaScript is probably one of the more, if not most, painful coding languages to learn, and that kind of excites me because it's like, okay, great, like maybe future ones from here will not be as daunting if I'm comfortable in JavaScript, right? That's how that works. Plus, it's so ubiquitous, you know, like I gotta use it if it's gonna help. Okay, so we established the canvas. We keep track of the previous worker ID number, and then there's an array of workers that I'm not really using right now. I guess I'll comment it out if we're not using it. That would probably be wise. If you really think about it, we should comment it out. But essentially what this was doing is keeping track of every worker, so I could see. I mean, it would be nice to have that. So maybe I will put that back in when we get there. Make a game in Pygame. I never used Pygame. I've never really used Python other than GDScript. What's using Pygame like? It's like a library, right? It's not like an editor or something. It's like a Python library, and then you would like pop it up in like VS Code or something. Yeah. Nice. But it's like also, it like gives you easier access to methods and functions that are not as clear. Or it prevents you from reinventing wheels. Prefix worker. So I guess I should explain like what this ID thing is. Yeah. Pretty much. Let's go down to when we say new employee. Okay. Look at that. I just looked that up because I knew what it was gonna be. When you press the hire employee button, it creates a new employee and it runs a create worker ID function. The create worker ID function looks at the current worker ID number and it increments it. It actually is looking at the previous worker ID number, which it increments, and then it sets that incremented previous number to the current ID number. Then the previous ID number becomes the current ID number, which seems a little redundant, but I don't know, feels safer. I feel like I kind of don't need to have that line. And then it returns a worker ID, and the worker ID takes a prefix, which in this case is worker underscore, and it adds it to the worker ID number current, and it creates a string based on that. And so then you have, when the button is pressed, it is going to create one of these. an employee, which extends worker. Yeah, we got base and child classes up in here. It takes in that worker ID, and so actually on the worker base class, we're taking it in as well. So on the base class worker, it takes in the worker ID, and it creates a worker container when we create a worker. Let's go have a look at it while it happens. Again, I'm refamiliarizing myself with this too. Let's pull this down. Okay, so worker canvas is not in there. Game container, shop container, worker canvas. Okay, so there's that. When I hire an employee, it'll create a worker container and it puts that ID on there. Creates the worker container. Now, create element. This is a function that we made where we take in an element type, we take in a class name, or an ID name. So if I don't need a class name, I'll just make it null. If I don't need an ID name, I won't even add it. And then what it does is it creates an element of that type, whatever we put in there. If we say div, span, something, it checks to see if a class name has been defined. If so, it's going to add that element add the class to that element that was created. Same thing with the ID, and then it'll return that element. I want to give a big shout out to both PawnXPawn, by the way, and Flip for helping me structure this. Pawn shared some code that they had worked on, and it had class stuff, and I was like, this is great, I need this. And then Flip was helping me be confident in let's create HTML elements, and I'm just really thankful to a lot of people. There's a lot of y'all I special thank, but as I read over it, I really see how much I wouldn't have made a lot of these choices without your guys' insistence. Or not insistence, but example. With that logic, couldn't you just do else if ID name it? Yeah, and/or. Yeah, check your noodles. Yes. Nice, let's go, noodles. Ooh, food. I want food. I forgot my spoon. Hold on. What am I gonna do? Not eat with a spoon. A girl needs a spoon, man. Girl needs a spoon. You said noodles made me hungry. Realized I got food, but I had no way to eat it. I'm fed. I can now JavaScript. Don't JavaScript without your noodles, folks. Not that I have noodles. Anyway. It's quinoa. It's quinoa. And other stuff. Kind of like noodles. It's not. Yeah, so I do the null thing. So, of course, if I want an ID name, but not a class name, then I have to make sure that I say class name equals null, right? If I want just a class name, I can just ignore the ID name. All right, where were we? Creating a worker. When a new worker gets created, takes in the worker ID, creates an element that's a div, makes the class worker container, and assigns worker ID to the ID. That's why over here, we see what we see. Worker container, ID worker 0. So then it's also going to define an interface container. The interface container is going to create another element, a span. So now this is something that I feel like I didn't originally have, but I thought I needed. And so I wedged in there. And so that's inside of here. So we'll see. I might have to revise that. But I think for now, I should just keep pushing forward and get all the like stats and stuff that are supposed to be there. And then ask myself, how does this need to be redesigned? I mean, you know, you can see that these buttons are further apart in this old version. I kind of am thinking we could do this differently. Like have the fullness, well, it would be the income and the pay button, or the praise and the happiness be like aligned with each other more. We'll see. We'll circle back to that. First, I'd like to just get stat instantiation in. Anyway, creates that interface container, questionable if it's necessary. Then it appends the interface container to the worker container. Finally, it adds the worker container to the DOM. So it's kind of setting up that worker container with its right labels, and then it's also creating the interface container, adding it in, and then putting it to the DOM. That is to say, adding it to the scene tree, adding it to the HTML tree, as it were. Okay, so then there's a function in here, add worker to DOM, which is what we run here, and it just appends it to the worker's canvas, essentially, which is that, once again, top level div for the employees. Okay, great. So what about an employee? That's if it's a worker. If it's an employee, a worker, worker is like an abstract class here, right? I'm not actually bringing in a worker or instantiating any workers. It's the only reason the worker class exists is to be like a base class for the employees, the interns, or whatever else ends up getting created. Okay, so if it's an employee, we have a super worker ID, which makes sure that it's not overriding the constructor behavior in the base class. And we establish a stats variable. So we say this stats, and we create an array. And in the array, I'm saying that an employee has income and it has happiness. Now, I also have this duration added into an intern, but I haven't quite designed it yet. But the idea is that like an intern is temporary by nature. And so it's not going to have like a button. It's just going to have like a timer and a countdown before it goes away. So that's why that doesn't show up when I actually create a intern, because it's not going to have a button associated with it. And we'll see why that works in a second. So if it's an employee, we say create an income and create a happiness. So what the heck is all that about? Those are stats. So we have a base stat class. And this takes in the worker container and the interface container, which is interesting. They're not being used in this base class. So this is kind of where we're in work in progress phase. We create an ability, which is a function somewhere. Surely that is the function. Okay, that is, I'm still learning. That is the function. Right, got it. We don't have anything. Yeah, the constructor is empty. Got it. That was a little confusing. If it were me, because I'm using this prettier, and I know I can modify it, but I'm not ready to modify it. I'm using this prettier add-on, which is nice because it formats things. So if I hit enter here and then I press save, I'm just gonna press save. It automatically puts it in, it lints it. It sort of like forces it into a style. And you can adjust that, but if it were me, and I like it because it's helping me just like learn better syntax. But if it were me, I would keep this open because personally my eyeballs just like look to see that opens and then look for the closing one later, but it's okay. So that closed up there. This is not in the constructor. Okay, so create ability outside of the constructor. So in theory, this is gonna be referenced by the child classes, not the base class currently. Create ability takes in the worker container, the interface container, and the ability name. So that's why this doesn't seem to be used, because I'm not using it within the constructor. But I will pull this in from the child classes. So in here, we establish an abilities container, which is just kind of like another whoops, element that we're creating. That takes in a parent element, which in this case is the worker container. Or no, the interface container. It takes in the interface container on create abilities container. This is interesting. It's a little confusing. Abilities are getting added to the interface container. Okay. And then we create found abilities container, which is, I guess, a true or false. Got it. So it's looking to see if an abilities container already exists or not. Because I see. Because, for example, on the intern, there's only one, at least right now, ability. So it's gonna say, do I already have? I don't have an ability yet, so I'll create one. On the employee, although it might still do that on the intern, but let's not worry about that. On the employee, there's two abilities: pay and praise. Abilities that the player can have. I don't know that it's an employee ability to pay themselves. That would be that would be nice. Oh wait, would it though? Would it though? Here's money. I gave it to myself. So when it's saying, when it adds pay on there, it says, oh, there's not one created. I've created one. When it gets to praise, it'll say, oh, there's already an abilities container here. I don't need to make another one. That's what that's saying, basically. Welcome, it's Anal Beta. Greens for your kitchen as you do dishes. You've not logged into Twitch on your phone. Welcome. Thank you for being here while you do dishes. Such a good streams, podcasts, things like that. So good to have on while you do stuff like dishes. Nice work, Insane. Yes, doing dishes. Yes. Love that. Makes me want to have like a goals point system where it's, you don't get points for just chatting and hanging out. You get points for sharing your accomplishments. We'll see. Know that I'm putting points for you in that imaginary system. I hope you are too for yourself. Welcome back, Roger. Welcome back. How you been? I'm doing JavaScript today. I'm making a little incremental tycoon game, and I'm reviewing the code that I had incomplete from the other day. It's about hiring workers and interns, and then it's supposed to have stats that decrease, and I did have that working. Welcome, Donnie. I had all that working, but then I refactored it to be incredibly modular, and I'm getting it back to a point of functionality. And so what happens is whenever we press this button, let's just refresh it. We press this button in the body, in this worker canvas, which is empty other than this giant comment. When I add an employee, it creates a worker container programmatically. It assigns an ID, and it's creating this interface container, which I'm not sure I fully need, but we'll circle back to that. It's kind of funny. It's like in a grid, and then the abilities container is within that. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And then in the abilities container, it creates these two abilities, and an employee has income and happiness, and income and happiness are both stats. So if we look at income, which I didn't even do that yet, if we look at income and happiness, you can see that they both extend the stat-based class, and they take in that worker container and the interface container and do some stuff. But first, I'm looking at the base class, what happens, which is really the base class is just holding on to these functions that all stats can get to. And in the create ability function, it is establishing an abilities container as... Wait, where was... This is where I was at. Where was I at? Oh, this was down here. Oh, I skipped this whole ability. I just did create abilities container. Create ability. This ability container... So this takes in the... Oh, I see, because this calls the... I didn't skip. Right. So this sets up this returns what the abilities container is, right? So in create abilities container, it's going to say, I feel like I wish I said like get or create. I hate how verbose that is, but like find, locate. What means both get and create at the same time, or alternatively? Manifest. We're gonna call it manifest. That's what that's gonna be, manifest. Okay, so it manifests an abilities container, which is just, in this case, meaning either it's going to create it if it doesn't exist, manifest destiny. I mean, we are doing some capitalism here, and without manifest destiny, would we have the capitalism we have today? I mean, maybe. If we have not found the abilities container, then it's going to create it, and just using that same create element function that we made, it'll make it a div and give it the class abilities container. And again, these are all defined in the CSS to shape what they're supposed to look like, even though I think I need to tweak those a little bit. So then I'm going to return the new abilities container. Now, if it doesn't find an abilities container, the else, it'll just return the one that it found, is what it does. So that's why it gets or it creates, or it creates. A little bit of both. What about also having to deal with cat that's in heat? Since getting her fixed, it's like $100. It's worth it though. I know that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. So worth it. So worth it. I've actually never dealt with a cat in heat. We did have a like a male cat who wasn't fixed for like a short time, and that wasn't great. But I've been around others cats who might be in heat, and I just like all of my like human instincts were like, stay away from that creature. you need to get as far away from that creature as possible. But yeah, not having our boy fixed wasn't great, because now he's in NB. Cats don't have genders. But it wasn't great though, because he would like spray and it was really smelly. I didn't like it. He also like always wanted to like leave the house and go wander, but now he doesn't have that desire anymore. Roger says, I'm doing this to make it work better, but first let me get the demo crew to break the old one. Coder improvement method. Yeah, literally. Like it makes me sad because I can't like demo the exact not that kind of demo. I can't demo the exact version that was working. I probably could have branched it off or something, but I didn't. So it is what it is. And I'm frantically trying to get it to a working state again. I can't wait for it to. Yeah, it is the way. It is the way, Roger. It is the way. You won't leave me alone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Good job dealing with that. Strategically, why would you hire employees when you could hire infinite unpaid happy interns? Unhappy. No, okay. So right. Obviously, there's gonna need to be some kind of balancing mechanic there. I guess I'm imagining like maybe you have to have, so like in the real world, in order to do an internship, you have to, at least I don't know in the employment, I don't know in the for-profit sector what this is like, but working at nonprofits in my life, from my observation and my experience, in order to hire an intern, you have to set up a program that allows for college credits and stuff, right? There's like certain regulations that you have to be in compliance with in order to have an internship be even available. So how does that translate into the game? That's a good question. Maybe like, I don't know yet. Maybe, I mean, it could just be something simple, like you have to at least have this much profit. I don't know. I think that would be like the simplest basic option to do is just your company has to be big enough that in theory that could happen. I guess you could always have like an HR. You could hire an HR person. And that would be kind of fun though, like different roles. And if you have certain roles, then they make sure that things like interns, it's like a skill tree. Interns are available if you keep this particular employee happy. There's kind of something there. So I don't know yet. At the same time, there's also simulation there. Potentially, like, yeah, what if you can just maybe they just like don't earn you as much, right? Like they do like less, they earn less money. That could also be the balancing factor. Something that would be the simplest balancing factor. Actually, we'll see. Anything you could ask for, and all it takes is your. Yeah. What? What do you want about, Roger? Chelbaka, welcome. How you been? Cool to see you doing web dev. Yeah, I'm learning it. Because again, there's just tools that I want to use. The on-screen chat, there's some bugs that it has. Not particularly the fault of the developer of that app, but I've branched it off and I'm tweaking it on my own. And let's say I've broken a few things and I want to add a few things. JavaScript is the best way that I can do that. Not only that, but friggin' my website, hypergame.dev. Things that we do as a community together. Having JavaScript is going to make it so much easier for me to set up like the dynamic polls that I want. The live queues for when we do like streams where you play your guys' games. I want to have a custom live queue. I have big ideas and I just don't have the tools to make them. But I'm going to change that. It's just so powerful. It's so ubiquitous, you know? Like why wouldn't I learn JavaScript? You're at work programming a web server right now. What are you using to program it? So this is the perfect stream to listen to while you're at work. Let's go! Thanks for being here, Chow, and thanks for letting me know what you're up to. I think that's the thing, like JavaScript. I've noticed there's just a lot of folks who come through who know a lot about JavaScript, and I feel like that probably has something to do with like the fact there's a lot of businesses that depend on JavaScript. As an intern, it's basically a contractor. Right, but with more benefits and the right for the company to let you go more easily. Interesting. Right, a contractor. That makes sense. More benefits? Wow. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, a contractor. Okay. Nice. Yeah, and then again, I'm coming from the nonprofit sector and any knowledge I have with regards to it. And in that world, you know, interns would only last for a certain amount of time. They weren't indefinite or anything. And I guess that's true for contractors as well. Interesting. Now I'm thinking, do I need a contractor class? And we can instantiate. All right, so we create the ability, which checks the DOM for an existing abilities container. If it exists, it returns it. If it doesn't exist, it creates it and returns it. When we get the Lees learns NeoVim and Vim motions, Arch before you become overpowered. I feel like using Vim is such a meme, I'm gonna avoid it until I absolutely need it. Like, why? Like, VS Code is serving me fine. But I take your point. Like, you know, getting a taste of the power of programming with GDScript and Godot. I mean, that also is kind of how I got here. Because I was thinking of the tools I wanted to make, the stuff on the website I wanted to make, and I was like, I could just do it in Godot. I'll just make it in Godot and load it up as a web GL embed. Okay, forget that has a huge file size baseline. And I have to, you know, find all these absurd workarounds to get APIs to talk to each other and to get Godot to recognize the web page and talk back and forth. And I was like, okay, look, there's an easier way. So, you never know. Maybe I will elevate to another level. You'll have to add a give college credit button. Yes. But then it's like, so what? How do you have college credits to give? I don't remember. That wasn't like my department. So I just remembered that was the way that it worked. Intern is considered an employee, but has easier releasing of said employee. Oh no. Speaking of releasing, the internet's releasing me of stability. This has been happening lately. I feel like, oh, everything got rearranged. Cool. I feel like it's throttling me. For some reason. It'll bounce around a bit. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. We've got alternatives. It's part of the life here lately. I desperately would love better internet. But basically, the only, like, realistic alternative at this stage is to somehow repair our cable internet, which, I don't know, I'm gonna dig up cables from the ground and replace them. Or get, like, Starlink, which I really don't want to do for obvious reasons. I feel like you could earn it. You learn really quickly. You could learn it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could. Like NeoVim and stuff, sure. But would I want to? Do I need to? That, as long as that's green 3 bars, not vacillating wildly, we should be good. But I'm keeping an eye on it. So, great. Anyway, we create, carrying on. We create an ability, and then what we do is we create a new ID. So just like I was talking about earlier, we create a worker ID. So whenever the button is pressed, let's go find that. Whenever a button is pressed, to recap, it creates a new employee class, and it runs the create worker ID function, which increments the previous worker ID number, assigns it to the current, and then returns it concatenated with the worker prefix. And the worker prefix is worker underscore. There's also an ability prefix, ability underscore, and a stat prefix, stat underscore. So when the stat is created, there's a base class available to it called stat, and in there it will take the ability ID, assign an ability ID, start with a pound sign, concatenate that with the ability prefix, and then add that to the worker container ID. So that worker container that we're adding the ability to, it's going to look up at its worker container, see what the ID is, and then construct a new ID. And the reason why it's doing this is so that way I can have separate button and stat tracking per employee ability and stat. So that way they will all be unique, interacting with each other, and I could potentially pull all that information and see exactly which buttons the player is interacting with, and we can match them together. So I can say, make sure that if you press the pay button on employee 3, we know that that was pay button number 3, and that's going to go with stat number 3. Obviously there's a little more nuance there, which stat and which ability, so we'll have to get to that too. Alright, so it's going to create a new button. We're going to use the create element function, which takes in the type of element, in this case a button. We don't need a class, so it's just null, and then we add the ability ID as the ID for that element. Then in the inner HTML, we take the ability name, which we're passing in whenever the ability gets created, and then that gets added. By inner HTML, we mean that, let's say there's the button opening tag. I guess we could just look at it. Would be fine. I mean, whatever, here, just type it out. So it'd be like button, and then inside of that, which it'd have its ID, whatever. And then within that button, it would say ability name. That's what inner HTML is doing, is it's just injecting the code in this case, in between those tags. So that's what that's doing. And then we append that button to the abilities container. Finally, the interface container gets appended to the abilities container. Now, I'm still not sure about abilities container versus interface container, if I want to keep it that way or not. But we'll figure that out later. Okay, so that's just the base class, right? What happens over here in the child class? So if it's income, it is going to also take in worker container and interface container. We super it so it doesn't override it. Interesting that it doesn't super interface container. Why not? It's weird. Why wouldn't we do that? Is there a reason I'm not supering that? Should I be? Yeah, we do it in the other ones. I think that's a typo. Okay, great. Well, I don't know what problem that was creating, but certainly won't make it worse to do that. Okay, anyway, so it supers the constructor parameters, and we set up the ability name, which is actually endemic to the class. So the ability name for income would be pay. That's why when I hire an employee, it says pay, because of this right here. And that's where in between the button tags, it's inner HTMLing it. Then we create an ability, which remember is on the base class, and we'll actually add, this actually adds the button. So we take that ability name that we defined here, add it in as a parameter, set up these, Bob's our uncle. Now there's buttons. Now this isn't connected to the stat yet, so that's what we're gonna do next. Same thing with happiness, except its name is praise. Duration, I haven't set anything up for it yet, so that's why that doesn't look like anything. And those are the only ones. Happiness, duration, income, yeah. Why not just have worker and interface container be instance variables like this interface controller? It seems to be used as parameters everywhere. Just have worker and interface container be instance variables like this interface controller. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean, but I like the way it sounds. I like the way it sounds a lot. That sounds really nice. What does it mean? What does it mean? So, and then the other thing too is I didn't originally have an interface container, and just in the process of setting everything up, I got confused and accidentally created this new container that was never there before. And so, I'm feeling like I might actually remove that altogether, ultimately, but we'll see. Because, I mean, if you look, it just is this container that's holding the abilities. But what I guess I thought maybe, so it might actually work, we'll see. I might keep it. So we have the abilities, but what do I also need? I also need the stats. And so in theory, the interface container would contain both the ability, which is the button, and then the stat. And then both the stat and the abilities containers are the things that are within the interface, in theory. But yeah, I'm very interested in what you're saying. You're right? I'm doubly defining them all over the place. And I even forgot it in one place. So if there was like a way to like have it be one thing, yeah, that would be sick. I would like that. Okay, so what about the actual stats, right? And that decrement. So I have stashed all this old code that has, oh, I collapsed it. All this old code that used to work that would decrease the stats over time. Of course, I need to now create the stats. But so what this was doing was it was checking which button was pressed and matching it to a stat and increasing it. And then it would decrease it over time using a for each. So I want to re-implement that. But first I need to actually get the stat stuff in there. So we had a stat container, and we need to create the stat container. I would love to try to do it from scratch again. I really like that. Now here we have title medium stat wrapper. I feel like we don't need this. I could just have these be endemic to something that's called a stat. I was called stat wrapper there. So I think we have some like renaming going on. This basically what this is it used to be one whole HTML file, and then I've been like dividing it up into different constants that I'm not really actually going to use, but at this point, I'm just organizing them into the components, and then I'm actually recreating these. So like the button, for example, that's quite simple, right? This was really easy to recreate from scratch because it's just a button with something text in the middle. Interface wrapper is super easy. All it does, or a container now, all it does is be a span class. The employee was a little more complicated. But then again, not really, because this is what it looks like with everything in there. When in fact, the employee container is much simpler. So I guess the stat is the most complicated one to make, because it has the title of the stat and the current stat. So it needs to have a couple tiers built within it, and I don't want to have to define this every time in the code. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's go back to the CSS for now. Title medium and stat wrapper. So now I have two things, stat wrapper and stat container. So I think stat wrapper is, if we look back over here, I'm guessing the stat container was holding, I could look at the, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. We have the power of GitHub. We're gonna use it, baby. Yeah. Give me the power of technology. If I go, I think, back to this old version, open the file, but not style. I don't care about that. I want to look at the old, I think it was just, was it all in index at one point in time? Because I think I just had one, yeah. This was the old days. No, I want to look at the old one, not the new one. Maybe we want to go back here. Employees are hireable. Things were so simple back then. I feel like it was this one. But now I'm trying to remember how to, we can just look at this, I guess. Div class employees canvas, button ID hire. Where were the stats? Oh, the stats were getting added in at this point. Okay. So maybe we do gotta go further back in time. But show me the old index. Show me the old one, not the new one. Nice. But there were no stats here yet. Okay. Come over here. Employee template. Oh, I guess it was still in an employee template. Wow. Oh, okay. This looks more promising. I just want to see how I used to have it so I can remind myself. I could use my brain to think about it, but what if I could just look at it? That would be so much nicer. Right, because that's showing what was removed after it was removed. So we gotta go back even further. Okay, now we're cooking. So back here, you see I had care container, because it was a Tamagotchi at this point, an abilities container. So I guess that's my new, what is this now? I guess this is the workers canvas. No, this would be the probably interface. This is the interface container. That's what this is. Abilities container has button inside of it. And it had, oh, the pop out. I forgot about the pop out. You used to be able to hover over it and it'd show you how much it increments it. Okay. Collapse the abilities container. Okay, so actually the interface container might still be useful because we did have that. Care container, abilities container, and then stat container within there. So the stat wrapper was inside of the stat container. Gotcha. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. Good. So I need a stat wrapper if I want it to look just the same as before, and I need a stat value. Now here you can see I don't have title medium and all that stuff here. And indeed, I don't want that. So let's go back to the CSS, back to the present, Do we still have a stat value here? I don't think I even had that defined. We do have title medium, text medium. Okay. Okay, so let's bundle that stuff up a bit. Title medium stat wrapper. So I'm gonna go back to the stat wrapper and we're gonna add in title or text medium. Wait, does that say title? I keep reading that as title. Wait, it does say title. Okay. Title is different from text. Guess it's like a heading sort of thing. And that was with stat value, stat wrapper. So I think we can say in stat wrapper to we can just apply that. I'm not exactly sure how I would do that. I kind of know, but I also kind of don't. Maybe you could make it a variable. That would probably be the easiest. But look at all this stuff it comes with. Make it a variable. Let's make it a variable. Oh, we got variables. Whoa, we got variables. Title medium is 0.8 rem. Font weight is bold. Main text weight, 100. Okay. So let's say this. And that says text size. Very confusing. Can we just call this... It's very unorganized. Title, I guess I was gonna organize it later. Title size medium, and that's 0.8 rem. So what we're doing now is creating variables in CSS that I can update in one place and refer to throughout. It'd be nice if we could organize this a little bit better. And then it has the same color, and then it has font weight bold. So this would be... I don't like this main text thing. I could see it being nice, but I don't want it. I don't know. It's just kind of obscuring things a little more than I want. So we're not going to use it. But then you can see here how this all gets referenced too. Okay. As a variable. Okay, title size. Let's make this a little more organized. I'm gonna say, let's call this typography. Perfect. Or something. Can I indent this safely? Or let's say text sizes. Well, you could still do typography. And then you could say titles, maybe. Pop that in there. And then you can do a title weight in here just to make it a little easier to look at. Because it's getting kind of messy. Text, yeah, we'll just call it text. Okay, text weight. Now wait, where did the size go? Did you kill it? Where did the size go? I lost it. I killed it. Text size medium large. Whoops. How did that happen? I got buried on the clipboard. I see you, Nick, but I'm gonna circle back to that. I'm gonna circle back to that. Excitedly, with gusto. Okay, there it went. Wait, no, oh wow, I literally just murdered it. Okay, bring it back. Bring it on back now. Bring it on back now. Okay, so it was this. Pop this in here. I think we are going on top of this. Oh, we did the whole thing. It's like I gotta switch to CSS brain now. even though I'm really just organizing. Okay, this is text main. I'm gonna not put little equals. I don't know, it's confusing me more than it's helping. Okay, we got titles, and now I should have my text size medium large, text weight 100, text color that. I guess I'd rather put these like that and then have the sizes a little separate like that. Titles, I mean, it's the same thing for now. We want the same color. The difference is the weight is bold. And then size we're doing like that. Let's try and keep it a little consistent and neat. That's all. Okay, and then for the stat, well, you could even, if you want to keep using some of this, we still have text medium large, which is pretty unnecessary. I mean, I say get rid of it. Like, if you're not going to use it anywhere, just burn it down, right? Like, why keep it anymore? It's just going to add to confusion. It's nice that I've figured out sort of what I want those sizes to be, so I'll keep it there for those purposes, but I don't really want to use them. Title medium we just recreated, so that goes away. I kind of like to just comment all these out for now, so I know that they're not being used. Hope that they're not being used. We'll find out. And then in the stat, I forget already. Stat wrapper, we would say that it's text. Well, we need a few different, I mean, it's a little annoying because we got to do all of those things, right? We have to do the entirety of title color, title weight, size, all that stuff, which is kind of a pain, if I'm being honest with myself. That's okay. I don't care. Let's just do it. Font size is going to be variable dash dash title size medium. And in case I ever want to change it, for now, we're going to say variable dash dash title color. Keep it as a variable. I'm a little surprised that didn't show up as a color, but okay. I feel like I might have to like wrap it in something if I want it to show up that way. We'll see. We'll see if it's wrong. And then keep font weight, and then set this to, oh, semicolon, that's good, yeah. Set this to variable title weight. Okay, let me just see like if that broke stuff or not. It did not. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I just had to like CSS that. Okay, so back to what Nickbo was saying with the with the worker container and interface container that keep being defined together, and instead trying to find a way to consolidate that. Nickba says it'd work like in the base class. You do constructor ability container, this ability container, okay, base class for the stat. Constructor ability container. This ability container equals ability container, and then you have this ability container in the children. Oh, so you're saying just create the ability container outside of the stat class and then feed it into the stat class? Right. The only The only hiccup I have with that is currently, the way that it's currently set up, which isn't necessarily necessary, maybe, is that it does check the worker container for what the ID is set to. And previously, I did not have great success with looking at, like, let's say looking at the abilities container, and if I need a parent container, trying to fetch that. I'm not saying it can't work, but I had bad luck with that before. And I think the reason I had bad luck with that is because when I have so many of them, it doesn't pick the right one unless I'm like really specific. I hear you, but I'm still not sure that I appreciate whether I should do it. But I'm definitely going to give you a special thank for this, because as I keep crafting this back into functionality from where it used to be, I'm gonna keep that in mind, how I can consolidate that a bit. Oh, Nickba tops the special thanks charts. Insane says, have I done all of the dishes? Nope. Dude, do as many as you can. Sorry, it took me a while to get there. Do as many as you can. Honestly, and look, I don't know what your neurodivergent situation is, but speaking for myself, ADHD-wise, whatever it is that keeps you from getting tasks done as readily as you'd like. For me, I sometimes psych myself out by thinking I have to do the most, the entire chore, the biggest chore, the complete whole thing. But often it's nice to just say, what if I just do some of it? I heard an analogy someone had, like with red light, yellow light, green light, which doesn't make the most sense to me, but it kind of does. So let's say I'm feeling like I'm a green light today. I can do the whole dishes, but maybe I check in with myself and I'm like, actually, it feels like a yellow light day. I'll do half of the dishes. And if it's a red light day, I say, I'm only going to wash the dishes that I need to use to eat right now. So to what you're saying, I think it's great that you only did some of them. Do the best you can when you can. You don't need to, though. The way you have it is good too. Yeah. I'm keeping it in mind, Nick, because obviously it led to a mistake earlier where I forgot to add them both, which is annoying. Yeah, feed yourself. Priorities. Nice. Good job. All right. So things look okay. I'm figuring out what I need to create. I don't want to need to do that. Basically, all that CSS I did was so I don't have to add this in the JavaScript. We can just say stat wrapper and it'll look the way that I want it to look. Obviously, we now have a text large issue. And we're also going to want to potentially clarify what kind of stat it is. Because if a worker has two stats, pay and praise, and two abilities that correspond with those stats, if the button has the same, both the buttons have the same ID and both the stats have the same ID, then they won't uniquely affect, like I can't say pay will affect the pay stat and praise will affect the praise stat, because they won't have something unique to say, this was the pay button I pressed, this was the praise button I pressed. So I think I was just like appending, pay or praise to it. We could use the ability name, although it will be like partially capitalized, which will be kind of weird, but that could be a nice easy way to just concatenate a new ID or class or something. I feel like so we were using this as a class, which is interesting and kind of makes some sense to have a class. I guess I always imagined, like, when you press the pay button, maybe any pay button, dollar bills fly all over the place or something like that. I don't know. Not that, but to differentiate it from the praise button, sparkles could fly all over the place. No, wait. AI stole sparkles. Whatever. Stars. So I think actually having a class will be good. So maybe we don't concatenate onto an ID, but instead we could concatenate stat class or something. Should you draw some? Oh yeah, Pawn has art. Oh god, I want to get that art in so bad. Pawn has art that they made that I very much would love to have implemented ASAP. Okay, wait, art for art. So for each worker, there will be art, is what we're talking about. Pawn made some sprites. Oh, I see. So the money flies out? I don't know yet. Because I don't even know how to do that. That sounds like a whole thing to figure out how to make that happen. So I would say no. But maybe someday. Probably, like, emojis would be the easiest anyway. That way they could just be, like, Unicode-based or text-based. Yeah, wait, but thank you. I'm glad you said that. It reminded me of your art, which I think is in General 2? Yeah. Look at this. I think this is the latest one. So each worker will look like that, and then depending on their mood, here they're like, you're not taking good care of them, and so they're not working as hard, and here they're angry and they refuse to work. So if their stats are really low. And I love how you design this too, because when they're really angry, it really gives you this, it like draws your attention. So it's like, oops, I need to increment that worker. Yeah, I so want to implement your sprites. Okay. But I must have the stats. I must have the entire thing loading to add the sprites in. So we don't want text large in there, but I do want a stat value class. So let's make that. Stat container, stat wrapper. Can we just, I don't know that containers is that helpful. It is, but wrapper, container, and then buttons. I guess we could just say stats. Yeah, because if you have your pay versus not pay. No, stats are good. Do stats. So we're going to say this is for stats. And in particular, right now, we care about stat value. You're going to need a little dot there. Stat value will have text medium stuff. Text large. That's why we double check. Text large, I have not set up. All that it has is 1.6. That's the only thing that makes it unique. So text size large is, I already forgot what the size is. What is it? 1.6. Okay. Good. Now come down to the stat value, and we're gonna say font size variable text size large. We must endure programmer graphics just a little longer. Just a little longer! Honestly, Pawn's art is like motivating me. It's like my engine to keep like I'm like, yes, keep going. Keep going so I can get the art in there. It's like a reward at the end of it. Just a little longer parts. Programmer graphics are fire. That's true. You're right. I agree. They get the job done. Okay, good. Now back to the JavaScript. When we create a new stat base class, we have a create ability function available and a manifest abilities container, but I want a little more than that. I want to create the stats themselves. Oh god, bracket hell. Okay, what does that correspond with? This corresponds with the manifest abilities container. Okay, so I want to say we don't need to manifest Actually, we do. We need to manifest a stat container. I do need that. And the stat container goes in. Now here, okay, so here I just have a stat wrapper. I feel like the stat container got murdered somehow. And we just ended up with a stat wrapper only. Which isn't really a wrapper because it has a bunch of stuff in it. So I feel like we should just call it stat container. Oh my, okay. So back it up. This is a little concerning because as you see here, stat container. Dude, I'm not putting this here. Stat container has different styling than stat wrapper. I feel like I just have to find out. I just have to like put it together, see what it's like, and fix it. Because I just have no idea what it's supposed to be at this point. Let's look back at the old one. Do we still have that open? I guess not. In the original one, we had a stat container and a stat wrapper. I think you still want a stat container, Elise. I think you just annotated it incorrectly. That's what I think. I think we do want a stat container. Okay. We do want a stat container. It just needs to be above that. So we're gonna create a div class called stat container. Let's start with that. It's so weird to like try to build code from code. I like it, but it's weird. When we did the abilities container, we brought in a parent element. So what's the parent of the stat container? Parent of the stat container should be the interface container. So we'll keep that in mind. We want to see, is there already a stat container? So it's going to look for it in the same way, selecting whatever is in the, using query selector, whatever is in the, I guess we're just looking for stat container. If it exists in the parent element, really, dude, we could make this a function. Make this a function right now. Do it. I dare you. A helper function. Can I put like a helper functions? I could put these into like a separate script, but I don't feel like it. Function if manifest, let's call it create or return. How about that? And that's gonna take in the element. We'll just call it element. Yeah. Helper function time. I'm obsessed with not repeating myself. I can't stand it if I can avoid it. So we would just actually take all of this. We would say that found abilities container equals that function. So we're gonna grab all of this. I mean, we wouldn't even need to do that. Literally, we wouldn't even need to do anything. It would literally remove this entire function. That's dope. Okay, pop this in here. Let found element equal. Oh, right, we need the parent. So we don't just want the element, we need the scope. Element scope. Element to find. I don't like this that much. I would love if it was element to create or return, but this is like really messy looking. I don't care, do it. I'm very verbose in my current coding life. And I know it's like ugly and weird, but I don't care. Found element equals element scope, query selector. Oh. So you had to pass in. So actually, this needs to be a string. God, I wish there were static types. I wish so bad. Let's say element class string, or string element string to create or return. This is brutal. Dude, why can't we just have static typing? I gotta do TypeScript. You could like do like a default to just like help it. That's the closest I've got to typing here. This has to be an object. That has to be a string. I kind of hate it, but I don't care. So this will pull in. We also need to make sure there's a dot, right? Oh man, I hate this so much that we don't have static typing. Like you actually can't, right? Is it possible to statically type vanilla JavaScript? Like, is that even possible? You literally can't. It is possible to introduce static typing checking into vanilla JavaScript. No, but I don't have TypeScript. If I add in TypeScript, I'm gonna be in danger. Oh yeah, well, but then I have to fix everything. Ugh. You know what? We just have to remember. We just have to remember. That's all there is to it. I despise it. I despise it with all my heart. Element scope equals object element to create or return equals dot class name. I'm so sorry to everybody. Query selector equals element to create or return, and then if it finds the element, let the new element equal create element. Oh, but we gotta say what is it creating? Is it creating a div? Is it creating a span? This is getting a little much here. Element scope, element to create or return. Let's say class to create or return. That probably is better. Kind of. Oh god. Guys, save me from this. I need to word this better. Element and then the other thing is you kind of want, oh god, element class maybe if I rename this, if I call this object scope, and then I say element class, and when I'm not gonna do the dot this time, I think I'd rather concatenate it this way. Element class string, and then element class type. Is that what we call it? An element type? Element tag? Really that, I guess, let's just say element type. Object scope, element class string, element type. Create or return element. I'm happier with this. This bothers me less. So we find in the object's scope the element class string concatenated with a period. If it doesn't find it, it will create a new element, and it's gonna put in there the element type, which very much needs to be a class or a string. Element type string. What if we say element string class, element string type? I don't know, I'm just experimenting. What feels right? I don't know. I just gotta go with the old gut. Let found element equal within the object scope element query select the element class string concatenated with a period. If it does not find the element, let new element equal create element of the element string type. And then what do we want the class to be? Element string class. Return new element if it didn't find it. If it does find it, return found element. Okay, I feel okay about this. Create a return element. Okay, so now I go back up here to my manifest abilities container, which we don't even need anymore, frankly. It's just not necessary. Manifest stat container, don't need these. So instead, we say this abilities container equals create or return element. The scope is the interface container. The element string class is abilities container in this case. And the element string type is div. Okay. Creates the container and returns it. And then it's going to give it an ID. I'd love to kind of... This is a little confusing looking to me. Creates the ability, assigns an ID, creates a button, adds the ability name into the button, appends the button to the container, and then appends the container to the interface. Okay, so let's make create stat. Create stat. Oh, but we're missing one thing, where we're not adding in what is the name of the ability into the class, right? But you want that on the button. So we can say if this event listen for a button and check what the class is on that thing that detected a click from that button. So if I create an element button and we currently have the class name set to null. So let's say this ability class What's up, NTB? This ability class equals you're at school? All right. Thanks for being here, learning while you're learning. Multi-learning. This ability class equals I don't think we need to concatenate. We do want to concatenate. I would want to take, this is going to be kind of nuts. No, let's do, I'm trying to decide, do I want it to have something generic? I don't think that's what I was doing though. I was doing button dash. Something about this concerns me, and I don't like it. I don't know what it is, but it bothers me. Something about it bothers me. Because I want them both to have something similar, so that could be a class. They could share the same class. We'd still need to check within scope. Now, I'm just going to be okay with it. I'm just going to be okay with it. Let's make the class... This is for any ability. We have an ability name that we've pulled in. In this case, that's going to be either pay or praise. We know we're creating an ability, so I could give it a prefix. That's just button. And we say button dash plus ability name. Let's say string class. I mean, then you'd kind of want to say string ID. And we get the idea. New button, instead of that being null, we say ability class. This ability class. Okay. So for create stat, similarly, will I pull in the worker container? Because I feel like this would be nice to have here. If I say this worker container ID, can we say this worker ID? If I say this worker ID, is that going to be unique from the global worker ID? Or is that going to be an issue? I'm not sure. JavaScript. Top of script, let variable equals 0. Then in a class constructor, this variable equals 1. 2. Will this variable conflict with the let variable? They're separate. Okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to, because it started to auto-complete it, and so I was just like, okay. So this worker ID is in a different scope. This is saying only within the scope of this constructor, which, by the way, that's not in the constructor. Okay. This worker ID equals worker container ID, and then we'll say that here, this worker ID, just so I can not pull in worker container every time, right? So then I don't even need that because we already have it. as for the interface container, we do want that as like the parent element. But again, that's the only place I'm really using it. Oh, we do have it here for appending. This parent. I mean, it is interface. I feel like you don't need to replace that. That doesn't help you. Okay. Create stat. It could still pull in. Well, it could be nice because then you don't have to write it every time. This interface container equals interface container. Then we would say this. I know it seems weird, but what this prevents is me having to add more parameters in there. And that's what I'm fixing to do. The ability name does make sense to have there as a parameter. I don't know, I'm experimenting. What feels right? I don't know. Stat name. Now the stat name is going to be different than the ability name, which is important to keep in mind. Ooh. Right. I feel like we found a way to fetch the name of a class. I can't remember what it was. But I think that would be potentially helpful here. Because if I can fetch the name of happiness, income, etc., then that would be the same. And I don't have to, like, define that. Okay, let me make sure I fix all the bugs so I can actually try this. I think bugs are fixed. Oh, they're not, because in each stat, it's complicated, man. In each stat, we don't actually need worker container or interface container anymore. I don't think we need any of that. The only thing we need is the ability name, which isn't in either of those. So I feel like I could just get rid of the constructor. Right? No. No, I think you still I think you still need it. Because if I remember correctly, if I removed it, it would not pass it to stat. But maybe that's not true. I can't remember. I tested it last week, but I already forgot. Ability name equals pay when we're actually using those here. I really need like a test class so I can mess around and experiment. I'm gonna do that right now. We're doing that. Button, hire intern, hire employee. We're gonna create button, hire test. That's gonna have the ID hire test, which are currently just, these are just baked right in here. And then we say when that button gets pressed, create a new test class. Which is more than a stat, obviously. That's okay. Because I don't want to go in and mess up the way that these already are. It just gets real confusing. Test extends worker, and it'll have a test stat. I guess we can call this test worker. Might be nicer. Instead of just test. Okay. Then for test stat, put that down here. This feels like the best idea I've had. Okay. ability name do test. Okay, so first of all, let me make sure that works. It does not. Cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. Oh, did I not save index.html? I did. Oh, that still says hire intern. Hire test. Okay. Failed to execute add on DOM token list. Token provided button object HTML div element contains HTML space characters which are not valid tokens. Whoops. Where did I do that? Where did I do that? Exactly. I'm not fully sure what that error means, but I assume I put a space somewhere it doesn't belong. That's what I think it means. Line 213. Oh, I see. This is actually in this function that I created, has the bug. Great, we're testing the helper function that I made. Cool. Token provided button dash object HTML div element contains HTML space characters. Token provided button dash. And that happens on all of these. So that must be back on when we create an ability, create a new button. Oh, maybe when I was constructing this ability ID at ability class. I changed a lot. I should have tested. Well, that's why this test button hopefully will help. So I can test more along the way and not worry about ruining other stuff like I have here. So I guess what's different is that I was setting these things up over here. This worker ID, this interface container, ability ID equals # plus ID prefix plus this worker ID. Is it the dash? Does it not like the dash in there? I wonder. No. Is it in the ability name? Like, what if I just say, I could do some console logging, but let me also just see, hi, what happens? Then it's fine. So it's that. Ability name is being passed in over here. Here we say ability name pay. I don't see any spaces. I don't see any spaces. Ability name pray. Oh, do test. Right there. Right? No. Right, because that's a string. Okay. Alright. Why don't you like the ability name? Why don't you like that? I guess we should see what it thinks it is. So let's do console log ability name. What is that? It's a whole object. No. Oh, right, because we got rid of, this was part of what the test was. Ah, gotcha. So, okay, got it. Yeah. This is what we're testing. I see. Great, everything's fine. So what I need to do is not do these constructors, because what I want to see is if we get an issue if I cut these out. And we do it now. But also, Lise, you know what the other problem is? It's all this. You want to get rid of that. So let's make sure that works with the test one. Failed to execute add. Provided button do test contains HTML space. Wow, so it still doesn't like that? That makes sense. So do test. It's interesting that our ability names don't get to have spaces, but that's okay. All right, great. Button. It exists. Phew. Test employee is hireable. Now, if we look at the elements, we can see in each of these test workers, they have an interface container, an abilities container, and within there is the button do test ability worker 0. Do test. Now, what happens if I remove these parameters? Does it break everything? Is like the thing I want to try. It does. Super constructor in derived class before accessing this. Cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. Interesting. And if I include that, so I feel like, okay, all right. So what if I don't do the super? Then what happens? Wow. So even though I'm not using these here, I still have to add them in, because on the base stat is looking for these constructors. And so it seems like I have to add those in. Did I try removing just the super? Oh, good. Super constructor is in derived class. So when I use this ability name, that's very interesting. Wow. I can't, because this ability name is defined on the base class. This create ability defined in the base class. And it's seeming that I can't even access those if this doesn't match the exact constructors. So what I was hoping was to avoid having to add these in here, but I think I just have to add them in here. I think that's just the way it is. Unless I'm missing something. As long as I want those in the base class, I'm gonna need every child class to have those things defined in them as well. It's just the reality. I mean, so my testing shows me. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's something else that could work around having to repeat that so many times. I'll let it go if I have to. I will. I will. And like, obviously just having the super won't make sense, because then it's not defined in the first place. What if I only define one of them? This is morbid curiosity. Yeah. Alright. Weird. Alright. Now I know. And then thinking about what Nickbo was saying, if I want some way to like consolidate these, I'm not really sure what the best would be. I'm afraid to get a suggestion from a chatbot, but I'm curious. I am, and it's such a context-specific question. Don't rewrite this yet, but confirm that the constructor plus super are necessary for the child class to work. The child and base class to work. I swear to God, if you give me code, do not. Oh, I forgot. Here's full context. Don't give code, give succinct explain again. Constructor in the child class is needed to pass arguments down a customized setup, while super is essential to initialize the base stat class properly, especially to set this worker ID and this interface container. Okay, well, what if I didn't do that though? Because I did that because I thought this would help me avoid it. But I don't have to do that. I don't need that. I don't even need it. We could remove that. Just, again, curiosity. Worker container ID. And then we don't say this on the interface. No code, please. Succinct. Don't say please. No code. It's not a person. Succinct answer only. Does this change your response? Without assigning worker container and interface container to this in the constructor, creatability will fail. Interface container is not, it didn't. Interface container is not defined. Wait, how did it work before then? Oh, because we needed to put it in here before. Yeah. Right. And then in that case, so really we're just moving the repetition around, but not particularly protecting against the repetition, you know, like it's still repetitive, just a different kind of repetitive, unfortunately. Hate that. And if I were to say creatability, worker container, interface container. What am I now? Redundancies? Redundancies. No code, please. Succinct response. Don't say please. No code, succinct response. It's really helpful to get this context-specific answers. There's redundancy. The constructor in stat, and this and let me make sure this actually works first. It does. This is how it used to be. Constructor in stat does nothing, so super has no effect. Really? What's up, Nasco? You can maybe define one of the constructors. It's the bad words filter is broken. You're good. One of the constructor parameters to be optional by setting it a default value. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to reduce redundancy at this point. And I'm not really sure like what it's going to want for that to happen. So it still works without being as redundant. Define one of the constructor parameters to be optional. So it can give it a default. So I could put ability name first. Wait, let me try that. This is a really cool idea. So if I were to, and I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm gonna try. So if I were to say this worker container, now this is on the base class, right? I guess that's the hardest part. No, you want that for creatability. This worker container I don't know if this is what you're saying exactly, but let's pretend that it could be. This worker container equals in the constructor itself. Now in the base class, I want it. You made a state machine for Granny? Nice! What does it do? We're working on Granny likes, by the way. I'm still trying to learn JavaScript in the meantime. But, right, set it to null. But just to contextualize what Bart's is talking about. We have a game jam going on right now. As long as you can make your game embeddable in a browser, you can join on in. We're making games like the game Granny, the horror game Granny. It's a jam where you are given the scope ahead of time, so you can focus on building instead of what to build. It's a month-long jam, and link should be in the chat, so you can check it out if whoever you are interested. Why is constructor a curse word? The bad words filter is broken. I fixed it for like 10 minutes, and then I broke it again. So I gotta work on it in my non-stream days, and fix the bad words filter. It's not supposed to be a curse word though. I literally have no idea. Like the bad words filter that it currently bases it on doesn't even have the word constructor in it. So it's just a stupid filter. This does a bad job. That's all. I don't think there's any universe where it's actually a cuss word. I think there's just a bug. Which is always the thing with filters, right? They're going to catch the wrong things. Patrolling, walking to a sound, chasing and standing. Oh, for the monster. Nice, and they actually do those things? Bartz, you are cooking. Okay, so set 1 to null. Thank you for the suggestion, Nasco. Set 1 to null. So there's the base class stat. This takes in a worker container and an interface container, so the creatability does stuff. But it doesn't actually do anything in there, right? But which constructor do I do that for? Do I do that for the base class or the inherited class? I get what you're saying, that if you set a null default, then it's optional. But what I'm confused about is exactly where it would be optimal to put that. The base. So, and for more clarity, when a new, let's say, happiness stat is created. So this is the extended class, new happiness. And this extends from the base stat class. It's always very repetitively. Every time we create a new stat, it's taking in both of those. Every time. No matter what. So, you know, it's like, making this optional. I mean, it's always gonna be overwritten anyway. Like, they're never technically going to be optional. That's kind of like part of what I'm trying to figure out, is like how I cannot have it be there all the time, because it really is unpleasant having it be there all the time. It doesn't make me happy. Right, because this is referring to the base stat. Because the base... What is this referring to? Now that I think about it. In worker, I see. So in the base worker class, it creates the worker container and it creates the interface container. And then when we create a new child class of the worker, it's finding this worker and this interface container for every stat. If it has a default value, you can remove it from the inherited classes constructors. Even if I redefine it. So like if I come in here and I say this is null by default, and we do pass it in up there, we can still reference it in here because we're always passing it in. But now on the children, you're saying, I won't need to actually keep it in there. Because it's... I might still need super. Probably still need super. That's very interesting. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's get the super back in there. Wait, super... It's just a semicolon. Worker container is not defined. Oh, well, right, but I'm trying to remove this. Yeah, so get rid of that. Come back to create ability. We say in here, this worker container, this worker container equals worker container. This interface container equals interface container. But then won't that fail? Now it... Now it knows the methods. Now the methods may not have the objects they need. I'm confused. I definitely am confused. Add a check. If it's null or not. Thanks for trying to help. I appreciate it. Even if I'm confused. I do appreciate it a lot. I know it can be... Getting that communication between chat and streamer can be tricky. Creatability, you're doing great. I'm just trying to interpret it. Fill in the blanks that you already understand. But I don't even know. So you say add a check, but then I'm like, wait, what's the check for? Why add a check? Those are like the kind of blanks that I'm like blanking on filling in. I do feel like what I'm doing right now isn't gonna work, but I'm pushing forward to see what happens because this null thing is very interesting. And I guess I don't mind testing it real quick. Can I read properties of null? Reading query selector. A lot of the redundancy is just related to object-oriented object-oriented programming, but also the hard part is you're wanting your elements to be able to write themselves, so they kind of need those containers to draw to. Yeah, and so I'm like okay if the repetition is okay, you know? Okay, which container is more important to the methods? Which of the two containers you don't always use? Which methods? Right? Because there's a lot of methods. Both of them. I mean, it depends. So, for example, in the base class, it's using both of them, right? The base class methods, both of them. So worker container is right here, and interface container is right there. And it's also up here. So interface container is in 2 places, worker container is in 1 place in there. And it's also going to be in create stat as well. Both of those methods will need both of these. And then for the derived classes, I'm wondering if they could not need them. I would love if create ability could only pull in the ability name and look at the base class's worker container and interface container instead. It's just like a curiosity thing to cut down on the visual redundancy. So like if worker container, interface container are already established on the base class, I'm curious, what I'm trying to learn is if there's a way to eliminate the need to pass these in all the time. But I guess I do need to pass them in if the base class needs those. But then I was wondering if in the base class, I could define worker container and interface container in the base class's constructor, and then have those be referenced in the base class's methods, which then I can just run create ability, only call in the ability name, and then in theory, right, again, didn't work, but in theory, I could say this worker container, you know, which again feels ridiculous to say that, but then do it like that. So then I'd only have to have one parameter in the base class methods. But it's looking like I can't get it that way, or at least I can't figure out a way to do that. And so then you were saying making them default makes them optional. So I could make them default in, I don't know, I'm still not really sure how that helps, but it's compelling. So, I mean, what at least works is if I just repeat it multiple times. So I'm willing to do it, even though, and I guess, you know, since I'm learning this, right, and I'm not super familiar with how to use it, my hope is that I can ensure that I'm not doing it in the sloppiest way possible first. And like maybe if I'm like, that looks like that could be a little messy, is there a cleaner way to do that? And if not, fine. I mean, you know, I don't want to rewrite everything. Still want to work within this framework, but you know, just trying to figure out like how these things work with each other or not. Okay, so I think this is back to, no, it's not. Forgot to put something back in. Creatability. Oh, here. We have to add, so then I gotta put this in once again into there. So it's just like so many different places. But yeah, maybe it's just necessary. I appreciate it. You gave me something to think about. And so for that, a special thanks. Even if I'm still a bit confused. At least it works. So I think I should just be grateful for that. Appreciate you going down that detour with me, though. Okay, no breakpoint, please. All right, let's just do it. Let's keep all those in there. We're just gonna do it. Worker container, interface container, stat name. Now I do worry that there's some repeating myself here. No, I think it's gonna be different. We'll see. I'm gonna write the function first, and if it looks like, whoa, that's exactly the same, maybe I'll helper function it. Okay, so we want to create the stat within the interface container. So far, well, we're establishing the stat container, and that's going to be equivalent to create or return element. Does it exist yet? And so it'll return it if it exists, it'll create it if it doesn't. That wants the object scope, which is the interface container. It wants the element string class, which is going to be stat container. And then it's also going to have the string type, which is div, I want to say. Let's look back at the old one. Yes, it's a div. That makes sense, but I just wanted to check. Wait, maybe you can just define the containers in the file instead of a class. Maybe that's kind of like what Nickba was saying earlier. Define the containers in the file. Right. 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 I mean, well, okay. Well, here's the reason why not. So there's going to be a bunch of different employees, which I've broken, but that's okay. So like it needs to each, let's look at the HTML. So there's a bunch of worker containers. There's not just one worker container. So I will say though, I was thinking of having an array that stores every worker in it. And it could look at the current worker ID number, and that would be mapped directly to a position in the array. It feels a little dangerous, but I did want to have an array that was storing a list of all the worker containers. Really, it was gonna store, yeah, I guess it would store the worker containers. So I'd have that reference back to it. I guess also you could just iterate through the document and just find the worker container and return that as well. I guess that's basically what the array would be. We just have to update it every time. So I think, so that would be the easiest way to reference it in the file because there's so many of them. And so I guess that's why it's being repeated so many times between all the methods, is because we're saying this worker container, this interface container, not the other ones for the other workers. Something about that array thing feels a little dangerous. But I mean, as long as we'd at least need to pass the worker ID. I mean, there is like the current worker, there's the previous worker ID. I could store the current one globally as well. And so theoretically, assuming I didn't set up something in the future where you can add multiple workers at the same time, it could check to see what the current worker is and just fetch from that and then go search for the ID, reconstruct and search for the ID of that container. And the interface container is always going to be a child of a worker container. So then I can also query select within a worker container, find the interface container, and we could set it every time. I could still do that. I do think that's possible. Maybe that would help me at least reduce the interface container, and then what's the big deal? We just have worker container. If I could reduce it to just one, I would be a lot happier. Maybe I try to do that. Because when we create, but we create it every time is the thing. So many containers flip. Delicious. Containers. It's just at the same time as creating the worker, we also create the container. And that's the same time we create the abilities and the stats and everything. So if I'm going to go search for the container that exists, I would have to hope and assume that it's already made by the time this runs. Which I guess it would be. You know, then I'm just kind of pushing the redundancy somewhere else, right? Because now, on each stat class, I would need to define the interface container. So, I mean, I think at some point, I just have to accept some redundancy here. And again, I'm coming from like something like GDScript, which is similar to Python, where I can think of ways to reduce this redundancy much simpler, in a much simpler way. And I'm feeling like that here with this JavaScript situation, maybe I can't quite do that. If you have containers declared in the file, and if the stats constructor containers are null, you can assign the containers from the file that say, and that says each derived class would have its own container. That way, each derived class would have its own container. So when you say have containers declared in the file, you mean like keeping an array as they're created and referring back to that array. Which in order to do that, it would need to find the right position in the array. Which we could assume is the last position, potentially. But that frightens me a little bit, because what if two are created at the same time, which is going to be the one that's at the end? I mean, we could just make sure it never does that. Literal object. Okay, right. Wait, so I'm confused. But you do, and you're saying that with the understanding that we're creating multiple containers. So like if the player could have 300 worker containers theoretically. So I would need to store 300 worker containers in the file. And they would have to like programmatically update them, which that's why an array would make the most sense to me. It's not one object, we're creating multiple objects. And what you're saying is compatible with that? Flip says, one of the things I like to do is have a single function that builds all of the HTML nodes from the data of the object. What do you mean all of the HTML nodes? The player can control building them. So we can't just build all of them. I'm so confused by what you guys are saying. They have to be able to happen on the fly at the player's whims. And not only get added, but they have to get removed too. If the employee gets fired, or the player or the employee quits or gets fired. Also, welcome LD. For instance, you have a worker. I'm just trying to understand what y'all are saying. You have a worker that has stats and variables and all that fun stuff. And you have one function that builds the HTML based off that data. I don't understand. I just don't get it. What do you mean? Like have it in like a constant, like all the HTML, and it just pops it in? Hello, LD. LD says, this channel was recommended a few times to me. Welcome. Thank you, YouTube, for putting in front of the right people. Now I'm watching it. Interested to learn some JavaScript as well. What is an incremental game? Incremental game meaning you press a button and number go up. I don't have a working version for it anymore, unfortunately, but so like incremental game browser play online. See if we can just find one really easily. No, but not a crazy one, just a stupid simple one. Give me something very simple. Or like a clicker game. Let's say this, clicker game. Cookie clicker, right? Cookie clicker play online. The most basic kind of concept for this. So you click it, number goes up, increment. And then you can get these like extra things where now each cursor produces 1.1 cookies per second. So you can like increase how much you increase, right? And you can keep buying new abilities to increase even better than before as you keep incrementing up. Three cursors producing 0.3 per second. So it's like I can move my hand away and now it increments on its own automatically. And then there might be like other benefits as well. Cookie Clicker has to be the worst game ever. I don't know. I mean, this is pretty good. It's got power-ups and all kinds of stuff. But the point is, yeah, it's a simple game. It doesn't require a lot of complexity. So yeah, I'm making something not great, but simple to help me learn JavaScript. UI based, which I think an incremental game suits that really well. But yeah, welcome. Glad you made it in here. You would still build it based on nodes, but it would be done based on the data of the worker. Currently, we're building the HTML and then reading back from the HTML what the values are. Yeah, use Godot as an analogy. If this were Godot, you are currently moving the player by doing getTree find node player global position. But you could just say global position. I'm trying to understand how this applies here. Build it based on nodes, but it would be done based on the data of the worker. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Yeah, concrete example. You're gonna learn some JavaScript for web GPU. Nice. Do I know what WebGPU is? I might. But yeah, JavaScript, it's so useful. There's so many different contexts that JavaScript can be used in. So that's why I want to learn it, right? When you make an ability, that's cool. What's WebGPU? WebGL, I know. Do I know what WebGPU is? When you make an ability, you would only give it a name and a value and function. Then you would give that ability to a worker. But that's kind of what's happening. And then in the workers create HTML, you'd loop through their abilities. Well, yeah, I mean, that part, yes, of course. That part, yeah. And create buttons that bind, and create buttons that bind that function to the button? Wait, but isn't that what's... Only give the ability a name, a value, and a function. Give that ability to a worker. So if I create an employee, I could take that employee reference, or that object, the worker container as it were. Okay. So, just trying to take inspiration from what you're saying. Keyword inspiration. When that button gets pressed and we hire an employee, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand. I don't get it. WebGPU API is a JavaScript, Rust, C++, and is here API across platform vision and graphics processing unit access using a system's underlying Vulkan Metal or Direct3D 12 text. Okay. Processing unit access. You guys are just talking in tongues today. I don't know what anyone's saying. Alright. So it renders things. Cool. I think I understand that. It looks at someone's GPU and then renders stuff in the web based on it. Interesting. It's a modern WebGL. Gotcha. A worker would have an array of abilities. But a worker does have an array of abilities. So employee class has these, look, it's an array. And it has income and happiness. And yeah, it creates it based on the employee that was already created and the stuff in the employee. I'm trying to understand how what you're saying is different, because I'm not sure I do. Constructor local container equals null. If the local container is null, assign it to the declared in file container. I don't understand where it's being declared. Where is it being declared at? There's so many worker containers, you guys. I feel like we're speaking different languages. I don't understand what you mean. Look at all these worker containers. There's not a single object container. There's so many of them. No, they're both. They're both. So that's just, you're just being confused, and I understand why it's confusing. So that makes sense that that's confusing. I mean, if you want to call it, you could call it a statability. I don't know what to say. But so the stats are the base of an ability, meaning, okay, let's put it this way. Twitch ads in 30 seconds, by the way. I'll snooze it. You know what? Let's snooze it. Okay. Stats. Every worker has a stat. But every stat doesn't necessarily have an ability. Or every stat has a number value that goes up. So, for example, this. Okay, this is an old version with feed and play. So fullness and feed are linked. The stat is fullness. The ability is feed. They're linked. Now, theoretically, let's say an intern would have a duration stat that you can't, there's no associated ability. So in the base stat class, we either create an ability or a stat. Those are both available. And then for the intern duration, in theory, we'll create a stat, which I'm working on but haven't finished yet. It'll create the stat, which will show up down here, but there will be no corresponding ability, which is the button. Whereas something like happiness, which is hooked up more correctly right now, happiness does have an ability that goes with it. And so therefore we create the ability for it. And then again, I am working on it, but when I started to create this stat creation method, I was like thinking about the repetition. So then in theory, we'd come in here and create a stat, and we'd say, once again, worker container, interface container, stat name, and so on. So I suppose I could also embed this in create ability if I wanted to reduce it a little bit. I could say, actually probably makes a lot of sense. Maybe. We could have a default here and it create ability. Well, maybe we say create stat. Instead of starting with the ability, we start with the stat. So if we create the stat, it can have all these things. And then stat name, whatever that ends up being, right? Then an optional ability name. And so we can check if that's null or not. And if it is not null, then create a corresponding ability. I know it's a little different from what you're saying, but yeah, that did help me at least figure that much out. So yeah, I think I'm doing what you're saying. And again, remember, there has to be able to be any number that the player creates. It's not a single container. It's infinite possible containers. So, though I don't exactly know how to implement what you guys are saying, you have inspired, both of you, what you're saying has inspired me to at least move forward with constructing the stat thing, which will hopefully make it make more sense for you at a glance, potentially. We'll see. So just from like a visual perspective, thank you guys. It was helpful. I'm going to put create stat first. And then instead of saying create ability, we're going to create stat. And ability is just an extra thing. For happiness, we definitely want there to be an ability name. So that won't have a corresponding default. This stat name equals pay. If that stat has a corresponding ability, pass it in there. Skip all this, right? Now, up here, I basically want to switch these around. In fact. So actually, maybe instead of moving it, I just should have renamed it. Let's do that. this becomes what create ability was. This becomes create stat. Now, the only problem is they do different things. No, don't do that. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Do not do this. But what's nice is I don't have to have this as many times as before. We can bake that into the create stat function. Oh, the ads are up on Twitch. Alright. Trying to keep better track of that. I try to put it as little as possible, but if I don't, then they'll do pre-rolls, which is even worse. Why does it still say starting soon? It's mad confusing, Twitch. Okay. So I still needed to design what those containers are going to be like. Definitely going to give you guys props for like being patient with me and just helping contextualize approaches and things like that. Okay. Now the ads are happening on Twitch. All right. 3 minutes to hang and think. So, in the create stat method, I'm going to need to make sure that I create a stat container, and I got to put this in here, the stat wrapper, and we need this. So happiness, currently I have pay and praise. So that's what happiness, what is that happiness? Praise and happiness. Wait, what were we setting up first? Happiness. It's not pay. I'm sorry, that's happiness. I messed that up. I don't know why I called that pay. Who's paying attention? That is a big mistake. I apologize. Stat name should be happiness. Oh, it would be nice if I could just pull that. All right, let me look at that. I'm mindful of the ads. I'll make sure to recap everything. Let's say, I feel like I've done this before, but I can't remember. JavaScript, get class name as string. What are you using as reference? Welcome, LD. I think a proper book or website would be helpful. Yeah. So I often refer to the MDN Mozilla docs as needed. Yeah, I do. I do use that when I need it, for sure. Yeah. But you know, I like often I just prefer like doing the dang thing and seeing what happens, and then just like solving little puzzles. And then if there's something I truly like don't quite know, I'll look up how to do that. But yeah, you know, I could look up classes and the way that they organize classes in there and stuff, but I enjoy just like poking around and sorting it out. But yeah, that's what, if to answer your question specifically, I'll get like quick, easy answers, Stack Overflow, places like that. And then when I'm looking up a specific thing, what it means and how to use it, I'll pop into the MDN docs. Oh god, this always confuses me. This constructor name, but is that like an instance is created? Get class name. Oh, that's what I was missing. Thank you. Get class name. appreciate it. You're writing all this code. It's a one-word answer. One method answer. Alright, welcome back, Twitch. So, what I did was not much. I waited for you guys. I realized I called the wrong... I named this the wrong thing. I called this pay. That should be happiness. In fact, what I want is to... Let's get class name. Is that real? Is that real? Let's look. So now I'm going to come over here, take a look at it. That doesn't look real. Class name property. But that's kind of different. What do you want about there? My instance get class name. Oh. It's just about the amount of time you put in a thing. Yeah. Yeah, so I've been working on this for like maybe almost a month now, but like it's once a week. Once a week, so not even a month. Like 3 sessions. Dude, what are you even talking about? Get attribute class. But is that going to be the same? This is like, is this the same as these other kind of classes? Like that's a different kind of class, right? Once a week is not much. Yeah. Usually I'm doing game dev in Godot. Currently I'm working on a game jam game for the Game Like Jam, where you make games like other games. And so that's been my focus on the odd months. And then, yeah, I wanted to learn JavaScript, so I have a day carved out once a week. But usually I'm doing Godot stuff. I have a day carved out once a week where I do the JavaScript stuff. Did you miss stuff? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, that's kind of my main thing is Godot and GDScript, and then I just want to learn JavaScript. I just want to learn it. I find myself using it a lot without really fully understanding it, so I'm trying to give myself a little simple game project to pull together as a learning opportunity. I don't know if you missed anything. I'm trying to get a class name. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. I feel like I did find a way to do that once, but I forgot what it was. Let's see if I could just do it again. First of all, is it super broken right now? It is. It's definitely super broken right now. Here, do test stat. That'll be less broken, I think. I'm pretty sure that will be. So little time, so much to learn. Yeah. I want to learn all the things, but there's just no time for it. I hear you, LD. I hear you. Just gotta take it one thing at a time. Say one day a week, couple days a month, whatever it is. You know, set that time aside, and I just try to devote that time to that thing. You know, and that's it. Get element by class name. Then that element would have class name attribute. Yeah. So what I want is to take the actual name of this class, if possible. And I think that's a lot of where the learning for me comes from, is just asking if something's possible and asking myself or you or the internet, and then trying to find that answer. And very micro things. In this case, that class right there, I'd love to just plunk that in somewhere. So I'm gonna see. I have a feeling I can't, but maybe I can. I've gotta be. I don't know if there's a way. We'll see. Oops. So what I'm gonna do is we'll do a little console thing here. Name of class. Well, let's try it. Console log. This class is name of class. I don't think it liked that. Or at least not the way I did it. Space. Oh yeah, type of, name of. Why are you so weird? JavaScript. Wait, it didn't like that either. It's not accepting that space well. No brackets. Oh, so like this class, this name equals, you're saying name of class? That? To get the class of an object, object constructor name, or commas or periods. Put a class, not the word class. Oh, but see, I don't want to have to put the word. I'm trying to fetch it without putting the word. I want it to be more programmatic. All right, thank you, LD. Good night. Glad you stopped on in. Sleep well. Object. Name of this might work. I feel like it's not a fan of the space somehow. Object dot constructor name. Wait, like literally? Constructor dot name. Oh, what does that do? Object is not defined. Wait, could I even just say this constructor name? Super. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Hey, there we go. This dot constructor dot name. Got it. We got there. What's up, big boy Marcus? Airplane hardware. Okay. Better than pirate software. Airplane. Pirate. Airplane. Pirate. Not sure I see how those are related to each other, but welcome. Thank you. Nice call, Flip. And thank you, Nasco, too. But we got it. We got there. Okay. This dot constructor dot name. Nice. So then what I'll say, let's do happiness. You're gonna join in on the Game Like Jam? Let's go! It's a game jam we're doing. If somehow you just missed it, I put the link in there again. I put it in there one more again. That is not what this is for, though. Worker container, interface container, this ability name, and then the optional, this constructor dot name. Wow. I mean, apparently that was difficult to find. That. All right. The only way I'm ever gonna find that again is if I refer back to this code. Maybe I'll remember. But it's interesting, this constructor thing, I remember now us coming up with this last week too, because it blew my mind that, and not really, but a little bit, that constructor was a function that could be referenced as this. So maybe, again, just repetition, I'll remember it next time. But yeah, excited, Raphael, to see what y'all come up with. Let's go. Granny likes. So we have stat name, create a stat, work container. We create the stat. By default, you want it the other way around. Stat name is first, and then ability name. Because ability name is the optional. Not all stats have abilities, basically. But all stats will have a stat because they're stats. So then we say ability name equals null, right? We create or return the stat container relative to the interface container. Big Boy is currently learning Godot with Bracky's video. It threw you off when he coded in getTree, losing your mind. When he coded in getTree, was he, you mean like if you're doing like reload current scene or create timer or stuff like that? So GDScript was the first like text coding language that I learned. So for me, like, it's the most familiar and makes the most sense. And so JavaScript is something I'm learning besides that. But maybe you're saying that, like, you know other coding languages and then coming into GDScript. What does getTree even mean? Scene tree. It means the scene tree. So I'll boot up Godot and I'll show you. Not already talked about class. Yeah. I guess not. I guess it's not. You still seem to have some disconnect with constructors and supers. I mean, I get the supers thing, but yeah, there is still some disconnect. Yeah. A little bit. A little bit with the way that they relate to base classes and inherited classes, more specifically, which I think is kind of what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, I get tree often, but it's not the worst thing. Yeah, I feel like sometimes it's necessary, but yeah, right. I don't use it other than reload scene and create timer. Those are the only situations that I use it in personally. You only know RenPy, which is a modified version of Python. Gotcha, yeah. I've never learned Python, but I know GDScript is like similar to Python. And I guess if RenPy is making Python more convenient, I could see how maybe things like getTree, again, I don't even know what Python does. I feel like that feels like a Godot thing. But scene tree, when you do getTree, you're getting this. So if I have a script here in this scene right here, and I say get tree, I'm getting this tree. This is the tree. Branches. All that. That's get tree. It's this. So if you do get tree reload scene, it's going to run a method that reloads this current active scene if that script is on this current scene. If you're doing getTree create timer, then it would add a timer to this tree. But those are pretty much the only places that I use it. The Nightbot link doesn't work. Oh, thanks, big boy. Whoopsie. Thank you. I feel like if I create like a new live stream, YouTube gives me that link. But you know what would be nice is if we got like that's okay, we'll do this. If I create a new one, if for some reason it'll just like default this. Copy. We're gonna update the Nightbot because I was told it needs an update. Oh, it's the same thing. Should work. If it doesn't work, I don't know. I'm opening it in incognito right now. And it does work. But if you mean that it shows you sign in to be a member, I mean, that makes sense. If you're not a member. But it looks like it's good. On mobile. Irritating. Hate you for that, YouTube. Mobile friendly version of this URL. Mobile and desktop. Single mobile and desktop friendly version of this URL. Takes you to the YouTube homepage. It's so weird. Apparently, they are supposed to work on mobile. It's weird. Takes you to the YouTube homepage. Let's try this. Let's try something different. What if, because there's also this like membership area. I bet this will be more universal. Try this one. Thanks guys for debugging the timer messages. But maybe this will be more universal. That one works. Let's go. Thanks for nothing, YouTube. Your weird URL that is so specific and good sounding. But apparently, it doesn't work. Oh, cool. So, cool. Okay. Membership. Good. Alright. Switch and update here. Oh yeah, so it's not over there. Got it. Alright, done. Updated. Why does get tree needed when the script is already in the tree? Well, the script is scoped to the node you've attached it to. Right? So if main is your top level node and you have a script on there, it's scoped to that specific node. The tree is talking about the entire scene, basically. I guess. I feel like it would even return... It returns, like, the entire scene tree. Which has, like, so get tree, I guess what you can think of the difference is, get tree is the hierarchy of all of the nodes. Whereas this top level is just the top level node. And then it's gonna have like special methods in it that aren't otherwise there, like a step above root. Nice, well said, yes. I very much learn things by touch and feel, so sometimes a technical definition eludes me. Pawn nailed it. So for example, creating a timer. This method is only accessible on getTree, or the scene tree. So if I try to say main, if I'm on main, the top level node, and I run create timer, it's not gonna exist. It needs to be on scene tree, because that's what that method exists on. Reads everything. Yeah, so I guess like a test you could do would be, here, I'll just say, hopefully this will work. Print get tree. What is that like? I'm feeling this is gonna give you a giant array of nodes. Oh, okay. So actually, what it said above the rainbow text, scene tree number that and that. So it actually is referencing the instance that has all of the nodes in it. So for example, if I were to say this tree is that, and then but this node is, and then do self, make a new timer in any node and add it to the tree manually. That's true. Oh yeah. That's true. You're right. That's true, Flip. This tree is set to scene tree, but this node is that node. Bracky is just getting a node reference in a very not suggested way of doing it. Interesting. I mean, Bracky's is new to making games in Godot. Like, Bracky's has been, you know, doing Unity for years. So it kind of makes sense that that would happen. I don't even know. I'm curious, like, where you're talking about. It's useful to know to do that so you know why not to do that? Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, using... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would, yeah. If you mean create timer, I don't know. I guess. I mean, create timer is like I'm not exactly sure what like what you're talking about, Flip. I'm gonna be honest, you're kind of on something right now because you can't just create a timer anywhere. You can create it anywhere, but what I was saying is if you want to access the create timer method, you can only access it by referencing the scene tree, right? Is what I was saying. Getting nodes with node searching functions. Yeah. Okay. You've done the tutorials except the latest one. You don't remember where they use getTree to reference other scripts. Yeah, that seems kind of wild. Right, yeah, I see what you're saying, Flip. Okay, I gotcha. I'm caught up. And then getTree reload current scene. I mean, this makes an abundance of sense because literally it needs to know what scene you're reloading. And so that'll tell you. Yeah, expose brackies. Taking a JavaScript detour. Expose brackies. I tried to allow URLs. I don't know if they're gonna do it though. Oh, that's true. Yeah, timer new. Yeah. That's true. You're right. You can't do it that way. Good call, Flip. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Good call. Totally. Did adding URLs actually get fixed? I was trying to find how to allow URLs to come through in the YouTube chat, but I couldn't actually find the setting to do it. And I thought maybe I found it, but now I'm thinking actually I didn't. They're allowed now on Twitch, and I'm trying to bring them back in on YouTube. But I don't think that that's true. So yeah, so if you, at this point, unfortunately, try to post a link, YouTube's gonna snipe it. So I won't even see that message, big boy. I would, I just can't figure out how to make them allowed. I don't know how to make them allowed. Alright, anyway. It got snipped. I don't know. There's two different settings for how you can block URLs. And I've unset one of them. But there's another one somewhere, I don't know where. I'll keep working on it. Add the HTTPS. So yeah, it's all getting murdered everything you're saying. If it thinks it's a URL, unfortunately. See. I don't know how to put it back, which is so irritating. Yeah, YouTube does a really bad job of letting people know. Yep. Agreed. 100% agree. Yeah. Like, it's all very confusingly worded and stuff. So for example, here, hold comments with hashtags and URLs for review. Comments and viewer posts with hashtags and URLs will be held. This does not apply to you, moderators, or approved users. URLs and hashtags are already blocked in live chat messages. So it's like, what do you mean are already blocked? Are you telling me that I already blocked it? Or are you telling me that you already blocked it? I think it's telling me that it already blocked it, whether I like it or not. Sorry, big boy, didn't work. So I think I just literally can't actually allow it, apparently. Maybe once upon a time, there was a setting where I could control it, and since then they've changed it? I don't know. Yeah, just, you could tell us the literal time of it. But I've tried. I have tried. And aside from making everybody moderators, on YouTube, I don't know there's anything I can do. There's always the Discord live text channel, or you can honestly hop over to Twitch and paste the link if you want. There should be a link to that in the description. Like a little button. "39 minutes, 41 seconds. And the first one, how to program in Godot. Oh, not this one. This one. How to make a video game. Gotcha. $39.41. On timer timeout. Get tree. Reload current scene. Yep. So that's just what I was saying. That there's like that's the only way you're gonna reload a current scene. Now you can change. There's also a way to like change the current scene, and that can also be like a way to do it. But yeah, so that's not accessing nodes. This is just for reloading the scene. Because you're literally, when you say get tree, you're saying, here, find the actual active scene that this script exists in. Find this current scene tree instance. And then reload it. So that's like defining that, basically. If that makes sense. Absolute must. And then the only alternative you could possibly do would be like get tree change scene, and if you change it to the same scene, that'll reload it as well, but you still have to specify the tree. But yeah, don't use it for anything else. Brackeys is doing a totally fine thing here. Draw it. You need to see this visually. Okay. So you've got a top. I mean, I feel like it's easier for me to show you in Godot. A top level node. You've got child node all in your scene tree, right? Like on the left when you start up Godot, right? Right over here. It says scene. Well, it's blocked right now, but here. It says scene up in the top left. Once that goes away. Whoa. Right? This is your scene tree. Top level node. Okay, here, I'll zoom it in. Top level node. Scene tree. All of this is your scene tree. Scene tree. Right? That's what this is. If you have a script, let's say it's got a little icon next to it for it being a script, and you're writing stuff on that script, if you try to say reload current scene, it's not going to work. Okay? Because reload current scene is a method that, oh, that's, yeah, this is the root. Yeah, this is the root. Nice. Because this method doesn't exist on the root node or on any node. It only exists on the scene tree. So that's not gonna work. The only way you can reload the current scene is if you fetch it from the scene tree class. Because the scene tree class is what has reload current scene. Now, if you want to reference that class relative to the top level node, you would say get tree, because get tree corresponds to the scene tree. Right? This is referencing that. And therefore, we're able to access this again. And that reloads the scene. Does that make sense? And then, you know, looking at the scene tree class here, you can learn a lot more about it. In Godot, if you hit help, search help, or press F1, search up scene tree, and you can find stuff like reload the scene and stuff like that, and why that method is required to be associated with the scene tree. Reason he puts get tree is because it refreshes the whole game after the timer. Yes. Correct. Not the whole, yes, the whole game. Yes. The game is the scene that you've set as the current scene. So if you go to project settings, application, run, there's a main scene here. And whatever that is, assuming you're running get tree reload scene within that scene, that's what it's going to reload. Because it's the main scene, which is the tree. Yes, correct. You got it. Alright. JavaScript. That was a nice break. That was a nice break. Mind explosion. Let's go! When a happiness stat gets created, it runs create stat, which looks at the worker container, the interface container. It's going to pass its own name, and because this does have a corresponding ability, an ability name, which is defined right here. Create stat is going to look for a stat container. Does it exist? If not, create it. If it does, it's going to return it. It's going to make that a div, and it's looking for it within the interface container that's defined. So I also would want to have this stat ID, and that's going to equal a # plus ID prefix stat plus worker container ID. In this case, we are bringing in an ability name. I'm wondering if I want to do that first or after I make the stat. I mean, here's the other thing, is I do want to link them to each other so they know about the other one. And the way that I was... Still kind of not sure how I want to do that. Because if we click, say, the pay button, the praise or the income stat would need to say, we'd have to have some event listener that says that button was pressed, therefore that worker's income goes up. So like the goofiest version I can think of is, what is the top message behind? Because I control it. I really thought putting the bottom one would make it self-explanatory. Yeah. So I click on those on myself, and I put them up there when I'm like addressing a specific message. I really was hoping the bottom one would make that make sense. But thank you for confirming that it doesn't. Maybe I need to have like a little message on top of that that says Lee's featured, : and then that. It might actually help. Maybe I'll do that. Big Boy giving all kinds of feedback today. Helping the stream be a better place. The second container, create a return element. Wish it didn't zoom so much. I just need it in between this zoom and that zoom. Would just be great. Would love that. Low display box on IRL streamers do make sense, but then again, I am the streamer. Feature mesh makes sense, and a little display box. What does a display box mean? What does that mean? A display box. Stat ID. I'm just gonna do it. Well, but I do want to make sure that it's linked. So the crazy idea that I had was it would search for the other. It would search for a button that has the same ID suffix as itself, which is kind of nuts. Chat log box. Okay, you mean having like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't really want that. It takes up too much space. It's just like aesthetically, I'm not a fan. If you're talking about this, I hate this. I don't like it, so I don't use it. But it can exist. I just don't like it, you know? I'm not a fan. It would be nice if that was like stored somewhere. Yeah, I'm good. I hear what you're saying. I'm good. Which I think that's kind of what Flip was alluding to earlier. I mean, technically, you could think of it as it's stored within itself. So, I mean, if the interface container has both the abilities container and the stat container, I mean, it still needs to... Okay, here's what I think. I think I know what I want. Because every worker is going to only have one stat/ability per stat/ability. There's not going to be two pay abilities and two pay stats. There's only going to be one. So if per worker container, whatever the button pay class button is, it would just need to look for a stat pay class, which makes me think I don't necessarily need these IDs, which would be nice. On the other hand, maybe. Alright, maybe I don't need those. You know what? I'm gonna pull them out for now. And I am gonna like put them somewhere so I just have that code. Knowing me, I'll be like, please, I want it back. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten rid of you. But for now, I'm not really convinced that it's that useful here. I think I see how I can make it find it within the scope. I was a little scared of that for a second, but I'm not scared of it now. So forget the ID thing. Instead, we would just get either button pay or stat pay, whatever it is. So it would need to have a prefix. It would still need to have a prefix. So I guess I will use, I will still use that. But instead of creating the ID, we're creating the class that it's gonna have. Or one of the classes that it's gonna get. I think that actually makes more sense. Okay. And then remind me where such a thing gets applied on the stat value. Yeah, that makes sense, because we want to update that number. Okay. If we press the button, increment that single number. This stat class equals, oh, and we even started to build that right here. We can literally say, except I guess I don't want to say stat prefix or ID prefix, but rather class prefix, just to make it a little bit more specific and accurate. Make sure I don't have that lingering somewhere. I don't. stat class equals class prefix stat plus, and then this is where we'd pull in stat name. Now with the ability name, I'm actually going to I'm not going to create its class based on the ability name. We're going to create its class based on the stat name. And the ability name will be different because really this is for the text, not for the ID construction or the class name construction. Okay. So instead of creating a button like I did down there on the ability method, this time, we're gonna say new stat, but we need a wrapper. There's a couple components to it. Let's see if I can find that. I got lost again. Here. There's the stat wrapper and the stat value. Two different things. So I really actually need to create the stat wrapper first. And we need to put the stat name in there. I'm kind of wondering if we don't want the ability name on there. No, we should put the stat name. So new stat wrapper, I guess we could just say stat wrapper equals. There's only going to be one of these. No, there could be two. No, there could be two. So we actually just want to straight up create this element. Element type is going to be. No. Old one. We could look in here. Span. Really? Okay. Putting the div in a span? That's interesting. Sure about that? You should just make it a div. And it's not really a wrapper. If this is a container, it's a little confusing. I'll be honest. But it feels weird to put a span. I don't know how I feel about that. So I'm gonna do it, and then if it's wrong, we can change it. So the element I want to create is gonna be a div. The class name is going to be stat wrapper. And this isn't where we're putting that class name that I created. Not where that's going yet. We don't need an ID for it. So we create that element. Then I need to add, not yet, we'll append it later. I guess I could do that now. That goes not into the interface container, that goes into the stat container. So this stat container append child stat wrapper. That'll be later though. First, oh, this stat wrapper. First, I'm gonna configure what's in that stat wrapper. And what's in that stat wrapper, because we don't need to do this yet, is going to be the stat value. Yes. It's a little confusing because it's like stat value container, stat value wrapper. Might be like more accurate, but I don't care. You like that one? I like it too. That one is Streets of Punjab by Hanu Dixit. Is it the waiting song? Like it sounds like a waiting room song. The doctor will be with you shortly. It's got elevator vibes. Yeah, elevator. Create the stat value. Now to me, this makes more sense as a span, but whatever. No wait, I think you forgot something. Because in this, I think you want inner HTML on the stat wrapper. By the way. Yeah. I want to get income in there too. Or whatever it may be in this case. So before you do that, this stat class inner HTML equals stat name. Now we create the stat value. Press the all elevator button so I can enjoy the elevator music. Oh, it's so good. I must keep listening. That's a fun little like short film idea. Very, very, very short. Or just even like a moment, character trait defining moment. I like it. Create a div, call it stat value. Was there stuff? I think we've already configured it to have we? Oh, and this is where we add that class name. Now what about the text large thing? I feel like we didn't get that. We did get that added in to stat value. We did? Okay, good. Someone walks in, you just stare at them and look at the buttons, then at you in horror. Welcome to my hell. You will listen to the music! It will calm you! You know, I used to say things like, I wish we could just manifest that right in front of us right now on stream. But then Gen AI became a thing, and now, in some very horrific asset theft fashion, it's possible. So I don't wish it anymore. I should have been more careful about what I wished for. Darn. Monkey's paw always gets you. So I don't just want to add stat value. I also want to add on the stat class. So I guess I want to pull back even further here. Oh wait, why did I say stat class? Sorry, stat wrapper. Wait, is that stat value? Yeah, no, okay, stat wrapper has stat name. Stat class gets the concatenation. I like those elevator pranks you see shorts of, where they do random things in the elevator and try to bring people on it. I feel like I haven't watched a video like that in years. Like maybe when someone like passes gas, or that's too simple. Like improv everywhere kind of stuff. Somebody does something annoying, and then it bothers nobody except that one person. What was another YouTube channel? There was like a Canadian one, a Canadian prank channel. I feel like they would do a lot of stuff like that. And they always show like the clip at the end of them telling the person, and they're just laughing like, what is that? What is that? Wait, what is that? Canadian prank YouTube channel. It's a super corny. It's the corniest thing. Just so upsettingly corny. I'm not gonna play it because they're gonna detect it. But like they would always have this moment at the end where they reveal to the person that they were being tricked, and they're just like, oh, you got me. Just for laughs, gags. That's the channel. It's very corny. 3 people walked into an elevator with 1 random person in it, and they all put on ski masks and offered 1 to the random person. Person refused and everyone just stares at them. Oh man. What would you do? What would you do? Just like, let's do it. What are we doing? What are we doing? I need some money. Is it a good plan? They never show you the pranks that backfire. Maybe they do. Stat value create element div, stat value plus stat class. So we're creating the stat value div. It has the stat value thing. Yeah, right? I think that's what they're banking on, that it will just confuse people too much. It'll have at least stat value on it, and then we add on its special stat class. Can we call it something else? Can we say stat specific class or something? But you do want this. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Okay. So once we create that stat value div, within that, I want to add the starting number, which I think we still have defined. Up here, base increment stat. Finally bringing the stats back in. This is a good sign of progress. This stat value, inner HTML equals base increment stat. Then I want to append this stat value, to the wrapper. I want to append the stat value and then put the entire wrapper on the container. Okay. Now, what if there is an ability name? So we say if not ability name, or we can word this less. I always hate starting with a not. I guess we have to. We don't really have to. Like, if there's an else, to me, it just always feels better to, like, not do a not, you know? Like, why do a not if you don't need to? It just adds more unreadability. Even if it's, sure, obviously very familiar, it just, like, gets me twisted up. It just bothers me. So I'm gonna deal with it right now in this one, because I hate it. I don't like it. It's like kind of redundant to me. Like you're already saying a not statement. It's like a double negative or something. And I don't like that. if it's true, do this. If it's not true, do that. You know? So if we do have an ability name, then we want to create our ability ID. Not ID, it's a class now. So we'll call it ability specific class. That's going to take the class prefix ability, and it's still going to add the stat name onto that. So that way they match. We'll see how this works. We will see. I do wonder if I couldn't just give them the same one instead of building it like that. That way it's not differentiated as like button versus not. But I guess what I would do is use the underscore as a delimiter, which just feels like a little complicated. But again, what's nice is then I have, it's consolidating. I have now ability happiness, stat happiness, and I can apply CSS styles separately to those two different things, as opposed to having just a happiness class. Which I guess the happiness class, we could say if the happiness class is on a button, if the happiness class is alongside a stat value, do different stuff to it. And then I wouldn't need to use the delimiter thing. I don't know. I feel more confident about this path forward, even though I'm not exactly sure how to do that. How hard can it be? JavaScript delimiter string parse. How about minus AI this time? How to split text streams in displayer? No. How to split a string in JavaScript. Split function. Oh yeah. Oh great. They have that in GDScript too. Yeah, we could just do split. I'm gonna do split. It's more fun. Well, now I get to learn that, right? What's wrong with that? Nothing, I say. Ability name. Create the specific ability class name. That should be really it. Then we can call create ability. And hopefully now, I don't need to add all this crap, but if I do, at least it's only one time. I guess we do want to... No, we can fetch it this way. Now wait, help me understand why we haven't used the worker container. Oh, I think I forgot. I guess that would be... Whoa. Okay. So something I need to think about here is I need to return something. Because what I want to know is, am I done designing this element? Which, to be fair, actually this should be, if for the stat, we should make the ability first. Because at least in the order, it just might... I mean, I guess I could append it to the top, probably, somehow. But I guess I'd rather it, like, flow logically. I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. Ability class... Where did we create that? Right there. If there's an ability name, create that. Stat name will not have been created yet. No, it will be. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you're good. Create the ability. Otherwise... Wait, am I doing this right? Yes. Otherwise... I mean, literally don't do anything. Like, do I need an else? I mean... Don't even worry about it. The thing is, you wanna assign it to something. I think that's the main thing. We would want to say this, because otherwise it's not gonna know to include it at the end. If that makes sense. I guess you could just wait to append. Okay, wait. Let me think of it this way. It's confusing, but I like it. I'm enjoying it. Sometimes a little confusion is fun to detangle. So we're just not gonna say stat container stat wrapper. Right, we're not even putting it in the worker container yet, because that was down here. Interface container. We create the interface container, we assign it to nothing yet. Where does it get added to the worker container again? I guess I removed that? I guess I removed that. I did? Oh, here. In the worker. Oh yeah, it can add. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Got it. Okay, we're good. I'm good. It's confusing. So after all of this, well, but technically you'd want to say if there is an abilities container, that gets added first to the interface container. And either way, at the end of it, you're going to want to add a stat container, because every worker will have stats, but not necessarily every stat will have an ability. So that's why it's gated in here, and then this. So I still don't really think I need an else. Which is that, am I allowed to not have an else? Or is that unacceptable? If this ability specific class prefix ability stat name. So create the ability specific class, create the ability. Of course, I want to pass in all that stuff. Now, what I don't think I need to do anymore is put all that crap in there. Right? Because won't it have already been defined? So this scopes to the method in a constructor. Does this vary in a method yeah, I think that's true. So I think you still have to pass it, actually. I think you still gotta put it's okay, I don't mind. I just want to do it right here. Create ability, it's totally fine. But do you need it though? I mean, if it just returns, hold on, you don't really need it. You don't need it. I don't need it. If we make sure, if we say this ability equals create ability and that returns it, you don't have to worry about it. And then indeed, you can only have the ability name go through. Whoa. Ability. Cool. This ability equals create ability, ability name. Interface container, append child, this abilities container. Great. Then append the stat container to the interface container. In create ability, we bring in the ability name and we say, now, is that the ability name though, Lise? Yes. But you've made this ability specific class and you haven't used it. So I think you should pass that too. And I think you would pass that as this. Whereas ability name is coming through up here, so we don't have to say this. Create ability, add in ability, specific class. This abilities container, see if it already exists in the interface container. Oh. Interesting. Interesting that it can find it. Can it find it? I don't know. Looks like we might need that though. I mean, you could create you don't have to. You could create it up here, honestly. Right? Put that right there. I mean, I kind of hate like it being all this monster function with a giant if statement, but at least I don't have to pass a bunch of things. I do kind of hate this. We're basically deconstructing the entire function at this point. It's not even, it's just one function, right? It's creating yeah, all right. No, I don't like this. It's breaking it down too much. I don't like it. I don't. I think we should just create the ability. I do. We should keep that in here. But then I'm just not sure, do I need to pass in interface container? Because it's not like getting mad at me. Oh no, because look, it doesn't say parameter. Here, if I hover over it, it says parameter interface container. Here, if I hover over it, it doesn't. So that makes me think, unfortunately, I do have to pass that in. If I want to find whether or not an interface container already exists. At least I don't have to repeat this for every new stat instantiation. That's the win here. And now it's a parameter when I hover over it. Interface container, abilities container, div. Yes, correct. This is just checking to see if it already exists. Nice. And if it doesn't, it'll create it. This ability class equals button. Okay. I don't think we want this. Interestingly, we're already making it out here, which doesn't seem necessary. Oh, because it's taking on the stat name. Yeah. All right, so we actually don't need that anymore. Instead, we would say this new button, create element button. Instead of this ability class, we would just put ability specific class. And we don't need an ID anymore. We're doing away with that for now. Then in the inner HTML, I would want to put where are we getting ability name? That's up here. Do we pass that in? We did. Okay, ability name. Perfect. Then we append the new button to the abilities container, which we've already created. Now I would want to return the ability container and append it. So now this doesn't actually refer to, there shouldn't be anything that's set there. Which is kind of interesting. A little interesting. I guess we could just say this ability container equals creatability. I mean, that's definitely interesting, right? So it'll return and append it, even if there's already an abilities container, which is not good, because then we'll have multiple abilities containers. little confusing, isn't it? Because, whoa. But if it already exists, it won't matter. So I guess this would continue to only be, so I guess we would only append it after, yeah, so okay, this goes back and create ability. And we don't actually need to return anything. I don't think we gotta return a darn thing, in fact. Instead, if there's an ability name, create the ability specific class, create the ability, give it interface container, the ability name, and the specific class. Then create or return abilities container as a div, as a child of the interface container. Create a button with the ability specific class, add the ability name as the inner HTML of that new button, then append that button to the abilities container, whether it was created or it already existed, then append the abilities container to the interface container. Now, that really only needs to happen if it didn't exist already, right? I mean, this was working before. We'll see. I'm just going to leave it like that, and if it's bad, we'll deal with it. After it creates the ability, assuming there is an ability name to create, then it's going to append the stat container to the interface container. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. So let's see about the stats to make sure they actually feed into that correctly. I think happiness is the only one right now. It's got an ability name, praise. Now I did want that to be all caps, but we can deal with that later. It's actually fine. Work container, interface container, this constructor name. So it's going to create a stat after we define what the ability name is. Create a stat with the work container, interface container, constructor name, ability name, because it has an ability. So I would want to take all of this and just slap it in, let's say, the income section here. Income class. Except this time, it would be pay. And it does have a corresponding ability, which is just going to look at its own name. For that. For duration, we do want to create a stat, but it does not have an ability name. So we back out of that. No ability name to define. For our test stat, same thing. We could say ability name is test. Okay. Happiness, income, duration. Alright, what's wrong with it? Guys, I'm actually gonna test it. But we'll see. It's probably broken and I gotta fix things anyway. But let's see. Let's see what's broken and what needs to be fixed. Oh no, you can give me that. You can give me the inspecting, okay? You can hook it up. I don't know why you're collapsing it on me, okay? You can hook me up with that. I'm gonna need it. Alright, let's try an employee. Testing failed. Stat specific class is not defined on line 100. Say more. Oh, this. Easy fix. Alright, what else you got for me? Line 247, invalid character error. Failed to execute add on DOM token list. The token provided stat value, stat income Contains HTML space characters. 247. So that's going to be a helper function if it's all the way down there. When it tries to add the class name to it. What, there's spaces in class names? Or do I just need to have like multiple class names added or something? Like I can only add one at a time instead of a bunch of them? Interesting. It's creating an element and create stat for the income. Testing and debugging. Create the stat. It takes this class. Hey, Rorik, welcome. How you doing? Trying to set up my JavaScript incremental game. It is fun. It is fun. You read elevator and got panicked? Oh, because like small spaces or something? So it's going to be right here that it's having the issue. Is we're trying to create this element and stat specific class. I think it's right there. Class prefix plus stat name. And what are we feeding in a stat name? I actually am a little confused right now. Stat value, stat income. Yeah. Right. Oh, there's the space. So you're saying if I literally delete that space, you'll do it. I'm a little confused. Stat value isn't defined. At what line was it saying that? So it seemed to pass that check. 104. Oh, this is missing. That's so hard to remember. Creatability is not defined. It's another this. Okay, so it created it. The font looks bad. But the problem is going to be that it didn't like that I had a space in between the class names. So I might have to run 2 class add to list, which is concerning. It sounds annoying to do. I guess I could have 2 different class name parameters, or I could concatenate, or not concatenate, split and use the space as a delimiter and have it create another class to add. It's irritating. I do see 2 abilities containers and 2 stat containers, which is wrong. Yeah, so it's smashed them together here, when what I want is for there to be a space. Like it has two different classes on it. But if I put a space, it's like, huh? I don't know about that. Is there a way to like JavaScript string space? Like obviously not like in HTML you might do an NBSP or something. Like is there like an equivalent? Okay, that looks bad. It looks awful. I feel like it's not gonna like that. And it's not gonna work. I guess you could still use no, I just don't think that's gonna work. There's no way this works, dude. My morbid curiosity is gonna try it though. Absolutely not a chance. So that was right here. What's it gonna do? Just show me what it's gonna do. Let me see. It might just do the same thing and say, can't put a space there. What are you on about? Okay, let's see if there's a space. If it works, I will not be mad, but I will be surprised. Just put an NBSP in there. No, it's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. No, don't do that. String from character code 160? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work. I think this is a bad idea. I feel like it's just gonna keep putting NBSP in the middle of there. I mean, literally I'm saying a space, so I think I gotta separate them. Oh, because your game is about an elevator. Oh, okay, you're not scared of being in elevators, like small spaces or something. Yeah, today I'm not doing that, although I will near the end of the month. I'll be working more exclusively on the Game Like Jam game. Yeah, just put MVSP in there. Stop that. Okay, so that doesn't work. Oh well. Wow. It's okay, welcome back. So what, you were worried that like someone else was making an elevator game or something? Or had like found your game and was playing it? Rorik, by the way, I'm sure you guys know. But just to make sure, Rorik is talking about the Game Like Jam, which just started yesterday. And I'm still on Tuesdays for the first couple weeks of the month, going to work on learning JavaScript. But Fridays, I'll be working on my Game Like Jam game. Thinking someone else was also doing an elevator game. Yeah, I can see that being stressful. I think I would feel that. I would feel that too. Oh no. Oh no, mine's not original. But you know, look. Or like, are they gonna do it better than me? You can gift them today. What? Weird. Thanks for checking. Bye. YouTube. Thank you for fixing your problem. But make it make sense. Oh man, how am I gonna do this? I really think I would rather have like an extra class name on here. I mean, obviously if I wanted to have 3 class names, it would get ridiculous. Like the split delimiter thing is cool. I do need to use that. Oh man. Because again, just for like clarity of what the hell I'm doing, in HTML and CSS, it's totally fine if I do div class equals, and then put spaces between these, right? Because it's going to see, oh, this div has text large class, it has stat value class, it has stat pay class, and it will accept that, and it will be happy, and there will be no complaints. Unfortunately, when I try to use, let's see if I can find, maybe someone else ever had this problem. When I use class list add, it won't let me put those spaces in there, and it won't just append it right on there. You don't have money anymore? Hey, you keep your money. You support the channel a lot. That's okay. I mean, I hope you get more money. But just because you get more money, you don't have to give it to Hyper Gamedev. But I'm really appreciative when you do. I gotta make my game so good that you can monetize it and get money to get memberships. What a beautiful motivation. That's so nice. Make money just to support Hyper Gamedev. Come on, take care of yourself first. Take care of yourself first. No, you do. Yeah, who knows? I mean, look, this is definitely a game with a game type where viral potential is there. Rorik is jam ratting, as one does. I feel like I'm always jam ratting. Comma. So you do have to put commas. Oh. But that's okay. So you're telling me if I put a comma before the space, it'll accept the space? Okay. Oh, Flip was already, oh, look at that. I'm proud I found it in documentation before I saw you say that. But that confirmation is very helpful. Separate parameters. So like, instead of concatenating it like that. Oops. Oh. Forget Prettified does these things. Oh, look at that! Thank you for the backup, Flip. Oops, stack container. Wait, it made it an ID? Oh, because it's... It's not realizing that this is the same parameter. It's applying this because create element has class name and then ID name. So I somehow need to make sure it knows we're still in the class name. There's gotta be some way to like wrap it, to tell it, hey, I'm talking about, this is one whole thing. I don't even know how to search for this. JavaScript. Commas, multiple parameters, same parameter. Create an element with no classes and then add the classes right after. Huh? I don't understand. Random thought. It would have been funny if you were accidentally writing in Java and not JavaScript. Is that possible to make that mistake? I feel like they're super different. That would, man. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be that bad because I'd be like, well, at least I know Java now. Yeah, it'd be funny. Yeah, it'd be funny. I could laugh at that. I think I'd be a little sad too, though. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that you think that's the same thing if you're not like looking at the code or trying to write in it. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I understood that, but yeah, I hear that a lot. I hear that joke made a lot, that people don't realize that they're different. I mean, look at the names, right? That makes it confusing. So it's understood, or I understand why that would happen. You have this my element equals create element, and then right after you do this element class list, add one too. Oh. Yeah, but then it's not all one function. I want it to be all one function. Yeah, C, C++, C#, Java, JavaScript, brains like, oh yeah, same thing. I mean, well, okay, so wouldn't that mean that you would recognize that they should be different? Because C, C++, C#, they all have C at the beginning, but they have something different at the end. Java has the same thing at the beginning, and then JavaScript at the end, but those are all different. Maybe you're making a commentary on that? How do I set a value that has commas in a query string? Make a function that does that, and then call your special all-in-one function. That's what well, yeah, I know, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I don't have to make it fancy like that, right? But, I mean, yeah, maybe unnecessary, but it's good learning, you know? And besides that, I'm hoping I don't even have to do that. And there's just a way to pass a parameter that has multiple parameters. No way of escaping the comma delimiter. For field storing multiple nested values, it's recommended that you use semicolons. Whoa. Never heard Java and JavaScript are way different, almost entirely compared to the C family. You've heard that they are way different, more so than the C family. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know the C family very well, so I wouldn't know. Morbid curiosity. What if... Oh, it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. I hated that. That makes sense. What if I just like slapped some parents in there? It doesn't like that. Java and JavaScript are completely different. JavaScript's name is a marketing ploy. Right, yeah, that's what I've read. And then I forgot it. And I'm okay with that. %2c and a URL. Okay, that's different though. But this is for URLs, so that's different anyway. Second parameter, an array of classes. I like that. I like this idea. If I can get it to not auto-complete me into the ground. This, I mean, come on. Oh! I feel like that's still looking at the ID. This may not be exactly what you meant, but I'm curious. It's fun. Okay, it allowed it, but what didn't it put in there? What are the chances it works? Come on, it's probably just gonna be a weird array. Okay, so it added in stat value, comma, stat income. Very chaotic. Okay, what if I put a space in there? But then it wants a comma. This is so weird. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's how it works. It's very funny that that's what it did, though. Now, I could also parse that array manually, which at least then I could have it be one thing. Could be kind of fun. It could be kind of fun. We could say if there's a comma, delimit it, and then split it. Use a comma as a delimiter. Split it. And then add it multiple times. What is the name of the variable? What variable? Which variable? Got it? What does got it mean? You made it work? Stat value $sign. I was wondering if backticks would work, but I was like, no, that's gonna make it a different kind of a string. But then you're using some dollar signage, which is something that I feel like I should be learning anyway. A curly bracket, and then an ending backtick. Oh, here we go. It's all in one line. That's a good sign. Okay, I need to learn about the $sign thing. I feel like that's a common thing, and I should understand it. Input boundary assertion? An input boundary assertion checks if the current position in the string is an input boundary. An input boundary is the start or end of the string. If the M flag is set, the start or the end of the line. The caret asserts that the current position is the start of the... Is this different? This has got to be something different. This isn't the same thing. This is different. No, it's not. Wait. Useful when doing code gen. Generating code using code. Because you can use valid identifiers differently from other string properties, such as dot notation instead of bracket notation. You can use valid identifiers differently from other string properties. Right, it's just dot notation instead of bracket. So there's the backticks. Wow. Template literals? else up here? Just a new tab, just in case. Template literals. A feature in JavaScript that provide a more flexible and readable way to work with strings compared to traditional string concatenation, which is what I was doing. That's the plus sign. Enclosed by backticks. Okay, gotcha. String interpolation. This is a primary benefit, allowing variables and expressions to be directly embedded within the string using the $ expression syntax. Wow. Oh, and then that's where you could do... Oh, but you don't need /n. Wow. Because otherwise, okay, this is I like this example a lot because it makes clear like a little bit of what it's doing. Where if I just say name and age without the string interpolation, i.e. the input boundary assertion, if I don't use that $ situation, then it's just going to see the word name and age as part of a string. However, part of the backtick string. However, if we do $ in curly brackets, then it's able to actually like reach outside of itself and do things and access stuff. It's like it's sort of like guarding. Oh, and I guess it did say that it's like boundary. It's saying like this exists outside of the boundaries of this string, I guess. So in this example, which is different though, but it's not different because we're putting it in this one thing, this literal, this template literal, and if I don't do that, so this way I'm passing just the string. I could do, right, so same kind of thing. If I do it like this, right, it doesn't see this stat specific class. It has no idea what that is. Because it's just a string. And even if I pop this in here, still no better. Now if I were to keep it a regular double quote string and try to use that, it does nothing. Because double quotes are just, they're like, I am a string, I am a string. Hey, Pressipire, I am a string, that's all I am, that's all I can ever be. You will never change me. But the backticks template literal, which I'll never remember, I'll remember that it's a special string. It's a special string. When you use the backticks, now it sees that $ curly brackets as meaning something different. And tiny little corner chat. I set it up so folks would complain less about their messages not immediately appearing. But someone was still confused about the messages in the top being slower. So I appreciate that feedback. And so I will also add in something that clarifies that that's featured messages up there. Formatted strings. I like that. Even though it's technically wrong. It's been like this about a month or so. It has been maybe like 2 weeks. Time do be moving weird though. The input boundary assertion is something completely different. It is? Whoops. Whoops. Because then I saw this example in that same documentation, which made me think it wasn't completely different, where it has the backticks and it has the $. Yeah, I haven't been around for a couple weeks, so it makes sense. I think it's been 2 weeks. Try and see if it works. Oh yeah, true. We haven't tried it to see if it works. Good call. All right, let's see. What actually happens? Ooh, don't look right. It don't look right. I don't know why my developer tools don't show up right away. Still, I mean, regardless of whether it works, I wanted to talk about it and break it down for the sake of learning and remembering. So, but let's see what happened. Invalid character error. Failed to execute add on DOM token list. The token provided stat value space stat income. It just put a space in there again. What is that saying? If you try to please everyone, you will end up pleasing no one or something like that? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very true. Good to keep in mind. Very good to keep in mind. Yeah, I mean, look. I guess I'm thinking of it as like, yeah, I mean, I think of it like game feedback, right? Like playtester feedback. Some of it, it's like, maybe I don't need to take in that feedback. You know what? I'm not going to make that change. But then some other things are like, that's not the intended experience. And therefore, it would be good to change that. And so for me, it's not my intention that what's happening is confusing. But I should definitely keep that in mind. I'm very unhappy with this chat change. I want all messages on screen permanently, stacking one on top of the other until the screen is full of chat. Doable. Horrifying. And actually kind of beautiful. Your concerns have been heard. Okay, I will implement this immediately. I've taken the note down. Right away, sir. It doesn't like spaces in there. Yeah. Yeah, so it seems. Have redemption that clears it away? Well, now we're cooking. Chat Recipier, what have you done? How do you do this? How do you do something that just like changes the that moves people? This is what the people want, is a chat stack. I don't see why we couldn't do that. I would need to use JavaScript to code it. But literally, I mean, this whole chat featuring thing is like 40% CSS, 60% JavaScript. So we can do anything. You're gonna get a bunch of broken letters just fall to the bottom of the screen and just stack it. Sounds fun. That's some scope. Now that has increased the scope a lot. All the people want is a mirror. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, it's fair. Let the chats be stacked. We want to gaze into our reflection. Yeah. It's gonna get pretty crowded. I guess it'd be nice if like the new ones were big and chunky and the old ones were squished. My reflection is so amazing. I mean, you joke, but it's true. You know, a little affirmation could go a long way. That I did something. That's why I put the chat in the bottom right. So at least it's there a little bit. And then I like having the extra one in the top right. So that way it's like, this is the topic, right? We may be 8 chat messages ahead, but that's the thing I'm talking about. That's just the way I like it. But if it's me being weird and doing something that nobody's bothering to do, then I'm gonna have to work to implement it in a way that is communicated well. Library of Babel protocol. Yeah, it'll be just an endless amount of text messages. Also, is that what you mean? Also, ads on Twitch. So I'm trying to be more aware of that. So I shall wait. I shall wait to do coding. But yeah, I might need to do extra. Is 4.5 out yet? It's still in beta, I think. I want to use editor-only plugins and have exploding letters. And you know, editor-only plugins. I don't know what those words mean. You want to have editor-only plugins. What's in? Don't we already have editor? Oh, you mean like global plugins? Like plugins that are established for your editor no matter what project you're working on? Got it. So you don't have to add them in every time. The add-on. Almost. They had a couple more errors make the cut. 4.5. I know they have on the... Here, Godot, GitHub. Favorite plugin is Script IDE. What is that? You know what I'd love? Is to have split scripts. That would just be... That would just be the best possible thing. It's like dangling keys from my ADHD. Wait, what's that? Godot Script IDE. If I could have split frigging... I would be willing to install a plugin if it gave me split scripts. Like I could have 2 scripts at once. That would just be everything. Oh yeah, I feel like I've seen this. This is nice. This is really nice. I mean, this already exists, but it doesn't have colors. This is giving it colors. It's nice, but it already exists. It just gives it colors. Which colors are nice? It's already, right there. But there's no colors. So. Oh, it makes it alphabetical. Oh, it's got like sorting. Pushing Android quite a bit. Beta 7 is a mobile fix. Okay, the filter, that's actually awesome. Besides just, not just, I mean, here we can search for it, but you're saying you can actually sort it alphabetically. Wait, you can! Wait! You can already do that. I'm sorry, all I see is colors. I want to understand how it's better. But look, that already exists. There's a little sort toggle alphabetical right there. And filter methods right there. This is why I don't like add-ons, because it makes you think you need stuff, but you don't. Tabs at the top? Oh, wait, what? There's already tabs. Oh, it separates the scripts. So there's only, I mean, you can already do that. I don't understand what it does. Look, there's already tabs up here. And I can almost collapse that. So I can't collapse that all the way. The filter scripts is still there, to be fair. But maybe you're saying that it moves this. Okay, I think the image could be more clear. I see. So it takes the scripts filter and it puts it at the top. Yeah, the side one does suck. Yeah. No. Yeah, you like it. I get that. It's helpful to know what it's actually doing to understand and appreciate that. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. No, it's fair. I understand now. Beta 7 was almost pushed as a release. Oh, but it didn't make it. It didn't make it. Is it in like the projects? Release blockers? .6. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Oh, this is pretty minimal. There's only a few bad ones left and a not critical release blocker. Yeah, that's close. Exported float is rounded down. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, not super intrusive. That's true. And I mean, I'm saying it's true that a non-intrusive one is nice. I assume that what you're saying is true. You're making this as a direct recommendation and will blame you directly, Flip, if it doesn't work the way I want it to. Alright, Twitch ads are over. Let's get back to work. Stamp value. Right, this. Yeah. Right. So I might as well just do it the way I was doing it. Really, I'm gonna still give you a special thank there, Flip, because you still gave me a lot to think about there. And I learned some stuff about the little fancy string and wedging in the friggin' $sign situation. That was good learning. But I'm gonna do it this ugly way. And then, yeah, because I'm curious, I'm a curious person, I want to do splitting. And if there's a class name, so what I'd love to know is like a has sort of situation. That won't for the same reason. Let me cook, buddy. All right, just hold on a second. Let the girl cook. It's going good. It's going good. I can't really show you what I'm working on because it's broken as I refactor it, but I'm loving it. I'm working on generating an incremental game by like having the HTML code write itself as the player like interacts with the game. And I'm desperately trying to get it set up, but also trying to learn and make mistakes. You gotta let me make mistakes sometimes. Pawn knows. Okay, let's see. Map prototype has, set prototype has. Okay, let's look it up. JavaScript. Check if a string has something. I mean, it would be nice if it was like a delimiter of some kind, but I want it to be like both. String prototype slit method, which returns the delimiter, but only if there is the delimiter. That's the thing. If there isn't the delimiter, I don't care about it. Oh, I forgot the -AI. Check if a variable is a string. Includes. Okay, this is intriguing. Performs a case-sensitive search to determine whether a given string may be found within this string. The quick brown fox comes with a lazy dog. Word fox. Sentence includes. This is nuts. Sentence. What? This example is wild. The word fox is in the sentence. The word. There's those fancy strings. that let you reach outside of the string. The word word, sentence includes word. It's like a what do you call it? Ternary operator. So it's like a if else built into itself. If it's true, return this. If it's false, return that. If sentence includes that word. Yeah, this is good. If class name, I guess we could get, hell, I'll use a ternary operator. Class name includes, thanks, Pawn. Good luck too with your busyness. Thank you for hanging out as always. I want to get. The reason why I desperately want to finish it so I can get that art in there. I want it in there now. Class name includes space. We'll see if that works. Back to coding. Enjoy. Same. Honestly, same. If it includes a space, I don't want to use a ternary. I mean, what's the difference? Basically, the difference would be we would run like a splitting function and give it multiple classes. So I actually think I'd rather super nest if statements. It's whatever. Make it exist, then make it pretty. So if there's a class name, check to see if that class name includes a space. If it does include a space, could you please split now? Class name split. I'm assuming I can access include there. Let me put the delimiter in there. So we want to split it at the delimiter. And that just returns an array, right? Yeah, it's gonna return an array. So it depends on how many. Okay, all right, no problem. We're gonna say this class names equals class name split. Swap the UI of your project over to Svelte instead of Godot. It should make running the Docker stuff more reliable and happy. Wow, the JavaScript library. Nice. That's so cool. Pressify is working on a export templater for Godot that lets you build a secure encrypted export template for your Godot projects. So if you want to build it for web and keep it encrypted, it'll do that. If you want to build it for Windows, whatever, and keep it encrypted, it'll do that too. And originally, or currently, the current version is an add-on that you put into Godot, and it runs it within Godot. Which technically, as I understand, it's not necessary to do that. It just is kind of like, whatever. It was just a way to do it. And so now, Pressify is making like a separate program entirely, an application unto itself, that would handle this, if I'm understanding it correctly. and you're using JavaScript to do it. See, I think you shared an image in here. Yeah, some UI progress Precipier has. Look at that. It looks so clean. You even got Mac on there. Love it. How are you thinking of handling the mscript inversion thing? Like just allowing the user to like set their version of mscript in if they want to? Yeah, it looks really good. I like that it welcomes me. You know, you're like making it like personal. I love that. It's that people don't usually know you could mix and match programming languages. Right. I think what really, I mean, besides JavaScript, HTML, CSS, what kind of opened my eyes more to that was YAML files. YAML files kind of blew my mind. Like, the way in like one document you can just like put friggin' anything. I'm sure somebody knows you can do it. Where are we at? Oh yeah. So it creates an array with them split. Again, it's just learning. I wanna learn how to use split anyway. So it may be unnecessary, but it's good for learning. So I'm into it. So it's going to, we want to iterate through that. I gotta remember about the iteration. Right, so we, on the array, we say this class names for each specifically class, for each class wait, I'm missing something. Oh, I hate how you have to have these like double parentheses. Oh. Bracket expected? I gave you a bracket. But it gave you a bracket. What do you want about then? Dude, the opening and closing stuff is such a hurdle for me. What don't you like about this? Do you want that? What don't you like about this? What's your problem? Thinking of having some predefined options depending on the version of Godot you select, then an advanced option if you know what's happening. Gotcha. Nice. That's a good idea. Right, because it should be as accessible as possible, because that's like one of the biggest things is folks think, oh my gosh, encrypting, it's so hard, so much work, which it can be. Your tool says doesn't have to be. Good, that's a good idea. I like that. Wait, why is this wrong? Do I need a semicolon here? don't really get why this is wrong. It looks just like the other one to me. Within opens with a curly. Yeah, apparently they are optional until they aren't. Yeah. I genuinely just don't see what's wrong with this. I'm sure something is wrong with it, obviously, but I don't know what it is. So I feel the only option I have is to ask the chatbot. Don't give code, just tell me why the opening and closing of bracketry is wrong. Succinctly. The inner for each block opens with a curly. No, it doesn't. But contains no executable code and lacks a closing before the outer if ends. What? It does? Your initial thing is like a wizard or onboard installer setup. Oh, nice. I like that. Even better. Talks you through the options, but then you can have an advanced setting that is basically just a form you fill out. I love that. I love that you're thinking about how it can be easier. That's so cool. Like, that is a need that exists. That fulfills a need. The closest thing that's out there is a paid option. Or things that require a little bit more know-how. Hell yeah. Okay, I can put something in here. What do you mean? We open a bracket here. I know it's messy, I just want it to work. Yeah, so I found this, like, this person who, I found them on Reddit because they showed they got VS Code embedded in Godot. It's kind of sick. A bit of effort to set up though, but amazing. And I went to their Discord to try to learn how the hell they did this awesome thing. And do I still have Discord open? Where'd Discord go? Did I close it? I guess I do try to close it because it can be a bit of a hog. I went to their Discord and they just had all of these projects, all these super cool projects. And one of them was actually a way, this is their Discord, Apps in a Cup. And one of them was a way to build an export template through GitHub. So you can, like, create a fork of Godot using this workflow action. Create a fork of Godot, a build that you can use to make export templates, basically. But again, it's just, it requires some, some know-how to get it working. But in theory, it's very awesome. And then I guess the other limitation is for Pressuppire's case in terms of, like, helping. I sent it to Pressuppire like, hey, maybe this can help with, like, your tool somehow. But in Pressuppire's case, using, like, workflows and stuff, there's kind of be eventually, like, a traffic limit. You know, whereas with this, I would just fork it myself and use the action on my own repo. But for Pressifier's tool, if Pressify were to set up like a single repo that runs these actions, that builds the export templates, and everybody's using that same workflow, it's gonna get congestion. But it's neat, right? Yeah, this person, the Apps in a Cup, they got some cool stuff. They're doing cool things. Try cutting out 249, 251. Double check it isn't elsewhere. 249, 251. Oh, good call. Yeah, it's quite happy with this. I like that though. That does help a lot. If so, again, I know I'm doing double if statements. I just kind of want the logic to work. And besides using ternary operators or like creating another helper function within this helper function. Now, you know what I will say? Look at this. The function is not a function anymore. Why is it green? That's new. It's a class now? You let making functions as variables? Oh, yeah. Forgot about that option. Dude, what the hell is going on? A constructor function that may be converted to a class declaration. Convert function to an ES 2015 class. What stopped this? It was very interesting, but no thank you. Let my function equal function, right? I do want to see if there's a way to integrate the two together. Maybe they can link their GitHub and I can clone / set up the action repo. But that creates a whole release with editor and template. Nice. I'm glad that it was like something to dig into there. Yes. So many ways to break it, apparently, but still technically work. Yeah, it seems like that would be cumbersome, potentially. Okay, help me out again, but don't give me code. Don't give code. Why in VS Code is the function turning green? It's being recognized as a function declaration. Just syntax-based styling choice, not an indicator of correctness or behavior. Okay, alright. You say so. Okay, so then as soon as I add this in, hell breaks loose. Okay, what if I don't do a for each or something? And I just did like an arrow function. Just for funsies. A semicolon is expected. Where? Where are you expecting a semicolon? Can you be more specific? I wonder if it fundamentally can't handle this much nesting. All right, fine. Screw the nesting. You know what? I knew it was messy anyway, so I don't need it. I don't have to do that. I don't need to. I don't. Right? We're gonna say if there's a class name, we'll say add classes to element, and that can call with the element itself and the class name. 249. Oh, so for that, it's because I'm splitting. So like if I have like if it's saying whatever div class equals class 1, class 2, class 3. So what I'm experimenting with, don't give me the answer, let me figure it out. What I'm experimenting with is creating an array of class names for fun, for learning. That's why I need not too many answers. So that's what that's supposed to be doing. Oh, why do I have this? That's funny when you said, why do you have this? I don't know. Because I guess I'm still confused where I should or shouldn't use this at. So as I understand it, this is like a scope declaration, like only within this scope. But maybe not. Maybe that's let. And that's just on a constructor basis. This is this. Thanks, JavaScript. Where is using this appropriate in JavaScript no code? Be succinct. Inside object methods or class constructors when referring to properties and methods tied to the current instance. Oh, this isn't really an instance, is it? I mean, I guess every function runs in its own instance. Explain succinctly no code versus let. Use case. Let declares a block scoped variable for temporary reassignment or reassignable variables. Do let versus this, no code, succinct. Let creates a local variable within a blocker function. This refers to the current object or class instance and accesses its properties or methods. Use let for temporary values. Use this for persistent state tied to the object. I hate these names. These names are ridiculous. Okay. So just literally like that. Okay. Compare in a table, let use cases optimal, I hate this, optimal use cases for with the let. Oh. Okay. I was gonna say without that? Okay. Alright. Yeah, I bet it's gonna work here. Well, that's what I'm trying to ascertain too. But you're right. I mean, in my mind, I was thinking to myself, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And look, you're welcome to explain it. That would help me a lot. It would help me a lot. Go on, Leor Max. Let is used to declare a variable. This is used to read the current context and its attributes. I mean, okay, But that's what I do in constructors already. I think it does that though, right? So like here, new button in this is in a class instance, right? So we create a new class, whatever it may be. And then within that class, we would say this dot something equals something. And so this is the first time it's ever being declared as a variable, is right there. And we're using this. But if I don't do that, it's not going to work. So it definitely declares things sometimes. And so as I'm understanding it, the context that you declare a variable with this, and obviously you don't always declare a variable with it, but when you are declaring a variable with it, you only do that within a class or object instance. Which is not what's happening down here. Down here, it's just a helper function that would be running temporarily within itself. Oh dear. Okay. So this isn't in a class. This function this function isn't even a class. Oh dang, my keyboard battery is dying. I hate that. We ran out of AAA batteries, and I was trying to harvest spare batteries. It didn't go well. Hate that. Hate that. Hold on. Uh-oh. I forgot which batteries are which. Hate that, too. Let's mix them, then they can explode. I mean, something's working there. For now. Until it doesn't. Put the keyboard back together. I feel like I'm on a game show. Okay. We'll see how long this lasts. Probably not long. It's like, the battery's low. I know. In helper function, what is this? I don't know. I don't know, Flip. What is it? Doing this dot variable name equals something is like adding new properties to a class, and those properties are permanent to the class you're adding. Okay. If you want to make a temporary variable, you'd usually just declare it as variable. Right, but I'm told I've been told not to use variable because let is superior because it's a more limited scope. If you write let variable name equals something instead, that new variable can only be used once the code block is declared. Right. This would be the window in that case? Interesting. Okay, that's... Wow. Thank you, Leor Max and Flip. Yeah, it's just a matter, you know, I don't know. You gotta know my context. I'm coming from GDScript, Python-like language, right? And then even like in CSS, you have variables, but there's not like all these different... It's confusing. It's confusing. I give myself the credit that it's confusing. What's up, studio? It's confusing. Let this variable... Sometimes you don't need any of them. I hear what you're saying, that, like, it's different. But I think it's a little disingenuous to say... I think it's a little disingenuous to say that, like, they're completely different. They are, but also... There's a similar intention to assigning a value to a name that didn't have a value assigned to it before. Yeah, I get why people hate it. I do. It makes sense to me. It really does. I can appreciate that. But it's just so useful. It's the ubiquity of it. You know, and because of that, I'm gonna learn it. You know? Console log this to find out. Do I have to? Okay. I'll stay here. Console log. This window. Nice. Yeah, I see. I see. No, I get it. I got you. I won't remember that, but I might someday. You showing me that and having me type that means that 3 times from now, after being refreshed about what that refers to, it'll finally click. So it's good. Thank you. Write this without console log? Whoa. That's too loosey-goosey. You need to be less loosey-goosey. JavaScript. This is ridiculous. Wow. Interesting. So yeah, I'm making an incremental game in JavaScript, but primarily I'm just trying to learn JavaScript. That's my main goal. Classes in the console as well. Worker. Wow, look at that. Yeah, I'm trying to use it more. Neat. Can I access functions? Yeah, I can. You can access all kinds of crap in here. Never sub to the JavaScript hate. Yeah, I don't really hate it, you know, but I can appreciate why it frustrates people. I know, it feels like a meme, which is fine, but almost like I don't know, a meme without purpose, like, JavaScript sucks, and then, like, maybe, now, obviously you guys know, but sometimes I feel folks, like, don't actually know why they hate it. But it's just, it's so useful, like, it's old, it's, you know, imperfect, it's problematic in how it came to be versus its original intentions, and it's been so much of the world's web relies on it that it can't be just replaced with something more intuitive. Yeah, it's not intuitive. Yeah. I enjoy the challenge though. The debugger? Oh, yeah, maybe I will one day. Maybe I will. Yeah. You mean like if I do like breakpoints and stuff? Okay. Let me see if I can get back on track though. So I do let class name split if I don't want to try to break this off from nested chaos. And then on the class names, oh, it still's mad at me. It still doesn't like it. It didn't help that much, unfortunately. Oh no, and the internet! And the internet forsakes me as well. Hopefully it won't keep forsaking me. But I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Have I seen variables that hold functions yet? Yeah, we were just talking about that. I'm still not really sure. I haven't like found myself being like, ooh, I want to use it. Yeah, I guess I don't really appreciate a use case for it yet. So I think I would need that before I was really like team functions and variables. Yeah, I can't even imagine why I'd want. Why would I even want to do that? Why? I get that you can, but why? You know? It's a great experience. Learning functional programming opens up a lot of possibilities. Right, exactly. Pressbar says, I don't hate it. It has flaws and quirks that make the correct way of doing something sometimes very roundabout and confusing. It has its uses and I'm using it right now. I like that. Though you have to put the breakpoint in the sources in the browser usually. Gotcha. Alright, well, I'm just gonna do my other idea, which is not nesting it, which is kind of horrid anyway, after all. And so I'm just gonna create like a function, add classes to element. If class name, and if class name includes stuff, we're gonna add all those classes to the element. New function. It's better this way. This is for the best. You know, I should have done this from the start. Add classes to element. Love that it finds the function if I just like start to define it somewhere else. You can have a class button with a variable function called onChange that you can define differently for each button. Interesting. Letting variables hold functions allow callbacks. Oh. You don't know either why that wouldn't work? Callbacks. And giving specific things, classes, objects, their own sort of, I mean, yeah, maybe in GDScript, for those who are familiar, like a get set, I want certain things to happen, but not get set, obviously, because that's doing something different. It's overriding the native functionality, blah, blah, blah. But like at the moment that variable, and it's not running every time you update that variable. It's different. It's different. I shouldn't have even said it. Recursion with in-function memory. Whoa. Sounds like advanced. JavaScript has signals? Whoa. Does JavaScript have everything, technically? It just has all the stuff. Oh, events! Oh, yeah. Event listeners. Right. Yeah, right, those are like signals. Polymorphism. Normal inheritance is not a thing in JavaScript. Whoa. Alright, we're just gonna do it this way. So, this pulls in the element, and we don't just want class name. Yeah, we don't the class name. Class to classes to split. Let's say string to parse. No, we can do split. Okay. And for that, custom events. Ooh, nice. Heard. Yeah, connecting it to like what exists in GDScript is nice. Although I've kind of started to move away from using custom signals, so I'm not sure that's in my brain pattern toolbox anymore. But maybe. Okay, so what I want this to do is take the string to split and add it to an array called class names. Then I want to say class names for each class Is it because I called it like class? Okay, first of all, I forgot this. I wonder, oh, is it because class was shadowing something? I wonder if that's the problem. Because if I just call it something else, it doesn't matter. I think that might be it. Class was shadowing an already defined thing. That's gotta be it. Protected. I gotta say, I'm actually really glad. This looks so much better. So I'm really glad I split it off, but now I see what it was. That's something I just need to get used to in any language, it seems. Remembering not to shadow things. Last time I streamed, you did up your version of my app and used events to update the values in the DOM whenever you change them in code. Whoa. It's an app now. Neat. Wait, that's cool. You're like, I gotta scratch this itch. The way she was doing it's not the way I would do it. I gotta try it. I gotta do it. Oh, there it is. That's awesome. I love that. That's so cool. That, like, it can be like a problem for someone else to solve too. Like a puzzle, like a challenge, like a leak code challenge. That's really cool. Nice. Thank you for the hydrate. Did come through, even though they're not showing up. I gotta fix that. Working on that. But it does come through. Thought I had a little pop out for it. You just have to trust. You just have to trust that a hydrate. I thought I did pop it out though, didn't I? I thought I popped it out. Well, whatever. Thank you for the hydrate. Press fire. See what problems you're running into? I would run into? Yeah. This is awesome. This is so cool. It's so interactive. Let's go. That's why I started on the export templater. Seeing you go through all the setup pain was awful. So let me get this right. You guys are here to watch me be in pain, so you can achieve what I achieve with less pain. Is that what I'm understanding? It's just interesting. I don't know what I think about that. It's just interesting. It's an interesting distillation of how y'all participate. Okay. Wow. At the point of calling every website an app, especially as the rise of PWAs. Ooh, I don't know what that is. What is PWA? I want to know. It helps to have the answer key when explaining. Yeah. But it's not an answer, though, if there's different ways to solve the same problem. Progressive web app. What does that mean? It's like, I'm like, what does that mean? You say something. What does that mean? Okay. So when it goes to delimit these class names, I want it to add it. So it's going to say on that element for each split class, add split class to the class list. Look at all that I learned. I learned so much, and I made little things. I love it. Okay, great. See if it works, of course. So I think it's good to test. See what happens. Failed to execute add on DOM list. Oh, it's still got a space on it. 250. I think I didn't get my if else correct. 250. Ah, right. I'm gonna need that else. Pretty important. Okay. Nice. All right. Tell me what is contained within. Show me the contents. Bam! 2 classes. Nice. A web app that progressively gains functionality depending on the environment available. Okay. And that's similar to games being called apps. All right. Okay. Because games are progressively getting functionality depending on their environments. All right, sweet. Good, it works. Problem, of course, is that it looks stupid, but that's okay. We can hire interns, we can hire test. Now, there is one problem with the design that's unintended and needs to be fixed. Game is a type of app. Alright. 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 I won't die. I don't need to die on this hill. I don't. I really don't. So the problem is that there's 2 abilities containers and 2 stat containers, which is wrong. Instead, I want 1 abilities container and 1 stat container. So let's figure out why that's doing that. Just a website that functions as an installed app. A game is a website that functions as an installed app. Oh, actually, I feel like that's a good description for like web apps. I mean, I guess that's what that means, web app. Oh, a progressive web app. Oh, you're saying that's what a progressive web app is. So now that's different than software as a service. It does gain some functionality of native apps for sure, like to be able to install to homepage, etc. I do have like down here when I used to play music from YouTube Music Library. I think this is different, but I think it's like a shortcut. Like, I think it's a little different, where YouTube would let me put an app on my desktop that runs a website literally within it. Discord that can run your browser. You can also install it on your computer. I mean, to me, that's an app that has a website built into it, which is different. Yada, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. What? How you been? How are y'all doing? Welcome. Pixeltuner. Hey, what's up, Nay? What's up, Snapdragoon? Hello, Yada. Yay, raid. Yada is someone I knew back when I was streaming Dreams more, and I haven't been on Twitch in a while. What were you up to? Welcome. We gotta get a shout out over here, of course. Yada streams variety, but also art stuff, yeah? You're still making art, right? Shout out Yada. Oh, the VOD, I see. We gotta wait for the VOD to be available. That's fair. It looks like you're still doing some art. Let's go. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I kind of like, so like after I was not doing Dreams anymore, because I wanted to make games outside of Dreams. That's so for those who don't know, that was like how my whole journey started. Oh no, postpone ads. Stop. That's like where I started like making games in a way that felt serious. Was Dreams. If you guys don't know, Dreams is this tool set that's on a PlayStation. Lets you make games, music, art, pretty much it. But it's pretty powerful, and it's a really cool tool set in that sense. And I met a lot of the folks that you see here often to this day on Dreams, and I was feeling like I wanted to take my stuff outside of Dreams. I wanted to be able to like share my projects and not just have to have the game Dreams be purchased and a PlayStation be owned. But there's some great games on Dreams. If you guys have a PlayStation and you just want like a menagerie of endless games, you should really get Dreams. And so I started learning like other engines. I tried like Unreal Engine, Unity, a couple others, and I really resonated with Godot as a game engine. So I've been making games in Godot, and at that time, I stopped streaming on Twitch. I needed to find like a new identity for myself as a streamer, as a creator. The only reason I started streaming was because on Dreams, they used to give you a little icon if you streamed on Twitch. You guys remember that? It used to give you a little icon. It'd say, streamed for however long right there. So that was like the only, this is incorrect. That's the only reason that I started on Twitch. So I left Twitch and I started streaming on YouTube for like 2 years. Maybe a little more than 2 years. So I've still been here, but just not on Twitch. And once I kind of found myself as a developer outside of Dreams every Friday, it's not the wrong, it's not super wrong, but it's a little wrong. Once I kind of like found myself, I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's hop back onto Twitch. And today I'm learning JavaScript. I'm going even outside of just traditional game engines, and I'm doing even like specific things like JavaScript. Yay, raid! So yeah, that's what I've been good. I've been fantastic. Honestly, like I feel so thankful to just be surrounded by people who are creative and smart and getting to become more creative and smart myself. JavaScript. Old JavaScript. Yes, old JavaScript. Exactly. Playing some Peak with chat. Oh, you're playing Peak? Nice. I really want to play that game. Often I like don't want to play co-op games. I don't know why. I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna strain relationships and I'm gonna get like competitive, or someone's gonna get competitive with me. But I like Peak because it's a little bit more of like a collaborative experience. Oh, that sounds super fun. You're working in Blender? Yes! Yes, working in Blender. Let's go. Yeah, so if you don't know, Yada has made some very awesome things on Dreams. Because like I said, it's not just games. There's art assets, and you can obviously pull those assets into your games too. Oh, underscore. Gotcha. Yada's made so much adorable, cute art. And the good thing about the art you make on Dreams, you can screenshot it and share it and put it out there. Making stuff in like Blender though, you can export those assets, have them show up in other places, which is also nice. Look at all the stuff. Yada, she's so prolific. Like, I feel like we could be here for a long time scrolling this page. With buggy pixel mods? Oh yeah, Pixel Tuner. You've been trying to help Yada get into Blender, right? Made some skin mods for Peek in Blender. What? So you can look like not the little cute circle guys? I do like the little chibi characters. But wait, skins could be nice. Had to make another PSN account because your Dreams account got full! Oh my gosh. Dang, you know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That's kind of amazing though. Endless creations! Yeah, right, because they started to impose like the limitations and things like that, but it's still a fun thing to use. Even if they have limitations. Well, I'm glad you came through. Thank you for rating. It means a lot. I'm doing something a bit on the drier side than art, unfortunately, or playing games. I'm learning JavaScript. I guess it kind of doesn't not work. It doesn't look quite like I want it to, but I'm making like an incremental game, like a very UI based game, to help me. She's learning fast. Let's go. That doesn't surprise me. I'm trying to make like a game where you hire employees. It's like a cookie clicker kind of game where you just press the buttons a lot. So in theory, you'd press these buttons, stats would go up, they would slowly go down over time, and you try to keep them up by paying your employees and praising them, and then you can hire more the more money you make. Whatever, it's just a little excuse to learn JavaScript. Usually I'm making stuff in Godot, so we have like a game jam going on right now called the Game Like Jam, where we make games like other games. So Tuesdays I'm doing that, Fridays I'm doing Game Like Jam dev for this month, and we're making a game like Granny. I haven't gotten very far. I just worked yesterday for the first time on it, and I don't have much. If you play Granny, it's like you run around and something chases you, and when it gets you, you lose. And so I've got walking around, and I've got walls. Not much art, though. There's like a random thing you can go to, and then it's good that you did that. There it is. That's the thing. I go to it now. I got it. I win. So that's my it's my current Godot project, but it's lots of walls. And so for JavaScript, again, I just like making games. I want to make a game. I got funner stuff than that. But it's all work in progress at the moment. How much different is Java to C#? So this is JavaScript, not to be confused with Java. I've never used C#. I've never used C++. Literally GDScript. So I was like, coming off of Dreams, I was like the only thing, because I don't know if y'all know this. I know some of y'all do. Dreams has visual scripting. And I was like, I can never learn text code. It's the only thing I'll ever use. I was so committed to it. And so you can see it just has like in 3D space, well, it's a little bit low quality. In 3D space, a bunch of like nodes that you wire up to each other and they do stuff. And so I gravitated towards Unreal Blueprints because they kind of emulated that same, or they had that same kind of feel. And then GDScript was the first coding language that I started learning for Godot, and I loved it. I was like, wait, this is great. Like, no, it's not visual and pretty, but I can be so precise about the things that I do. I can specifically tell it what I want, and I can see it at a glance. I can search it more easily. I was just like, man, this is the way. And GDScript was like a pretty decent one for me to learn. Like, it was like straightforward and intuitive. It's based on Python, or similar to it. And then so JavaScript, I'm told, is probably one of the most difficult ones I could have learned. But the reason why I want to use it is because so many things use JavaScript. Even like the chat that's popping up on screen. It has C Sharp. Godot can use C Sharp, but GDScript, its own Python variant, is like the main language that it has. But you can use C Sharp with Godot. But there's so many tools, like even that chat app on screen uses JavaScript, and I could do tweaks to it if I just like knew how to write JavaScript better. So I really want to learn it because it's just so ubiquitous everywhere. Still have love for blueprints. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Blueprint. Look, I will say, as far as visual scripting goes, you can't get better than blueprints. Like blueprints, if you want power and flexibility, right? I mean, I guess like things like Scratch are intuitive, but blueprints just have such a great integration with the engine. Pretty unmatched in that sense. C# can't be exported out. Yeah, so that's the reason. I am definitely going to do C# one day. We've been doing these like challenges on YouTube and Twitch, but I run the poll on YouTube for now. And I do like these challenges where it's like, make a game using only speech-to-text coding, or make a game without the letter E, or make a game in Wingdings. That was crazy. I want to have one where code a game in one live stream using C# for the first time. But I'm waiting until I can export C# to web, because I like being able to export my games to web. So on the Hyper Gamedev itch page, I put all of my like learning projects up there. I put the gauntlets where I made a game in Wingdings and stuff like that. All of that's on there. It has a Wingdings game. Like all of the code, when I was using it, was in Wingdings. It was obnoxious. And a fun challenge in its own special way. And then I also used Wingdings in the gameplay assets as well, just to keep to the theme. So I want to do a C# for the first time one, where just in one live stream I try to make a little game. But I'm waiting so I can actually export it to web and share whatever I make and stuff like that. Yeah, it was rough. It was really rough. I was like, we had folks in chat who were like learning the language and interpreting it for me. I would just have to like memorize, like, okay, that is what variable looks like and stuff like that. It was pretty obnoxious. Speaking of Dreams people, you guys might remember Pierogi Gone. I'm sure Pierogi still comes through Yada streams and stuff. I kind of just like dropped off of the face of Twitch Earth. I'm trying to use it more again. So I actually collaborated with Pierogi on this game and another one. Pierogi made all the art in this. So we've still got dreamers hanging around, and Saint Alpha Beta made the music. We've got family here still. Now I do see that in like a minute or less, Twitch is gonna put up ads. Unfortunately, I'm out of dismissals for ads, and if I don't do it the way that I'm doing it, you saw Pierogi today. Nice. Pierogi's the best. Pierogi made most of this art, the vast majority of this art. Look at these eyes on the wall that like increase over time. But yeah, I don't really have a choice. The ads are gonna come momentarily. Goodbye, Twitch, for now. I'll be waiting for you. I'm really nervous and excited about C#, because it seems like a fun thing to learn. The ads come for us all. It seems like I feel like that's gonna really elevate. It's pretty and it's spooky. It is spooky. I agree. It's actually a little disturbing. There's too many eyeballs. You know what it reminds me of? It's that fear of like holes, of like a bunch of small holes. I think that's what really upsets me about this game above all else. I like how Twitch is like, hey, gonna start the ads soon, and then it doesn't. Did it skip the ads anyway? Twitch is so weird. I don't even know what to think about it. Honestly, I have no idea what's happening on Twitch. Oh, there's the monster! Coming to get me. Wait, let's see the monster. Show the monster. Okay, let me see if I can get a torch. Oh, instead of ads, we got internet lag. If it's not one thing, it's another. What if it's playing the game that lags the internet? That would be wild. Gray boxes everywhere. This is a gray box stream, and you can see them for now. Alright, we can't see the monster, but there's a monster. Anyway, so yeah, I'm doing a kind of dry thing today, unfortunately. I'm just kind of looking at JavaScript code, trying to figure it out the best I can. It's nice. I like that I'm learning something so challenging because I think I can grow a lot from it. That said, I do miss the comfort of GDScript often. So anyway, thanks for bringing your people here. I appreciate it, Yada. Assuming you're still here because the ads ran or not. I don't know. But I appreciate you. And I guess I'm going to keep at it. I'm going to keep at it, but I'll be here. I'm here on Twitch now. I'll make sure I stop by Yada stream soon. Gonna need to head out. Yeah. I'm trying. Thanks, Pixel. Goodbye for now. The vision for this was originally like a Tamagotchi game where you like play with and feed pets, but I wanted there to be like more justification for spawning multiple of them. So I made them employees that earn you money, and then you use money to get more of them. Also, PwnXPwn made some art that I want to get included so bad. How many hours do I have left? I have 6 hours left. Okay, I might still be able to pull it off. But Pwn made this super cute art for me to put in here for every like employee that gets hired. They're all normal and happy, producing stuff, rubber duckies, and then if they're sad, they skip them sometimes, and then if I'm not paying them or praising them enough, they get angry and they don't make anything. And then you would know that they're about to quit too if it's super angry, and you gotta hurry up and press the buttons to get their numbers back up. I really want the cute art, which would just spice it up so much. I really am trying to get the multiple instances of the employees that are being created. I want to make sure that that works cleanly, so that way I can add the art and it actually function. Would be my preference, would be optimal. And so I've got a little bit of success recently where now I have a way to create multiple employees. Obviously it doesn't look great. It's kind of splitting them up in a way that wasn't intentional. I don't hate it, but it wasn't intended, and I don't want to just accept it that way. Obviously this text is hard to read over here, and then the image would just go right next to this on the left. So this is definitely good progress, and then I'm trying to figure out why it created 2 abilities containers, because in the code itself, technically we're getting dry. We're getting into the dryness, y'all. Technically, the worker canvas receives, whenever I add an employee, it injects HTML through JavaScript into this worker canvas. So I press that, a new one appears. Within the worker canvas, there's an interface container that it creates. The interface container should include the buttons, which are abilities to pay or praise the employees. And it should include stats that say how much income or happiness they have based on how much you've been paying them or praising them. So it's only supposed to have 1 abilities container and 1 stat container, but it's adding 2 abilities containers and 2 stat containers, which is incorrect. So I'm gonna try to fix it and make sure it only does one. I did even create a special function that's supposed to avoid that. And again, I'm still very new to all this, so I'm making mistakes every which way. I created this create or return element, which says, hey, can you make an abilities container if one doesn't exist? And if one does exist, just tell me what it is. But it seems to not be working and creating an extra one anyway. And I need to find out why. All right. Hey, Sable, welcome. How you doing? I'm doing JavaScript today. I'm not even doing GScript today. So we instantiate a stat. So whenever I press that button, like I hire an employee, it creates a new employee. The employee has a worker base stat, so a bunch of stuff that happens whether it's an employee or an intern. Modeling grannies, yeah. I will be doing that more for the Game Like Jam. Fridays, and then for the first 2 weeks of the month, I'm going to keep doing some JavaScript on Tuesdays. Yeah, get some foods. Thank you, Yana. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited to be learning new things. I hope I can make cool tools and stuff like that with it. Bye, Yana. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, so I did start my granny like yesterday, but I'm only working on it on Fridays after that until we get into the like last couple weeks. Then I'm gonna be doing Tuesdays and Fridays for granny. Cause I don't wanna slow my learning. You know, I'm starting to like get somewhere learning JavaScript. I want to keep building on that. Plus, I want to put Pawn's awesome, adorable art in here badly. So I'm motivated to keep at it a little longer. The worker, okay, so we create a worker. We're creating an employee. It does a bunch of stuff. The employee has stats, income, and happiness. So when any of those stats go, because it's ubiquitous, there's so many applications. For example, the chat on screen, that uses JavaScript to run. And I can tweak it and add new things to it if I know JavaScript well. I want, special tools like polls. I want to make a special kind of poll that we use here for our purposes. I want to do things, I want to interface with the web more. It's just like you can mod so many things knowing JavaScript. So yeah, I just kept bumping against it and not knowing it. And I'm sick of it. So I'm making a little incremental game about hiring employees. It used to work a little better. It's getting back to where it was, but it's not there yet. Where income and happiness of the employees ticks down, and you pay and praise them to get it to go back up. And then you can hire more when you get more money. So I wanted a nice UI-based game, so I could learn the fundamentals I need for working with UI web tools that I want to make. And I'm debugging where we have some multiple things being created that are not supposed to be. When an employee or worker is created and its stats are then created, so we create new stats for it, it is supposed to assign to this stat container create or return element, which is going to well, either way, it's going to return something. It's going to return stat container if it doesn't exist yet, or it's going to create it. Oh, wait, let me rephrase that. let me rephrase that, sorry. It's going to return stat container if it already exists, or it's going to create the stat container and then return the new thing it created. But what doesn't seem to be happening is recognizing that it isn't needed to be created again. Godot still lagging in the C# web export? Is that not coming in 4.5? I wasn't sure. I really want it to, so I can have an excuse to learn it. If I can't export it to web, I'm not interested. Mobile web is the future, man. And I think to some extent it's not even all their fault. They just have to like kind of come up with a workaround to get it to happen or something. All shall become web. It will. So it's gotta just be fundamentally in create or return element. Like, what else could it be? Something in here is just not doing it. So we set a found element. It's going to look in the object scope that we set. See if it can find it. I wonder if it's just like not finding it. Like if this is malformed. And so it's incorrectly not finding it. All right, let's try this. Tell me what you find. If I swear to God, if that's null. Console log found element is, I mean, it would actually be great. If it's null, then I know what my issue is. Okay. Higher. Found element is null! Okay, but that makes sense. But it doesn't make sense. Because for the first ability, so when it creates pay, which is one ability, it should be null, which is why it creates it. But then, when it goes to create praise, it should say, oh, I see it. We're good to go. And the reason why it does 2 more times, because it runs that same function for the stats. So I'm just fundamentally not finding it correctly. Cool, good. This is good. So I'm using the query selector to try to find a class. And I'm trying to build it that way. So let's see if I can change this. Let's say finding string. Tell me what that's coming together as. Let's say let string as class equal this. Probably should do that anyway. String as class, and then say finding string as class, so I can see what it's even looking for. .div. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, this is an easy fix. Yes. Okay, I love an easy fix. Element string class. All right, now we're gonna cook. We love easy fixes. Bam. Let's go. It doesn't look right, but at least it's not doing it wrong. It's supposed to be different looking, but this is a step in the right direction. Only one abilities container and only one stat container. Look at the observer design pattern if you haven't found a way to make signals look alike. That sounds really boring. It sounds super boring. If there's one thing I hate, it's reading a concept when I'm trying to solve a specific problem. Hey, press a pirate! See, I gotta fix that. This is a bug I introduced because I was malforming JavaScript in the chat app. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. That friggin' helps. That helps a lot. Thank you. That means I gotta sing you a song. Just in general, just in my life. I know, it's bad, isn't it? It's real bad. I broke it. I broke it. I straight up broke it. Software design pattern that creates a one-to-many dependency between objects, allowing... Oh, I'm so bored. Allowing an object to automatically notify and update its dependencies when a state changes. Oh, okay. Like get sets? Alright. You gotta sing a song. Gotta sing a song. Get the memberships, subs, donos. Do what we gotta do. Press it higher. Oh, you couldn't draw higher from me. Because you're so on fire in a good way. Press up higher, you couldn't draw my ire. Cause you're on fire in a good way. But if it was a bad way, I'd say get some precipitation on that fire so we can have Precipier back. Precipier could not draw ire from me because Precipier be on fire in a good way. In a good way. Precipier's on fire in a good way. Get some precipitation to put out the bad fire if it was bad, so that way Precipier can continue not to draw my ire. I really stick when I think of like a theme for you guys, I stick to it. Go Hyper! Hey Skate, welcome. Yeah, it's the Godot Alien. I switched it to the Godot Alien. It used to be the regular Alien, but now it's the Godot Alien. Because I realized I love the Alien, but I realized that nobody new is gonna know what that is anymore. So we just have it be this guy. You strike me as a very studious person, Sable. You know, like to like learn terms. I respect that. I do. Okay, so that may be fixed. We have one container each. However, the problem is it's supposed to look like this. This is the way it used to look. I took a screenshot at least of when it was functional. This is supposed to be at the bottom. I made some accidental changes to how the CSS was affecting things. So I need to kind of look back at the old version to remind myself what it used to be like back in the day. So originally in this screenshot here, there was a care container, which should be equivalent to the interface container that I have now. Do I still have like a care container? Is this the new one? Oh, it's both. We don't have a care container anymore. I don't even know if we weren't even styling that at the time. Interesting. Updating info in Svelte is a time. Runes are weird. So Svelte was like one of those libraries that I was like, ooh, do I wanna learn this library for JavaScript? Ultimately, I decided no library. Svelte has runes. I mean, I like that because I can't say I've ever heard of that in another coding language from my limited experience. It's a fun, like, I know it from like esoteric, occult, magic, witchery kind of stuff, but it's kind of a clever thing to pull in for a coding term. When you do decide to learn their interactive tutorials, very well done. Nice. I was gonna do Vue, but I'm starting to think maybe I should do Svelte. I was gonna do Vue because the article I was reading was saying Svelte is new, and so for a beginner it might be confusing, but If you say they got a good tutorial, and it's probably been a little while since that article was written. It's the same culty magical weird stuff. Oh, okay. Nice. Very well. Very good. Take me back. Take me back to the original again. No, no. This. Care container, and then there was an abilities container that had the button in it. There was also the pop-up thing, which I need to add back in. They're on about 5 now. Okay, okay, okay. Why did you pick Svelte over something else? What drew you to that? Abilities container has the buttons, and then the stat container has the stat wrapper and a stat value. So is this fundamentally different? I'm surprised. And then okay, in the modern era, is there a way I can just like open this in a new window? Please open this in a new window. Thank you. I'm getting tired of losing that. In the current one, I'm gonna try to compare these side by side here. In the current one, so far you like how it works. You hadn't messed with React and Vue before, and they never sat well in your head. Svelte is next on the list. Gotcha. I mean, you saying that makes me want to not pursue Vue then. Okay, heard. Because, like, generally I'm going to stay with vanilla, but one day I'm going to want to, like, you know, make things easier on myself. Okay, so we have, instead of a care container, there's an interface container. There's also this worker container, which didn't exist before. That's a new thing. Is that worker container? Using React is like using Godot or GDScript. Right. Yeah. Godot for GDScript. Yeah, totally. And I've heard like not the greatest things about React, like that it can be a bit clunky and stuff. I mean, obviously a lot of systems rely on it. I'm doing good, Skate. I'm doing great. I'm doing my favorite thing, which is pushing myself through learning how to code stuff. Hope you're doing good, Skate. How's your game projects and stuff going? Yeah. But yeah. Gives you like a framework. So there's libraries of code that make, so I don't have to like I don't have to reinvent the wheels, right? Like, for example, my granny, like, I'm working with nav agents in Godot, which is amazing and really decomplexifies, even though it is kind of complex on its own. It really decomplexifies if I were trying to from scratch make that navigation stuff. Yeah, for sure. Being able to make components kind of like Godot scenes is very nice. Right. Yeah, and I was using like libraries before, and I just kind of felt like I wasn't learning anything. Like I didn't really know why I was using libraries. Why do I need this? Why do I have 10 different libraries? Because the internet told me to install them because they have this one method that's really useful. I felt like it was impeding my ability to learn what JavaScript is. And so that's why I'm starting without any libraries, although I do kind of wish I started with TypeScript because I hate not having static typing. But next time. But I want to make sure I know the basics so I can really be like, oh, this has that method? I don't have to do this anymore? Oh, yes, come to me. I want that, you know? Yeah, I want a good grasp on the basics. Exactly. It's going good for you too, Skate? Your game projects? Nice. Okay, so there's a worker container now, which is different. And then there's this extra thing called interface container, which I can't really, I feel like this doesn't need to be used. And that's a grid, which is weird. I really wish I could open and preview this. I might even try to like open and preview it. That would be really nice, man. Like, where was the grid getting applied before? Could probably look in the CSS to find out. And then the abilities container has what used to be button wrappers, but now it's just a button. There's no more button wrapper. So that's missing. But the purpose of the button wrapper was to contain the little pop-up, which I haven't re-implemented yet. And then the stat container, the reason why it's so complicated is because now I'm generating this all instead of having it be pre-pasted in. Relationship between JavaScript and TypeScript is like C to C++ and C#. Alright. I'll have to straight up take your word for it on that one. That's all I can do. All I can do is take your word for it. Maybe I'm wrong, but my only understanding of it is that TypeScript forces static typing on base JavaScript. But maybe there's more to it. So this is definitely structured quite a bit differently than it was before. Stat container, it does have a stat wrapper. And then it has, although it's not a span anymore, it's a div. I'm feeling that could definitely be a part of it if we're putting a div where a div didn't exist before. I don't know, because this is already a div. Yeah, I don't think that's causing a problem. Okay. Interesting. So where was the grid before? I feel like I'm a little confused. All right, I need to look at the CSS from the past. We need to look at the historical CSS. It's the only way. Yeah, I definitely went down this crazy path of trying to build it all myself, but from JavaScript. But I'm loving what I'm learning, so I'm not mad. Okay, the original JavaScript had an abilities container. Look at that. Sorry, CSS. This was the original CSS script? Oh my god. It's so nothing. Char container wasn't even defined as anything. Let's do split so I can try to see what it looks like now compared to what it looks like then. Okay, so this is what it looks like now on the right. Left is the past, when it looked more correct. You've got all kinds of crap in here. Separators. Worker container. I'm not even sure like if this was the best version of it, truth be told. But it was something. Oh god, I keep expecting it to scroll more. Okay, worker container, interface container. So this interface container, it's got display grid. It looks like that became the abilities container. Oh, that explains a lot. Look at that. That's wrong. Okay, here. Call that that. And so what is this one? That's just nothing. Nothing is like that. Position relative. No idea what that's supposed to be. Sure, let's call it interface container just for fun. See what happens. Did I save it? Okay. Oh, yes, this is better. Now the buttons are up top. This is good. But these should not be stacked on top of each other. So the old stack container was doing some of that. This stack container looks the same to me. So it's something that's within the stat container that's different. I do see the stat wrappers doing some different stuff, but not really. Stat value. Oh, stat value is lacking display block. So that sounds nice. How did this even happen? I don't know. How these things went missing. Okay, that didn't help. Okay. We also had a button wrapper, the reveal. And remind me how it was nested differently before too. Again, it's tough because I'm rebuilding this stuff through JavaScript. So before I just typed up this HTML, right? And now I'm making JavaScript recreate this from scratch. And so I'm trying to see if I'm actually recreating it correctly. But obviously there's some differences, so that's part of that. What if we just get rid of this interface? I feel like this interface container is bad. I think it's bad news. Does a worker container have anything? It doesn't. Oh, it does. It's just got a border. I think the interface container is danger. That's my hunch. So we're gonna murder the interface container. I don't think it does any good. Maybe theoretically, but I don't see it doing any good, so let's get rid of it. Okay. To do that, we're just gonna find anywhere that's referenced and get rid of it. And then wherever we would normally append things, so here I don't need to append the interface container to the worker container. I don't need to create the interface container. We don't need to pull it into the stats anymore. I like doing these one by one. It helps me just like appreciate the change more. Okay, we're not going to receive it in the constructor. We're not gonna set it up, but we gotta be a little careful here because create stat is expecting an interface container. So we just gotta make sure that it isn't anymore. Create or return element. So here, this would actually just change to worker container. We don't want to straight up replace it in all these places. And then interface container, don't want it. Instead of appending the stat container to that, we append it to this. Create the ability. We don't need an interface container step anymore. But I think we still need that. So we don't want to fully get rid of that. Just instead, we push it to the worker container, I guess. I'm gonna have made a mistake, but it's okay. Interface container, append it to the worker container. Okay. Don't need to set this up in here anymore. Definitely cuts down on a bunch of this cruft. Create stat is expecting what again? Not, it's expecting something, so we do have to put worker container in there, which we do. Wait, what does create stat want right now? Worker container, stat name, ability name. Okay, no, this is good. This is correct. Good, good, good. It's a lot of places. And you know, even if it doesn't straight up fix it, although I hope it does, the way that it looks, at least there's less abstraction going on. Because the interface container definitely has some styling and stuff. Okay, I think these are all removals, so I'll just do them at once. Okay. That's it. I'm sure I made a mistake. Let's see what it's like. Oh. Okay, so it doesn't look better, but we didn't get any errors. And it looks the same, honestly. So I've basically just indeed removed the interface container. Doesn't look better, but it looks different. I'm actually surprised the text color doesn't show up on there, so it's like more readable. What's up with that? What's up with that? Stat wrapper should have a color, but I guess what doesn't have a color is the stat value. I would have thought the inheritance would have covered that, but maybe not. Why? Where is your color? I actually have a hunch that I'm setting up title color incorrectly. Actually. But it's weird because look, it's got that. Wait, I think you have to set up a color differently. Like you have to tell it that it's a color somehow. No code, be succinct. Why this not have color? I feel like if it's RGBA, I'd have to wrap it in like RGBA or something. No, it's defined. It is defined. It is defined, same instructions. It's applied to stat wrapper and stat value, but those elements may be visually overridden by inherited styles, like overlapping containers, missing content, or low contrast. The variable is valid. The issue is in rendering or stacking content. Really? Really? The buttons get their text color just fine. So it's not something in the abilities container. Stat container has no color, to be fair. I could throw a color in there. I'm okay with that. I guess I meant to make, yeah, that could be title. But I guess I should do title too. I don't know. Oh gosh, I hate CSS. CSS I do not enjoy. It does not bring me joy. I guess we could look at what's going on in here. Would probably be valuable. That has a color. It does have a color at the root. Right, the root has the color. It's like what? That's the thing. If root has the color, shouldn't? Oh, that's just a variable. My bad. Just kidding. No, yeah, it's not. No, it's not defined in there. Doesn't have any style. It doesn't have any style applied to it. No style. Stat underscore. Oh, look, guys. It says underscore. These are hyphens. Typo problems. I can live with those. Although I'm a little concerned about putting underscores where they might not belong. Can we make those hyphens? I don't feel comfortable making those underscores. Oh, yes. Okay, but can we not put all those extra color definitions if they don't need to be there? You know what I mean? Okay. Good. This is great news. So, that would explain why none of the styles are being applied. I'm gonna go to the JavaScript, and That's gonna be right here. Let's see if that actually applied the right style. No, because it's not gonna be the same for stat. See, stat container still the underscore. Stat wrapper, that did nothing of value. Okay, that's one place, but we got other places. Here. Where to find those underscores. Stat value, that's a hyphen, baby. I don't know why, it just feels like, okay, CSS should have hyphens, JavaScript, if anything, underscores. I don't know why. Okay, where does that get us? Ooh, we got some styles! Yes, 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 yes. Come back to me the way it used to be. Worker canvas. I'm gonna get that note out of there now that I've gotten rid of it. Stack container still has it. Burn it down. Okay, and then I'm gonna get rid of that giant comment now that I've removed the interface container. That's what that note was, hey, maybe don't have the interface container. Much better. This is much better. Okay. And it does have that third space available for the overall calculation, which I guess is just going to be profit at this point. Or like profit generated value. I don't know. Something like that. This is progress. Yes. I love to see it. Good. Now, something that I want to change about it is to make sure that the pay, I would love if it was just like right above the income, you know? That would be really nice. But I think that's gonna be something to figure out. You could put it, what if you just put it, what if you didn't have like an abilities container, you know? I'm a little concerned about that. See, now this is where I wish I had the interface container, because the interface container could put those together and the worker container can still be a separate thing. But then again, the worker container puts them together. Just do the worker container. So if I wanted the worker container, I don't even know how I do this. To combine them, it's definitely not gonna work. Right? Because it would need to know which column it's supposed to go in, you know? I don't know, let's just try stuff. I'm just gonna try stuff. Can we don't need this. Bye. Things are gonna get real messy real fast when we're CSSing things. So, worker container. What makes the stat container do its awesomeness? Grid template columns. So we have 3 columns, which is what we want. I mean, you kind of want to just make it look like a stat container. Display grid. Let's see what this is like. It's gonna be weird. Whoa! So that's 3 columns, but there's no rows. Specifies as a space-separated track list, but okay. Oh god, I don't even know where to start with this. CSS, grid, template, columns, and rows. Let's see what we can do. Oh. Grid column start, grid column end. I love examples. Yes, examples. Even though I find this very confusingly organized. What is this talking about? Okay, I actually find this to be a bit messy. show me the CSS though. It's tough because the guides are gonna be these like printouts of specific examples are not going to be context sensitive. Okay, so this is for the grid columns, which we have, but I would want to add some rows into that, right? So like, is grid column saying no rows? Like I'm not even interested in a row? Subgrid indicates that the grid will adopt the span portion of its parent grid in the axis. Rather than being specified explicitly, the size of the grid rows/columns will be taken from the parent's grid definition. What? Huh? CSS. I think I need the chatbot to help. 3 columns. CSS 3 columns, 2 rows. What do you got, chatbot? Okay, that's what I wanted to know. We just add grid temp. Okay, that's perfect. Love that. All right, so grid template rows. Oh wait, this is abilities container. Whoops, that was the wrong place. I put that in the wrong spot. That's all right. We want this in the worker container. Yes, 3 columns, but then also 2 rows. Not that I think this is gonna work particularly, but okay, there's a row and there's a row, but there's nothing in the second row. I want the income and happiness in the second row. So I gotta figure out how to actually make that do that. Grid template rows. Right, but like in combination, how do I define which ones go to which? You know? A and B are on 2 different rows. Grid template rows, 30 pixels. Div ID area A, area B, and they're both in a grid. Area A, area B. So all those have is background colors. And so my worker container has 2 separate divs within it. So I was kind of hoping it would just put them in rows. Question, what if I just like what if I don't have the columns? Okay. All right. They're on 2 separate rows. This is good. I think that's going to be really difficult because the thing is the pay and income, this would have to be in one container, but they're not in one container right now. I think that's part of the issue. So what you could say here, make this 3. What if you did that? What is that like? Ooh, okay, it's looking a little more aligned. Yes, yes. We're getting somewhere. The spacing feels a little wacky, but that's okay. Okay, for real though, what is this FR? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. 0.5 FR. It's some kind of CSS FR size meaning. It means it absolutely means something, right? I know that much. Fraction. A fraction of the available space. Oh, nice. And how is that different from rem? CSS fraction versus rem. Oh god. Keyboard dying. I have another one. Oh, I used double A's. I have another one, but it has a tendency to do some undesirable things. Okay, so CSS-wise, fractional unit is used in grid layouts to divide available space proportionally. It's dynamic and adjusts based on container size. Rem, root M, is used for sizing text and elements relative to the root font size. Oh, it's consistent and scales predictably across devices. I see. So like you wouldn't do a rem here because it's like not a font. Right? Wouldn't make sense. I guess. Probably. Wait, what are you mad about? Oh god. Different keyboard. Things are in different places. Oh, okay. Well, this looks much better. I'd love to close that gap in between and then have the workers be more apart from each other. So where's that gap coming from? I don't know. I mean, I guess if it's taking up that certain amount of space, 0.5 fractional space, that kind of makes sense here, right? Because if it's 1, it's going to fill out this entire section here. That's all going to get filled out if it's 1. Because it's half, it goes up like this. Like, ideally, both of these would kind of meet in the middle, right? No idea how to do that. I would be purely guessing. And I feel like I would be here for a long time if I kept trying to guess and figure it out. So I think we need to do some looking to figure this out. CSS, we're centering divs, vertical div centering. I know, it's the meme. It's simple. Love simple. I'm a big fan of simple. Align items center. I feel like there's more to it than that, but that looks like words that made sense to me. Align items center. Nope, not enough. Place items a try. Vertically centering isn't as easy. Simplest thing, not easy. 3 lines with flex box. Display flex. Okay. And it says 3 lines. I feel like this height is probably important. 100 vertical height. Okay. CSS is weird, man. CSS is on something. Wait, but if it's not a grid... Wait, but then it's not a grid anymore. So that's not good. That's not gonna be good. That's not gonna make me happy. It's definitely centered, though. 100% centered. I mean, this is 2. It's just like, that's too much of a vertical height. No, it's not. No, I'm afraid that's not working. Oh god, this is gonna be complicated, isn't it? This is gonna be complicated. Table cell with vertical align. All right, what do you got, person with CodePen? I am definitely open to suggestions, by the way. Completely open to suggestions. CSS, I'm less interested in hardcore figuring it all out on my own. Okay, what's your example here? It's not really like a table though, and I feel like it's gonna use display flex. Option 1, option 2. Ooh, option 2 doesn't use display flex. Position absolute. Transform X translate minus 50%. I don't think that's gonna bring them together though. You know, would be my guess. Absolute's interesting. I guess it's making it the minimum size. That's cool and all. But like ideally they'd be like stacked. Oh, Twitch ads. Whoops. There are Twitch ads. Oh no. What in the world? I feel like I just gotta pray to the LLM. I'm trying not to. But like, is this much better? Is it? No wait, there's still other options in here. Like I feel like I'm using it more like a search engine. That's very specific, hopefully. So it's setting a width, an even width height, top left. It's giving it like an area to keep it in. I'm a little concerned about your option 2 there. I think you got a typo. I think you got a typo in there. A little bit of a typo. It's very concerning. I don't know. Transform translate? Again, I might need to make sure that it already has like even sizing around it. Yeah, I hate this. I hate it. Still not even doing it though. Very interesting, but no. Yeah, I'm afraid I need like a context, very highly context specific suggestion. So I turn to the LLM. For CSS, I don't mind. I really don't. Both rows are divs and should be stacked onto each other vertically and centered vertically overall in the container. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. Divides the container in 2 rows but doesn't center them vertically. It just allocates space. To center the stack divs vertically overall, you need to control the alignment of the grid content, not just its row sizing. The current setup defines row height but doesn't position the grid items in the middle of the container. Suggest CSS properties to achieve that. I like that it's learning to not give me code. Right, but if I switch to flex, we're in danger. Stack the children vertically. Flex direction column. Centers them vertically within the container. Justify content. Okay. But that's only if it's flex. I feel like you can't do a flex direction if it's not flex. Right? Like I don't think it would work anymore. Whoa. No. It's actually not bad though. It's actually not that bad. Wait, why is that so fine? So it's like flex direction column kind of took flex and made it into a grid or something. Oh dear. No, no, no. Definitely not that. If you're keeping grid, you can use place content center or line center. Could be one of those other options someone was giving too. Could be useful. I like how it puts it in the center that way. Place content lines horizontally, but I need close, snug, vertical stacking. I feel like it's not gonna, I feel like I'm doing this in the wrong place. Like, I have a feeling that this isn't the issue, the worker container. I have a feeling that the issue is the abilities container and this and like maybe this needs to have a flex. Oh, a column, not center. Perhaps. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, absolutely not. Definitely not. 100% no. Decidedly, absolutely, definitely not. Auto row sizing. Oh, yeah, the fractional row units. How do you do auto? Just put the word auto in there? Let natural content height stack elements tightly. Below flex direction column. Show auto in context. Grid template rows, auto. Both of them? I don't think that's gonna help. It does make me wonder about this though. No. I mean, look, I could let it go. Wait, what if I put the rows in there though? Like if I say auto on the rows, what is that like? Or on the abilities, and give it rows. Nothing. I guess that wouldn't really make sense anyway. Let's see if maybe inspecting could help here. Like what? Oh, inspecting! Because look, that's on the stat container. The abilities container is totally snug. The stat container is the one that has all this extra space at top. It's the padding! I added padding. Dude, okay. You know what? I needed this experience and struggle to recognize the issue. So I'm very glad to have learned that using inspect is the best thing you can ever do. Alright. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I know it's a little confusing. I'm all over the place, but Tuesdays I've been doing JavaScript learning, and I really want to keep doing it. So for the first 2 Tuesdays of this month, I'm going to keep doing JavaScript. And then Fridays, I'll be doing Granny like, so this Friday I'll do Granny again. And then the last 2 Tuesdays of this month will be Granny focused. Welcome, Spunk. Consistency is nice and all, but you know what's also nice is I want to learn stuff. I want to learn stuff. And live streaming is just like a nice little Adderall pill. It's very selfish of me. Thanks, Funk. Yeah, it's been going good. Finally getting this thing back to a place of looking like it's supposed to. Although there's still things to get implemented. At least I don't feel totally powerless anymore. Which is nice. Thank you. Thank you. That is such a nice thing to say. Thank you. I hope the same for you and whatever you're working on. So I do want some space between like the border of the worker, like the worker containers are too snug with each other, right? But I think I just learned something very important about that padding, right? Like, what if I put the padding in the worker canvas, which I don't think I've even defined anywhere, truth be told. Or as far as CSS goes. So if I put some padding on those, we could also say like always the second one, or start with the second one, but okay, that did not work. Cool. No problem. All good. Is that what it's called? I think it's workers canvas. That's what it's called. Still didn't help. Nah, that's okay. You know what? That's okay. What if I do it on the top? Let me make sure I'm actually typing it correctly. Would be good. It is worker canvas. Okay. Oh, CSS. Why you confuse me? Worker canvas does have padding. Oh, it's just the top. Oh yeah, that's good. Yes, padding from the buttons. I like that. This is good. But I meant in between all of these. I do actually like this. Though it wasn't my intention. Spunk is working on a rage bait Bennett Foddy type of game. Neat. That is based around a sewing mechanic. Whoa, that sounds so cool. I love that. That's got cozy vibes. Cozy and rage need some intermingling. It sounds awesome. I really wanted to do QWOP, speaking of Bennett Foddy, for a game like Jam. At some point, I think QWOP would be a fun game like Jam game. One day. There's not a free version of Getting Over It. Otherwise, I could get into that, but I hate the idea of picking a game that people have to like buy to truly access in a above board way. Well, close enough to above board. Obviously, like retro emulators are great, but not the same as like a game that came out within the last decade or so. So strange, trying to purposely create controls that are somewhat non-intuitive. I like that you're coming at it from that perspective as opposed to, my controls aren't intuitive, therefore it's a rage game. I like that you're like saying, I could make intuitive controls, but I'm volunteering to carefully craft it so that it's not so intuitive. I like that a lot. Nice. Sewing, it makes a lot of sense, like, especially hand sewing, threading needles. It's kind of the perfect mechanic for a rage game. I'm very curious about that. I'd love to see where that's at as you work on it. sounds really cool. So I want this padding between the containers, I guess. Yeah, it's the hope. That's not between the... No. It's... Wait. I think that's the difference between margins and padding. I think you want margin. There you go. Nice. I guess I should probably do that for the worker canvas too. Is margin. Okay, good. Very much good. Can we get some more margin? I feel like I should make the margins be like a variable or something. I would love these buttons to not be up there. What I'd like is like a command palette on the right, sort of like my inspector here. And that would have the hiring stuff. But obviously, that's a whole entire thing. I mean, you would need to wrap it in something else. Well, you have the game container. Oh, I have a shop container? Oh, I have a shop container and a game container. I guess I was already thinking ahead for that, but I didn't actually make it do anything. But technically... Why is this in textiles? Oh, I see. It's like collapsed. I was like, what's going on there? Let me see what we can do here. Game... I switched my keyboard and it's just like the worst. It's so different. Game container. This is gonna be a little wild. But I'm gonna try to put this into 2 columns. And the thing is, they're gonna probably be proportionate as well. Just show me what I've done. Oh, this isn't bad. They just need to be flipped. It's not bad. So I guess in order to get that flipped, we would just move this below that. Nice. And then I would want it to prefer the right side of the window instead of be center particularly. And in fact, the shop container should be a grid on its own, except it's gonna have rows instead of columns. But I guess we could do auto. Yeah, just find the rows. Let's figure it out. You got it. Whoa, some big buttons. I don't know about that. They're kind of large. Aren't they a little big? Okay, this... Oh, it stretches because it's the overall thing is fractionally larger. I hate that. I don't like that at all. That's not great. What if I made this flex? And we say flex direction row, and we got rid of this. It's not good. We don't like that. I guess you could also, what if I tried position absolute? We're just guessing around and seeing what happens. Nope. Nope. That didn't do anything I could have expected it to. Great. Alright. So maybe instead of that... I mean, you might instead of... Because these are all within... If we have the game container... And it has 2 columns... With a fractional size, that fraction's gonna constantly, like, change. Like, what if I even... I mean, this is gonna be bad for one of the sides. No, that didn't help. That's width. What if you define a fixed height on the rows? Not better? Cool. Okay, I see. Yeah, I guess what I want is for these buttons not to be getting larger. So I guess for that, I would need to have, instead of putting game container, worker canvas, shop container, I'd maybe want to say game container is a grid that contains worker canvas, something else, and then within that is the shop container. Sidebar. We're gonna call it. Sidebar right. I don't know if that's actually gonna work, but it's kind of fun. I'm not appreciating this being a little fun. Sidebar right, sidebars. Sidebar right will have... Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure. What is it like if I just do like nothing with it? Oh, perfect! Yes, this is much better. Okay, awesome. Good. Not worse. Not worse at all. I don't really feel like I need... I feel like instead of putting this margin on the worker canvas, it would make more sense to put it in the game container. And it wouldn't need to be quite that much. Nice. Okay, good. I mean, I want some more separation between these two, right? They're very snug against each other. I mean, I also would love for the right sidebar to be not perfectly even. Probably some margins will help with that, I would guess. Hey, Kangai, yeah, we're doing CSS centering. Videos do that. It's going pretty well. It's going kind of okay. It started out very upsetting, but we're getting there. I'm starting to enjoy it. Like, the more I just, like, know about what things I can use, the more I'm like, ooh, what's gonna happen when I make this change? It's nice. Surprisingly. Still frustrating if I just have, like, no idea where to start, but I'm getting a little lucky right now. Let's give it 100 pixel margin. What was that like? Yes, nice. Much better. This is good. Now, obviously, we kind of run into this problem where you gotta scroll, but that's part of the game. Usually rewind a couple minutes for context. You were behind, but hey, you got it then. Yeah, I just got it. Yes. Okay, yes. At that moment when you said that, yes, that was painful. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yes. How you doing, guy? 30 pixels. Nice. Obviously, it would be nice to be more like thoughtful about it, you know, so it kind of the chat is covering it up. Well, I mean, I think I'd rather it be centered anyway. Oh god. Okay, how are we gonna do that? I don't know, let's just try stuff. Align content center. What does that do? Oh, it centers it, alright. Which is fine when it's this small. But once it gets really big, now it's escaping. Okay, that was a mistake. I see that was a mistake. It's fun. It really scratches that itch of like being able to try something and get immediate feedback. I think I really enjoyed that about this. The shop container, we have these rows. Was it the pixels that fixed that ultimately? I don't think so. It'd kind of be nice if we could still try some fractional width behavior. How long have I been coding? Exilius, I started like my first ever like experience with code was like MySpace Neopets when I was a teen. And that was like just HTML basically, a little CSS. And then I started doing like Fallout mods for the Bethesda games for funsies. Not a lot of coding in there, but like a little bit. Mostly me being like, this looks like it does something. Copy that, paste it over here. Maybe that'll work. But I didn't like really start being like, I want to make a game. Until I started using this game, actually, called Dreams on the PlayStation. Yeah, well, kind of. So like, maybe like 4 years ago, I picked up this game called Dreams, and it lets you make games within it. And it had like visual scripting and stuff, which was cool. But I kind of got to a point where I wanted to be able to take my creations outside of this platform, because it was just all locked. It was like UGC. It was all locked into that platform. And so I started learning like Unreal Engine, because this particular game, Dreams, had like visual scripting. And I thought it was nice because I was thinking back to my, you know, Fallout modding days when I'm copying and pasting things just to make stuff work. And I'm like, all right, I do not want to do text code. It's stressful. I hate it. And so Dreams had this very like visual logic coding kind of thing. So I went to Unreal Engine blueprints for my first like serious computer-based attempt at coding. And it was fine. It was like, okay. UGC, yeah, user-generated content. Yeah. Yeah, it's like when you have like a product or a platform and the users create the stuff that the users interact with. To me, it kind of gives like, I don't know, exploitation a bit. It can be fun, don't get me wrong, like it can be fun. Like Roblox. Roblox is just pure UGC, right? Like, the only way you play games on Roblox is because other people make those Roblox games. And it's like owned by a parent company platform that locks those things into that platform. So I tried Unreal, but I don't know, I kind of wasn't feeling it, so I was trying other things. Eventually I tried Godot. This was like 2 years ago. And this only had, at the time, and even now, it's just like add-ons. This only had text coding, and the text coding was like well built into the engine. And I was like, fine, you know what? I hear all these good things about Godot. It's free and open source. The community is amazing. Let's try it. And I loved it. I was like, yo, text coding? this is the way, because I suddenly could be very precise. I could search my code in a way that was really hard with visual scripting. I could see it at a glance like I never thought would be possible without visual scripting. And so I was like, I was all in for text code. So I've been doing GDScript for a couple years. So to me, so that's why it's a complex answer, because even though I've had like passing familiarity with code and the fundamentals of what makes coding like logic, right? It really only feels like the last 2 years that I've really been trying to do text code. And then within the last like few weeks, I started learning JavaScript, because there's certain web tools that I want to be able to modify, websites I want to make and design a certain way, and JavaScript is just so ubiquitous and powerful across all these platforms that I want to know how to use it. So I've kind of gone from one of the easier languages to learn to one of the harder ones, but that's okay. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm just making like a little clicker game to help me practice. So that's my spiel on where I'm coming from. It's good to have you here, though. Tail end of lunch hour that you had to beg for. You had to beg for your lunch? What are they doing to you over there? It's one of those days that you're by yourself and they forget about me all by your lonesome while you're at. No, you don't need to eat. What? No! I'm sorry for squeaking. What? No! Good for you, Kai Guy, for standing up for yourself. What in the friggin' world? You do not treat Kai Guy that way. Unbelievable. Well, I'm proud of you for making sure they knew you needed lunch. Damn. Swung says there is an Avatar: The Last Airbender project on Dreams. That's really impressive. That's how I found Dreams. That's Elka Gaming, who has and continues to be working on that. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know, on YouTube looking at videos, game dev stuff, and I found that one of his Avatar videos, and I didn't really care about the game he was making, but there were some shots of like the editor where he was making it. I was like, what is that? What is that? That looks like it'll coddle me and make me feel, thanks for the follow, it'll make me feel so much more comfortable in creating things. And it did. It was what I needed to help me get to this point, was feeling like I could make stuff using a code of some kind. So I'm really glad I saw his videos. Yeah. He's still working on it too. I have not played any Roblox myself, although there are some games on there that seem really fun. I've played games that are like kind of inspired by the genres that have been born out of Roblox, but not actually played Roblox games myself. I mentioned I did Fallout mods. Those are kind of like the main games I play, are Bethesda RPGs. It just is what it is. Like, if I'm gonna go play a game, I'm usually finding Skyrim or Fallout or something. It's funny how a lot of people have similar stories about getting into code. Using Doom level editors, Halo Forge, Dreams. Yeah, right? Like, because those sort of are fundamentally the same process. You know, we want to create an interactive experience. Because I was trying to be a writer. I wanted to write screenplays, television scripts, stage plays, and I studied that and I worked really hard at it. And I just found that I hated how when I wrote lines of dialogue or action or whatever, I couldn't see it played out immediately right in front of me. Like, what, I'm gonna see the final movie or the final play immediately after I type it? It's ridiculous. And so I started like doing the Fallout mods to try and get more immediate feedback where I could have my little dolls with the Fallout dialogue where they would say the dialogue to each other, and I was like, I found myself like creating the like, you know, the buildings and figuring out like meshes and UV unwrapping and making it look a certain way. And just like, and then I just was like, forget this writing thing. Like, I'm building something real right before my eyes. And so now, you know, I can type a line of code in CSS and switch over here, and I get immediate feedback and see the change, if I can find it, right before my eyes. And so I think there was just having access to like something like mods or whatever that showed me and others that creating an interactive experience is not only doable but super rewarding, is definitely a way that I got to where I'm at, for sure. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's full circle, but in a way, the JavaScript, a lot of the reason I'm learning JavaScript is to mod other things, like this chat app has JavaScript that I can customize, you know? So it's a different kind of modding, but similar. I'm still kind of new to the JavaScript thing. What do I want out of this? I guess nothing. I mean, I'm kind of nitpicking to make it more and more perfect, which is not super necessary. What is it? What happens if I do that? Anything? Nothing? Cool. Yeah, that doesn't really matter, does it? But if I like set like a pixel size, then... Oh no, still nothing. Okay. It just like doesn't really do anything. Okay. Well, if I do auto, does that do something? Nope, does nothing. It doesn't care what I set it to. Doesn't matter. Morbid curiosity. What if I set it to flex? I'm having like a surprising amount of fun right now. Row? Surprising amount of fun with the CSS. Yeah, same kind of thing, really. Wait, I kind of liked the row, though. That was kind of nice. You probably don't even need that. Could just keep it like that. I mean, you know, if I, like, technically, I might want that to be more designed, but it's good for now. I wonder how I want to deal with adding more and more. I do like the idea of having to scroll, like it's like part of the game. Oh, you know what would be, cool if the buttons followed you and you scroll. That would be sick. You know, obviously it's a little jank. We could also create a container and have scrolling within. That would be the cleanest, most beautiful way to handle it. Which is totally doable, by the way. I do that for the Game Like Jam pages. So I used to do these, and actually this is a good example of like how I'm starting to use the code that I'm learning to apply to practical things. So the Game Like Jam is a jam that I started earlier this year, and it's about making games like other games. And I've been managing these pages. We do it every odd month of the year. So January, March, May, July, September, stuff like that. November. And so I've made a few of these pages, and before I was coming into the itch.io editor, which is just devastating. In here, it adds all these dark reader things in here, which is also very annoying. It's not supposed to do that. Here, let's go to this one. But still, you can see, I mean, that's even another problem, right? Because it's loading the editor in a web page. If I have Dark Reader on, it's gonna inject that into all this code, which is just the worst. Okay, there we go. And so I was managing these pages in this horrible situation, which was not great if I was going between different phases of the jam, because the page looks different if the jam just started than it does in the jam is in the middle or at the end. So for the latest one, I've now got iframes. So I host different little sections. You can even see it load in there. Not great, but it's okay. These are all separate pieces here. So it loads in this iframe, similar to Tumblr in browser editor. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Very clunky and limited and unpleasant. I would normally work in like VS Code and copy and paste, but still it would just, it would work, it wouldn't work exactly the way I expected it to. And it was awful. It was ruining my life. So I have, in many ways, an easier way. I gotta find the iframe here. Container section. Getting a little lost in here. Where's the... Find me the iframe! Hold on. Let's get one that's more obvious. There we go. Iframe. Whew. That was harder than I expected it to be. Here we go. Now you're seeing the iframes. Okay, so here's an iframe. There's an iframe. Both of these are iframes, which means I'm actually hosting this on my own website separately. This whole page. And I think I need to use this here because if the page gets, if it gets too cramped, it automatically adds a scroll bar within the container, which is basically what I want here. Since there are these separate iframes, it has to have some adaptability just in case. But yeah, you can see the code is a lot less painful because all I'm doing is dropping in these iframes instead of trying to actually design the whole thing in there. I think I need to take a page out of this. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna see, I don't remember how I set that CSS up. So we're going to borrow it. Nothing like referring back to things that you've already made, right? It's the way. It's the way of things. Okay, I think that's the iframe. It's pretty close. Okay. Let's open this up. I also added a little modifier at the end. Oh, not for this one, but for other ones. Like this one. Oop, give me that. Let me get that. So like on this one, oh, not that one either. Hold on. I mean, so some of them are specific. Some of them, hold on. Some of them aren't. This one is not specific. Okay, okay, for real this time. For real this time. Okay. So I added a little modifier on some of these. Question mark horror. So if I get rid of that, it loads it in a different color scheme. I was very proud of this. So it's like learning all these little tricks now, and it's just helping me get more out of learning JavaScript and CSS and stuff. I'm getting more out of coding, you know? All right, so let me study how we do that over here so I can remember. What do you got for me? What you got for me? Scroll bar. We designed the scroll bar, which is nice. Div container no scroll. I think like it gets added, so I actually have the JavaScript programmatically add the scroll bar on if it's necessary. Google NPR responsive iframes GitHub. Oh, Google that. NPR responsive iframes GitHub. Oop, I said GitHub. What is this? Built and maintained by NPR? MIT license? What is it? Dynamically resizing iframe script. You're telling me I could have just borrowed this? To be fair, I mean, I patched it together from the internet anyway, so... That's pretty cool. That's wild that you even knew it existed. I don't know why. It's just I don't know. It's just I'm not saying I'm surprised that you knew that. It's just like very specific. Oh, it's using jQuery. Nice. Responsive iframe.js. Okay. No scroll bars inside iframes. Right. Oh yeah. So like I did want the scroll bars because like there's only so much compression you can do, right? Like ultimately you can only make the text so small. You can only put things so close together. So I did have it like bring the margins closer together and shrink the text, but it would do it so aggressively if it needed to, and I was like, this is not good. We just need to. So I see the scroll bar as the last resort. But I'm curious. Thanks, Kai Guy. Come on, I'm very curious to see like if this handles it in a way that's like more satisfying than what I've got. Good looking out, Kai Guy. I do happen to want the scroll bars, although, I mean, I guess I could use this as an operator, but this is also using libraries too, which I'm not using for this situation. This is wild that you just pulled this out. That's super cool. All right, we gotta start it so I can come back to it later. Hi, Guy. Hi, Guy's got some knowledge. You got some secrets. Secret coder. How do I get the scroll bar? I actually want the scroll bars this time. The iframe won't have to be a set width and height. It can resize based on the content inside of it. Oh. Wait, that's awesome. Okay, I know you have to leave, but that's amazing. Because you know what I'm doing right now? I have to set it. So like if I get the size wrong, so for the iframe, I have to make sure that its height for this particular one is 1900. If it's a little too small, if it's a little too big, it's going to look wrong. And so I carefully adjust it so it's just the right size. Okay, that's even more useful to me, so maybe I don't have to do that. Okay. Am I super cool? Am I super cool? I find myself super cool. But I can't say whether objectively. Subjectively, hell yeah, I'm super cool. Are you super cool? Welcome, also. Is this where I want to be? I think I want to be over here. Scroll bar track. Scroll bar thumb. Scroll bar element. Overflow X hidden. So I think this means that the Y will add a scroll bar. Because we're not hiding it? I think setting the max height. I think setting a height for the container. Let's try that. And then not dealing with overflow. Thanks for the good vibes, Chatran. Chatran. Like chat, but more tran. So let's Because that's like what I end up having to do for the CSS. Can I find this CSS in here? I think if I go to sources, not the global ones, but each page has its own CSS file where I override the height. So that's that 1900 I was talking about. That's how I make sure. So like, I look at it like this, and if I see that it's whatever so if I make it too small, then a scroll bar appears. But obviously I don't want a scroll bar there, so I have to come in here and make it, whoa. I have to come in here and make it just the right size so it fits. And we just say HTML body height. We don't even say max height. We just give it a height. So give it a height. 1000 pixels. That did not work. That was not enough. It turns out we need more than that. Okay. What else you got for me? Where's the page? It is here. Okay, so that does that, but that's missing the context of the other style properties over here. So that overrides this height, where it's set to 100%. We override that. Padding block. That gets overridden when the... So I feel like it's the JavaScript that's giving it the style that makes it be set. Overflow Y is dynamically set by global iframes.js. I tried to comment this as much as possible. Container auto scroll. No, okay, overflow Y auto. Okay. Let's try that. Overflow Y auto. Oh wait! It did add another scroll bar. Let's make it 200 pixels height. Nice. I mean, it's pretty ugly. You can't even tell there's anything down there. And its position is not great, the scroll bar, but it is adding a scroll bar inside of it. So I guess ideally it would be kind of like shrunken in a bit. I guess I'm gonna borrow a lot right now from the Game Like Jam pages. We also have use space between and use flex start. That's not gonna help. That's a vertical kind of situation. Section, yes. This is what I want. Maybe. Flex 0, 1 auto. Min height 0. Transform origin top center. Margin isolation. I'm not exactly sure. I got a lot of this code from the internet. Margin top. Margin is good, yes. Basically what I want is I want it to be less, I want it to be like squisheder. So it's not filling out the entire width of the page. but rather in a small section. I feel like what you need to look at, Lise, is the boxes. Yeah, your table. This is what you want. You want a table box. Whoops. Box sizing border box. Align item stretch. Don't we have like a challenge box too? Like a special box just for the challenge? Yeah, we do. Oh, that's really simpler. Display flex. Give me all of that. Give me all of this. See what that's like. We're just Frankensteining this together right now. See what happens. Oops. Oh dear. No. No, no. Please. Please, no. Please stop. Please. Please, God, no. Yeah, okay, that was a mistake. Tell me more about this, box sizing thing. Not good? Not what we want? Yeah, I'm not really sure how to make that happen. Wait, was that okay? Because, you know, this isn't even what I want, though. Wait, this isn't what I want. I want this to be in... Hold up. I don't want to do it in the game container. I want it to do it in the worker canvas, right? Because what I wanted was, yes, we can scroll through... That's what I'm talking about. We can scroll through this without... Sorry about that. I'm using a suboptimal keyboard. Sometimes it does that. I want to be able to scroll through this without messing up this on the right. Although you can see it still kind of does that if we focus out of it. Ideally, it would kind of fit it to the page height. I'm not really sure how to do that, so let's find out. Maybe auto? I'm not really sure. Auto? Nope. Kind of wish I could see like the different options. CSS. Div height to page size. Div stretch 100% page height. Oh, if I say 100%. No. Not that. I need to embrace multiple windows more than tabs. Height 100 vertical height. Vertical 100 vertical height. VH. Huh. Phantom click computer. What is that like? Better. It feels like it's... Well, but why is it starting out? Well, Lise, I think because you would want to do the same thing probably for the shop container, right? No, sorry, take it back. I'm just trying to figure out why it starts out with a scroll bar. Inspect, Lise, inspect. You must inspect, is the only way. Find the answers you seek. HTML. Just the hold thing. The game container. Game container. Why? Why do you scroll? Do not scroll. What happens if I say like 80 vertical height? I don't even know what this does. 10 vertical height. I don't think it's doing much of anything. If it is, I can't tell what it is. 300 vertical height. Oh, look, that did get longer. Wow, but so that's not it either. All right. Is it HTML? I don't think I have any HTML things clarified. I mean, I guess we could do that too. Maybe it's common to do like this, and then I could say like that. I don't think that helps. Not looking a lot better. It did make it a little tighter, but not quite as much as I wanted to. Why? This has become CSS learn along. Wait, didn't I have a page open a second ago? Oh yeah, we're doing new tab vibe, or new window vibes. I did 100% height of the browser window. I mean, the VH thing is interesting, but I'm gonna need some alternatives. Remove left or right for a full height column. Remove top or bottom for a full width row. CSS has been edited because I didn't correctly show min height. Make sure it's at least as tall as the viewport. Position relative. Force the body element to match the height of the HTML element. Whoa. Okay. I'll slap it in, see what happens. No. Not good. What if I say it's 80%? It's just, I don't want this. I don't want this. Because I want the player to be able to like scroll and it doesn't move that. I guess I could wrap this. I mean, yeah, maybe that's the better option, is to wrap this in a smaller size. That way it doesn't even affect the scroll. Kinda hate that. I guess I could also do overflow hidden too. Then there is no scroll. Maybe that's the way. Although you can see, look, that's now too long. Why are you like this? I am literally just pressing buttons. Okay, cool. Oh, the CSS frustration. It is real. It's gotta be some reason. Maybe if you put some margins. I mean, I kind of hate to do that. Oh yeah, different window. Margins just feel, I don't know, like a cop-out. Remove this line if it's not going to be a background. Oh, did I do position relative? Yeah, we did. Overflow hidden. Position absolute. Give me that. And that's going in the container though. So if I put that in the game container, what is that like? And made it bigger. Oh, we probably don't want this margin anymore, by the way. Is that the margin? Dude, it's the margin that I made. Oh, that's great, because that means it's fixed. Almost, maybe, kind of. It's better, look, it's better. It is better. It's not worse. I do have margins on the containers, but that's like within it. Can we, for a second, just not make that overflow hidden? And then see where we're at? Yeah, so it still has a little bit of space there. Just a little bit. Get rid of it. Destroy it. Sidebars have left-right margins. A horizontal rule, but like that should be fine. Minimum height 100%. I do wonder about these like percentages. Like, I wish they felt like they mattered more or something. What if I make this absolute? Or just we're trying things. Nope. Incorrect choice. Force the body element to match the height of the HTML element. Why? What's the point of the percentages if they don't seem to do anything? Trying to see if there's any more like margin stuff I've left around. The interface container, but that's not even created yet, so that shouldn't be an issue. I don't know. $100 vertical height. Might just have to let it go if I want to keep moving here. You know, at the shop can the sidebar, I can also ensure that this has 100 vertical height. Is that right? That way, oh no, it still affects it. But then it will kind of wrap it, right? The game container. I'm just slapping things in places. Nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, alright. You know, I can let go of the CSS design a little bit. I can. Did I ever figure out how I'm going to, get it to... Yeah, we did. We put margins. I mean, I can live with it, I guess. What if, Lise, you make the, game container be smaller? Put some, just out of curiosity. I don't think with the game container, the worker canvas. Do these do things? It does do things. Okay, this I can live with. Oh, okay. Wait, this is better. This is better. This is more gooder. Yes. Nice. Love it. Okay, in terms of styling the scroll bar, literally just give me all this. I like the scroll bars on those, they look good. Okay, it probably didn't work because I don't have the variables. These variables don't exist. So if I could just match, I don't know, whatever, border, color, or something. I really feel like these should just be like, that's fine. Can we call this something else? Can we just call this like main color? Oh, but that's doing border too. Oh, okay, now we do have to put it somewhere else. All right. I'll make main color. Variable here. And then for the scroll bars, we'll just replace that. Got to harvest old code. It's the only way. I mean, it's not, but it's my way. It's a way. No, that doesn't look nice. I'm missing something with the scroll bars. Scroll bar styling. That can't be all of it. It's supposed to make those things. I wonder, I don't know. I'm a little surprised that it doesn't look better. It's just not taking those styles at all. But I put them there. But I put them there. I made them be. It does look like a little thinner. But I want that nice, like, transparent background so you don't see this big clunky white bar here. And I'd like the colors to be, like, different. The track. So that should be, in theory, modifying it. I wonder why it doesn't. But it does here. I'm just gonna paste this into Google. Transparent scroll bar. Maybe we have to set something somewhere else. Overflow overlay? So many things. That didn't do anything. But it does make me think there must be something else in here that's like activating the scroll bar thing. Besides the WebKit properties at the bottom, what's making the scroll bars? This is what happens when you get code from somewhere else. Don't know what it does and why it does it. This is why I want to learn these things, you know? Making the scroll bars be transparent and accept the styles. Explicit overflow Y auto. Enable scroll bars to appear when needed. Right, we know that. We do that. Scroll bar track is set to background transparent, and surrounding containers don't override it with opaque backgrounds or overflow clipping. Why not here? Be succinct, no code. Main color is defined as a hex. Oh, it has to be RGB. Gotcha. Okay. Or I could just, I see, because there's no, you can't, if I want the RGBA, the alpha, I see. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So if we go to RGB and then give it an alpha that is 1, right? I think? Or is that 100? I can't remember. RGBA. No, RGBA. Oh, it just gets rid of it. Yeah, so it would be 1. You don't need that. I guess we are doing it that way. Main color, RGB. Then come down here, I'll refactor that a little. Oh, because we are doing that. See, we're doing RGB. Alright. My bad. I missed that. I missed it. But is that, I feel like that can't be the whole thing. That's not everything. That's something. That's something. But it's not everything. Contains the full, which can't be nested. Just the numeric triplet. Oh. Man, that's so confusing. I see why I wanted to do that, so I could be more modular. I forgot that's why I did that. Oh, there you go. Hey! Alright. Very precise things need to happen to make that work. Okay, much better. Holy moly. Scroll bar. Look how much nicer that looks. Look how much nicer. It's a big difference. It looked like Dookie. Okay? This is much nicer. Holy moly. Alright, and then for the width, what if I make the width like really chunky? Because I really do want it to be like visible. That's not the chunk. Where's the chunk? Give me the chunk. I want a wide scroll bar here. I'm not sure how much I can actually control that. Oh look, scroll bar width thin. That's on Firefox though, which we're not on. But it might be true elsewhere as well. What does it want? Let's try a value. Ah, there's my chunk. Okay, and then do I need to do it over here? So obviously it's gonna need a lot of testing to work, but you know, it's okay. Make it big chunk. Make it even bigger chunk. It's like, that's as chunk as I can go. It's against the rules to make it more chunk than that. I'm sorry. You've reached maximum scroll bar chunk. Can we do like other things in here? Like what was the FR fractional? 2.0 fractional or 2 fractional? Oh yeah, that's big. What if I say 1? What if I say 0.1? Wait, why is it staying so chunk? Oh, because it's up here. Oh, wait, I'm just doing it in the wrong place. Interesting. Okay, let's try it there. What if I say 2 fractional? What if I put it back to like 8 pixels? Wait, I can't get it to stop being chunk. Maybe it was 4 before. I'm sorry, do I have a permanently chunked scroll bar right now? Here, undo, undo, undo. Oh, the thin thing. That's what did it. So what does scroll bar width want? Scroll bar width. Auto thin none That's it. The default scroll bar for width of the platform. Thin, none. That's it. That's all we got. I see. Setting width to thin or none can make content harder and impossible to scroll. But maybe if I do auto, I can activate the chonk. That's as chonk as it gets, baby. They don't get more chonk than that. Alright. What if I just get rid of this? I feel like I don't really need it. And the radius, I think, is gonna style like how that looks. So if I were to make the 0, it's gonna be blocky? No? Maybe? Nope. I have no idea what that's doing. If anything. Some of this stuff, I think, is harder to override. Alright, this is fine. I think it's visible enough. I wanted, like, a fat scroll bar. I'll take what I can get. Okay, this is looking good. I do kind of wish it was, like, overall smaller. And it's not perfect. It's obviously still, like, a bit of a temporary state. All right, let me get back into it's you know, it's like still programmer placeholder UI, but at least it's communicated less poorly than it was. Can we make sure that sidebar is a little, like, it's still technically taking up half. Like, I want the game container let me see if I can figure that out before I go back to JavaScript. Grid, template, columns. How would I even call it? Uneven size? Or like, I guess that's what I want. Different widths. Use CSS grid to make multiple different width columns wrap. First child. Oh, yeah. Tell the first grid item to span 8 columns. I want this to be 8 fractional, but it is 1 fractional like the rest. So we do div first child and give that a different span. And then these have the other. Okay, let's try that. Oh, those don't, but because those was just all of them. That's gonna be the worker container. No, I think you want that. I'm actually not sure what I want that. Wait, first child of the game container. So I guess we would say game, oops. Oh. Game container. Div first child. Sure, to see what that's like. Whoa. Okay, 8 might be a bit much. I'm not a big fan of this, like, number-based width. Feels wrong. How are we currently? A worker canvas, overflow Y, worker container, 30 pixels margin. I mean, can we do other stuff in there? Like, what if I were to do 10 pixels? Oops. 100, 1,000, whatever. Doesn't like that. That's not what that accepts. That one's something very specific. Span 8, it likes. Span 1, it's smaller. Either I'm not setting it up right, or the span isn't doing great stuff. Here, make it 1. See what that's like. Okay, okay. Span 2. But see, if there's only 2 columns, so if I give it 3 columns, it'll take up 2 of those 3. Got it. Nice. Hell yeah. Ooh. Very interesting. Okay, okay, okay. I like it. I can live with this. I do find myself wishing there was more of like an overall margin for everything. Margin around whole page. CSS. It's kind of awful. Probably shouldn't do that. Just do the whole body. Just do it on the whole dang body. Just do it. Just do it. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do is it, baby. See what happens. Probably would rather just say like margin, and then we can do like a flat amount. So it just applies it. Okay, yeah, no. Oh, but then we got the outside scroll bar back. Oh yeah, we didn't need this overflow overlay. Okay, I don't actually want that. Margin left 100. Let's say 60 maybe. Same on the right. I do kind of overall feel like these are a little bigger than they need to be, but oh well. Obviously there are ways we could try to deal with that, but a little bit on top would be nice though. I just don't want it to bring in that scroll bar again. Hate that scroll bar. But at least you should probably think about the way this is. Force the body element to match the height. I feel like that could interfere probably with some of that setup, would be my guess. Just a hunch there. What if I did it here? It's not better. Thanks for being here, Chaotic. Hope your day, your night, your morning, whatever it is, goes the best it can. Goodbye, Chaotic. Until next time. I cheers my quinoa to you. I wonder if I like what if I like flexed the whole body? Cheers! You bid me adieu. What do you say back to somebody who bids you adieu? Adieu as well. And you adieu. I'm feeling wacky. What if I make it a flex box? and then add a margin. Adieu to me, adewing to you too, also. No, that was nothing. That was nothing. Alright, I guess I gotta let it go. I will. I feel like it's the kind of thing I'd rather, like, get a collaborator to help me with. Trying to get these margins right, you know? Drive myself crazy trying to get it. It probably could. Padding would be good here too. You know? Like on the game container. What if you did some like padding top? Because padding, nope. Because padding's on the inside. Yeah, but it didn't work out. Unfortunately. Like, I'm sure I have like some degree of wiggle room here. Kinda would be nice if it was on the right too. So we could see that scroll bar a little better. And then this isn't even including, in fact, I need to make it 4 so we can put the sprite that Pawn made, which maybe there's a chance I actually get that kind of in. Maybe. There's time. Oh, there's time. So we don't want there to be 3 columns in the abilities container. I think it's a little confusing because these are like technically handling the same thing. It's fine. 4 and 4. But I want something in that first column. I think in order to get that, I would have to put that code in so it did it, and it filled that in with something. So I guess a placeholder sprite could be nice for now. You know, it's not going to be like the full-on like code and everything, but just to like see what it's like in there. We'll just slap it in. I won't do too much. Obviously, we'd want those different states to matter, but for now, let's not. We're looking for the JavaScript learn along assets. Images, employee.gif. So that's going to be in the worker container on the left. I honestly don't even know how to put an image in. Well, maybe it's time to learn. I think you could just do an image. Create an element. The only thing is you need an SRC, like a source. So I feel like that needs its own like helper function to really work correctly. How do you even do that? JavaScript, add SRC to image. Set image SRC. Just have it equal it. Document. What is pick one in this case? I'm a little confused what pick one is, but that's the ID of the element. I see. That wasn't clear to me. So if I'm setting that, all we have to do is just, okay. All right. I think I can think I can do this. I think I can maybe do this. So this would be like its own div that would happen before stats or abilities get added in. Whenever we create a new worker, any new worker, currently a lot of that is handled. That's fine. No, you can just do the same one for each one. It's totally fine. It's fine. You already established the worker container. I feel like we could just say this worker add to DOM worker container. And even before that, say this create worker image or whatever, sprite, set worker sprite, which for now there's only one anyway. The worker sprite, we could say sprite. Do I have to do this here? I have no idea. Oh gosh. Do I do let here? I don't remember if this what this is. This because it's a constructor or just a method. Let worker sprite. Have we done that in other functions? No, we still do this. Okay, we still want this because it's an instance. This worker sprite equals create element now I do want that in a div to start with. Class name, we'll say sprite container dash, please. That's the preferred I want. And we don't need an ID yet. I mean, maybe. You know, well, that is going to be something to think about because I'd want the overall well-being of the worker to be reflected in what animation plays. So eventually I am going to want some kind of specific way to refer to that sprite, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. So it'll create the element, the div. Then if I say, I guess this is work, let's call this sprite container. I should say sprite container. Let's say sprite itself equals create element image. I don't think we need much else there. Sprite itself src equals, yeah, I think so. src, and then I need to actually have a reference to that. Constant worker sprite source equals. Oh wait, how do I refer to a path? Oh dear God, I didn't mean to do that. I actually don't know. JavaScript set image as constant. I just don't know. A new image. Right, but where is it getting the path from? Oh, we can just say src. Okay, well, alright. Let's say sprite path, then. Sprite path equals... that. Guess we probably want that as a string. Then we can come in here and say src equals sprite path. Okay, so we create the container, create the image, create the path that we assign the path to the image. In the sprite container, I want to append the sprite itself. Finally, the worker container, I want to append sprite container. So we set the worker, I guess this is create worker sprite. Then add it to the DOM. It's broken, but it tried, and it's not looking like it's in the right place. Load image. Okay, we got a bad path here. What? Oh, it escaped all of these, because it... I'm guessing... Why would you do this? Nice. Alright, but I want it on the left of all of that. Currently it's on top, which is wrong. Wait, why? We must inspect. Game container, worker canvas, worker container. What's up, Nickba? We're getting a sprite in there. It's not responding, but it's gonna be in there. Now that should be one of the columns. Oh, but maybe I have to give it some style settings so it knows to treat it that way. I'm getting there. Things are getting less bad. This is bad. This is bad, by the way. The fact that it's just like crunching it like that. Probably should deal with that. Overflow X auto. That didn't help much. No, it did not. No, it did not. Well, that's the canvas. Oh, yeah, I think that is right, though. I mean, I gotta say, I kind of like how it, other than the text being too big, it kind of consolidates it all right until it gets too consolidated. Obviously, everything starts getting misaligned, but that's because it's not putting it into the grid that was desired. Which is interesting. I think because in your sprite container, yeah, because you have to add the columns to the sprite container, I believe, it would fix that. Sprite container. Pop that in. Now see what it's like. Not better. Not yet better. And that is what it's called, yes. Sprite container, it is seeing it as a grid, indeed. We're saying it has 4 columns, same fractional spacing. Its parent, the worker container, has 2 rows. So I would, oh, 3 rows. No, 2 rows. No, not 3 rows. That's what's weird, is it's like doing it like it's 3 rows. I think, Lise, that's your problem. You need like, because you've only told it that there's 2 rows, but there's 3 things in here. So how does it know what things to put into the rows? And I could do 3. It's not really what I imagined, but that's not better. It's not better. It didn't help at all. But it looked so much better before. Well, this is somewhat suboptimal. I think the fact that the abilities container kind of makes sense. I don't think you want to do it this way. I think you're wrong, Lise. I think you're doing it, like, wrong. You know? Does that, like, make sense? Because, like, if I get rid of that, right? So forget it. Just get the worker sprite situation out of here. Don't even call it. Oh, something else broke. Was it the overflow? Was it the overflow thing? I think I broke it in some other unintended way. Overflow Y auto. No. Wait, these used to look a lot. Okay. I think I need to do some undoing here. There's undos that need to happen. But I remember this looking pretty good. I guess it was maybe only looking good if I wasn't inspecting. Oh, so the inspecting really just revealed what isn't so good. Okay, I see. Okay, all right. So how do we fix it? I mean, yeah, you're just kind of like expecting it to figure it out instead of actually putting it into a neat grid. I think you just need to reimagine this grid, because I want pay and income to be on top of each other, right? Happiness and praise to be on top of each other. So I think what you need is like the single stat container, or the single stat interface, maybe. Stat interface. And then those are organized into columns. Which is just not the way it's currently set up. I got rid of the whole interface canvas, but I wouldn't have wanted that anyway, because the interface canvas was above all of these. But instead, this would actually be within the worker container and would contain. So, because right now, it's like all the abilities are just together, and all of the stats are just together. But what I'm talking about would be keeping those. It's a very different structure. Wow. Well, that's unflexible. So we would still have abilities containers and stat containers, except we would be putting them into their own. So like whenever oh gosh, all right, you know what? It's gonna be for the best. This is good. And to keep it fun, we're gonna leave the sprite in there. Okay, this is a good test. So, right now, the abilities container, we wouldn't want it to limit to just one abilities container and one stat container. I would want like this new stat interface container that contains both of these. And when we create that stat, so if I say new income, whenever this runs, I wish it didn't open it like that. Whenever this runs, any of these, so the base stat, frankly, when the base stat runs, I would like it to create our stat interface container. And then that's what the stat and the ability gets created into. So this stat interface equals create element div class name stat interface, no ID as of now. And that would be actually what I'd want to pass. Oh no, it's already this. You don't have to worry about it. Actually, do I even need the worker container anymore? I don't know if I do. Because that's not going to be the parent anymore. So I think that could go away. Returns to you got a character in the game. That's a human person. Yes, it's there. Drink water as well. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Glad you said it, because it didn't appear on screen. I'm working on that. That's a bug. I'm gonna use JavaScript to fix it so the redemptions show up right. I feel like this is like a natural extension of so many like software development streamers. It's to start coding the stream. Thanks, Kate. Nested grids. A grid within a grid? Very Inception! Yeah. Currently I've got like a grid and then a grid and they're not seeing each other. So I need to like, it's hard because it's also, I'm still kind of creativing it. I'm figuring out along the way what it should look like. So I have to make changes and pivot as I go. But it's great because then it introduces a whole new learning thing where I gotta scan the code, figure it out again, try to puzzle out how I get in the new thing. It's fun. I really enjoy it. You put those musical notes to make it clear it was sing-songy fashion? Okay. Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant. Okay. Thank you. Returns you got a character on the screen. Is there like a way to sing that? That's a human person. Wait. Is that like an actual song? Thanks for the follow, Vol. We got follows, but not redemptions. I have to watch for those. It's from an iconic video. That's an actual song. To me, that's an actual song. Okay, wait, if I'm making that new container... Yeah, I got the human person, but it's making me realize I need to reconfigure some things, which is good. It's good. So we got rid of that stuff. The parent is now going to be this stat interface. But we don't even need to check it, though. I mean, it can check it, I guess, but it's never gonna run it twice. So this is like total redundancy. It's actually unnecessary. Like, I don't even need to do that anymore. Honestly, it's a waste of time. I think I would be better off just saying this stat container equals create element div stat container. It just doesn't need to happen anymore. And then we can, that's it. That's literally it. No more is needed. Get rid of all that. It's gone. I'm sure I'm gonna forget something here. We don't need to create it for abilities either. So when we create an ability, forget this. Ain't important. We can just say we don't need to do all that. This ability, or yeah, this abilities container equals create element. It's gonna be a div, and it's gonna have abilities container. Okay. I think that's all the places. Well, do you still want to be appending? You need to be appending it not to the worker container anymore, right? We want to append it to the, oh no. Oh yeah, we got links on Twitch. I'm trying to figure out how to get links added on YouTube, but I think they're not gonna let, well, I can't listen to a song on stream. It's too risky. But maybe later I'll listen to it, send it to me. It's not worth it, man. Not for me. Some people don't mind, but I don't know, being on YouTube gets real goofy about it. Ads in 3 minutes on Twitch? Okay. Oh, but I can still snooze them. I tried to make the ads less, as little as I possibly could without there being pre-rolls on Twitch. But Twitch is like, no, we're gonna show a lot of ads, and you will skip none of them. It's not a song. But then why did you put it in musical notes? Also, yeah, I still don't like putting videos. I kind of have like a no video policy, which look, I'm a bit extreme in a lot of these, in a lot of other rules. As you saw with the links, I eased up on that one. So you never know. But for now, I don't like doing videos because videos, there's like, guys, have you seen this on YouTube? It's different than exactly if I were to just put it on there. But it's getting better at detecting things, okay? YouTube can tell if you're watching another creator's video and will let the, and will let you know, see if I can find it. Is it in content? Somewhere in here? I'm trying to remember where it is. They always be moving things. Wait, where is it? They have like a section that'll tell you. And actually, this might be funny to you, Insane, if I can find it. I think this might amuse you. Copyright here. Look at this. So there's this section in here. Jingle, not a copyright song. Yeah, but music, the thing is YouTube will scan for the music, right? And so somebody could still put a copyright on it, and it makes it easier for YouTube to find it. Okay, look at, here, just look at this to understand what I'm talking about. Do you see how insane this is? Not you insane, but like actual. Look at this. Are you piecing together what's happening? So this is back from when I used to stream dreams. Remember? And remember, I would play like dreams, like people's dreams up. Like I would just let it run. If someone made like a video, a music video or something, I'd put it up on the stream, right? Well, guess what? Now I own the rights to that in a way. Because YouTube is like, you're the first person to have ever put this video, I know, to have ever put this video on the internet, on YouTube. Therefore, oh, did the ads just hit? No! They're about to hit, I think. So therefore, I can content claim these people. I can say, hey, that's my video. Even though, guess what? The person who actually made the song is the one who uploaded that. But since I had a video of it first, it's my content. So that's why I'm like, if I play videos, YouTube is getting better at detecting that video is in the video. So it's a weird situation. Okay, the ads. Now there's the ads. It's so weird. It's like, the ads are coming, the ads are coming. Okay, hold on a second. Wait. Okay, now there's the ads. It's kind of nice. I'll get used to it. So yeah, I'm just like, I'm super resistant. Now look, I think it's a little different if you have the video small and in the corner and stuff like that, but it still feels weird. With all the AIs and whatnot, you know, they're only gonna get even more exacting with these. If I may, holy crap, it's wild, right? It's wild. It's All-Star, right? Uploaded this song by Rainholder, this trailer by Rainholder, because I streamed it first. I could now, look, request video removal. I could literally ask them to take it down right now. Look at this. Look at all this insane stuff. Now, look, obviously, there's these warnings, but that doesn't stop people from doing it anyway. It's not me I'm worried about. It's people who their whole purpose is to antagonize, you know? And again, this is a very different situation. Would the creator of that video you sent actually do something about it? Maybe not. But that won't stop, and this is a real thing. This is a real thing. That won't stop AI tools that people make, almost like web malware, that finds YouTube videos, extracts the audio, copyrights it, and then claims. This is a thing that happens. So, you know, that's why maybe I'm being paranoid, okay? I know, because what's the worst that happens, right? Video gets taken down. Call it hygiene. Call it like digital footprint hygiene. The worthy paranoia, thank you. Nickfoot says, I had this one silly video uploaded, just a silly spooky story during a thunderstorm, and someone copy striked you because they own the sound of the rain. You said strike. Oh my gosh. People be doing wacky things, man. YouTube has some tools that are abusable. The rain. Oh man. So yeah, I hope I gave some context. And this is just one example, right? I mean, we did the game feedback stream last week. And I forgot to mute one person's game. And I didn't get in trouble for it, but now it's a rev share video. Unless I remove the audio. Which rev share, not the end of the world. And it's like 10 seconds of that song. Doesn't matter. Full video rev share. Nothing really happened. We're just talking about, welcome fun. I'm just talking about like the ways that uploading content that contains other content can be troublesome. You know, it's like, will it happen most of the time that it's super bad? No. But sometimes it might. And honestly, more than likely, you're at least gonna get hit with some kind of rev share or something like that. I instantly wonder, because I know people played Vengeflies 1 and 2 and posted that to YouTube, so I immediately wonder how is that gonna work? Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of interesting, right? Because you don't even know. Like, how do you even find out? I'm doing good, gamer. How are you? You don't even, like, find out. Looking for a copyright claim someone made on your video? Check the video list. Oh, wow. Look at that. It can show all the videos that I've had claims on. Whoa. You see, I keep it clean. There's only 5 of them. Dude, this was a private video. Did I put music on? I probably was playing music in the background when I recorded this. So it found me. And it burned it down. But yeah, this was a 32-hour live stream. So I can see why maybe something popped up in there. But this is, honestly, these are best case scenarios that it just turns off rev share. I've had it happen where it blocks it in entire territories. Which is just like a headache, you know? Gamer Therapy is doing good as well, let's go! The credit songs. Yeah. That means someone made a claim, or that a claim could be made. I think this means someone did make a claim on these videos. I'm guessing I was probably listening to music in at least one of these. I'm not sure, like... I remember I was experimenting with, like... And I stopped that. A lot of these things I've learned the hard way. I remember I was experimenting with, Oh, look at this! This is a Dreams creator. I remember this person. I remember that. They claimed it. They actually, like, got a copyright for it. Wow. What else was I gonna say? I don't know, something. What was it in these? Someone made a claim or could make a claim. Yeah, these are actually made claims. Oh, there was a time where I was experimenting with like SoundCloud playlists, royalty-free SoundCloud playlists, but I learned, no. Those are not even close to safe. They're not even a little bit safe. They're not even maybe safe. They are definitely not safe. They are beyond a shadow of doubt unsafe. I did that stream reacting to your album. That's true. That's true. But look, I don't own the rights to those songs. So what I was talking about, and that was also an unlisted live stream, which is important. Yeah, I don't even know how to like find out about that. Gen AI find copywriting songs and making claims. AI copyright claim my last video. Yeah, I feel like this is the video that probably gives the most like an overview of a such. Can get you started on this scary path. But so, you know, in theory, the AI would have to like crawl the video, right? And find it and then claim it. Yeah, you saw this one. But look, that's why I won't. So that's why if you're sharing music, it's often like a good idea to copyright it ahead of time, right? Because you trust me. You trust me that I'm not going to go and copyright your music, right? But if this was like a public stream, do you trust whoever? Now the difference there, so here's the thing to keep in mind with that too. If it's like music in the background of a game, if we're talking over it, that's like what are you gonna remove the talk? Maybe, you know. But yeah, we're just listening to your music. It's a weird world. But you can trust me. Test time. So curious if you're gonna get the copyright thingy when I upload the album. Oh, for the audio, I don't think so. I don't know. Probably not. I feel like I would have to like that thing that showed up. I'm pretty sure that's like audio plus video. It's both, not just audio. Copywriting audio separately is a separate thing. Having YouTube say, hey, you've put this up here, audio video combo, and here it is, almost exactly the same. Yeah, try it. Try it. Anyway. Oh yeah. Refactoring. That's not scary. I want to make sure that each stat that gets created is wrapped in a stat interface, not floating free in the worker container. So like whenever we create the stat, it's going to also potentially create an ability, and creating the ability is just appending it to the worker container, which is wrong. I actually want to append it to the stat interface, and then, I'm sorry to have made you paranoid too, and then, whoa, that's a typo. That's very frightening. Did that slash come from somewhere else? We may never know. There could be typos all over the place in here. Jesus. And then for the stat itself, don't add it to the worker container, add it to the stat interface. And then, could you please put the stat interface, or rather, in that worker container, append the stat interface. I don't know what this is gonna be like, but it's gonna be different. Okay, we got some errors. That's alright. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading append child. 113. Go on. Oh, maybe we just say worker. I don't think you want to say this. Oh, working container is not defined. Okay. Interesting, because we're pulling it in here, and, oh, well, but Lise, you're also not supering it. Right? Oh no, we're supering it. We're supering the crap out of it. Yeah, oh, but Lise, look, you still have create stat worker container. My bad. Create stat only has stat. Yeah, oh, yeah, get that out of here. We don't want none of that. Go away. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. It's still gonna be a problem, but that is definitely something that needs to go. Okay, 113, worker container not defined. Now we're still supering it, which means it should exist, but then again, we're not using it. So that's kind of interesting. In theory, we should still be like pulling it in, but I guess I need to say this worker container equals worker container. Nice. Okay, this is a good result. It's not exactly correct, but at least things are kind of okay. So now, let me look at what it looks like in the HTML. Worker canvas has a worker container, and then we have a sprite container and 2 stat interfaces. Nice. In the stat interface, we have an abilities container and a stat container. And the other stat interface, an abilities container and a stat container. Great. Now, in the worker container that contains all of these, I want to modify that CSS a bit. Song uploaded. Okay. I'm certain it won't pop up, but I will give you that assurance. And I'm not sure how long it takes, but it will alert me. It would literally show up in my like main dashboard. So I'll let you know if it pops up. I don't think it's going to right away. But and like even then I don't expect that one, because if it's not both the audio and the video, right? If you uploaded your song from my live stream, yeah, it's not popping up. That would be a different story. You know, like you literally took the video of my live stream and then uploaded that section. Then it would set this off, basically. Oh man, I have to use this other keyboard that has a weird... Task completed! That has a weird issue. 500 points! Forgot there's a readme. Okay, so on the styles, in the worker container, I don't want it to have 3 rows. Instead now, it's gonna have 3 columns. Although technically I'd kind of want 4 columns, eventually. So it's still not gonna be quite right, but it'll be closer. Definitely closer. Much better. Hey Mervkins, thanks for popping in. Welcome. You just installed Unity, giving it a go. What? What engines do you tend to prefer? Godot? Unity's a good engine. It's a good game engine. Love that. What you gonna make? I'm learning JavaScript. Look at us trying new things. So I don't really want this to be columns anymore. I don't even know. What if I don't even do that? Yeah, not really helping. Engine great. People working on said engine, sus. What? Oh, you mean the people who make the engine? Yeah, I know. I don't really like to shame about that, you know? Like, whatever. But I hear you. I hear you. I do. I mean, look, if you make a lot of money then those things kick in, right? It wasn't gonna affect like 99% of us. Game Maker. Is that what you made your balloons like in? Listen, do not use empty rule sets. I know. I forgot that you made that in Game Maker. Now that you mention it, I remember that there were certain things that I was like, can you use this? But like, it wasn't in Game Maker. Nice. Honestly, Game Maker also super legit powerful engine. Like you made, for me, Merv, I hope you know, your Bloons like will always be the most like Bloons game to me in that jam. Like by far. Oh yeah, I have it on here. It was so similar to Bloons. Like spitting image besides like little small changes. It was so similar. It's like crazy impressive how well you emulated it. Imitated it, I guess. It's not emulation is something different. If you guys have played the original Bloons Tower Defense, I mean, look at that. It's got everything. It's got everything. I mean, was Bloons Tower Defense made in Game Maker? It's like, I mean, it wasn't, but with how well you're able to make it look the same, it's kind of unbelievable. Instant tonight. I know. It's so good. No. Yeah, really, really solid game. Unity, alright. You get into some 3D, maybe. Unity's great for 2D. With the options there. So I guess I don't need these to be grids anymore. I guess I do like the width 100%. Interface container. I don't think this is a thing anymore. I think that's nothing. Sprite container. Oh, we also have the stat interface. Oh, right, the stat interface. Right. Oh, stat containers down here. That's kind of weird that you have that separate. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, so then the stat interface that's holding the ability and the stat it's kind of weird. They're all containers. Yeah, it's in there. It's not like functionally hooked up, but we're getting it in there. It was time. It was time. Stat interface. So for this, I do want this to be a grid. Can you not have deleted all those for a second though, so I can copy it? Thanks. I guess I'll put it down here. Stat interface. I guess I could have left all that too. Okay, display grid. In that case, it's going to be rows, not columns. And then there's the two things. There should be two things in there. The ability and the stat section. Okay, alright, okay. Now, squish them together. I think we might have... Last time I couldn't get them to squish together, it was because there was a margin that I didn't realize was there. Is that the case here, though? That's the worker container overall. But the abilities container doesn't seem to have a margin there. This is my Spawn X Pawn. Pawn made it. Right there. Pawn did it. So it's gonna actually only go between, in its final version, those different moods depending on certain circumstances. But for now, it's just playing the whole thing. Kinda would like it to be a little bit more flex than it is. Really nice work, right? Don't they look great? And they're in a nice sprite sheet, so we can pick only a certain mood for the characters. Okay, crazy idea. What if we do flex and then say flex direction row? What is row reverse? Oh god, I'm sorry. I take it back. Column. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, they're closer to each other. Now put them in the center. Using it to play with Pixie Editor. Not ready to use in your opinion. Do I have Pixie Editor? I do! I have it! But I opened it like one time and I was like, alright, one day I'll come back to this. Because it's like free open source, right? But now that you've had some experience with it, you think it needs some work. What if we get a little flex in there? No. Oh god, I was accidentally making it fit all the way to the whole thing earlier. And I can't remember how I did that. It was unintentional, but now I want it back. Really wish it would show me. Oh, it does. Fluid grid, inline Ruby, Ruby-based table row header. That's a lot of stuff. Inherit initial unset. I don't know. Ah, contents. Nice. And then if we squish it, it squishes. It's got some unresponsivity going on there. It's okay. More people are working on it. Nice. YouTube algorithm sent you one of my shorts from a year ago. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got a bunch lined up and I just haven't posted them. I don't know. I just haven't. I don't know why. I'm not ready to post them. I'll start posting them again eventually. Give me more? I will. I will. Yeah, I've got a few like lined up. Probably besides the Unity runtime fee issue and me starting Godot coincidentally right after that, besides that moment, that short that you got recommended probably was like probably the second biggest like sudden growth point of the channel. But it was different. It was a different growth point than the Godot people coming out. It was just different. I'm not a graphics programmer, and it's a bit out of my range, but it's why I struggle with shaders so much. Wait, why? Wait, why is it that you struggle with shaders? Thanks, though, Insane. I appreciate that. Oh, the code regions. That wasn't the most popular one, but that one's really high up there. Yeah. That's a good one. I like that one. I need more like that. That's why I ended up returning to this channel after so long. What? Wait, what do you mean? What's out of your range? You think you just don't understand something about shaders? Dude, shaders stress me out. We did a learn along for the members of the YouTube channel. And I tell ya, some of it's sunk in, but not a lot of it. Shader code overwhelms me a bit. But do you even feel that with like visual shader nodes? Yeah. Yes. I feel like this image could be smaller. I wonder if there's a way to force it to get smaller. If you never clamp your integers, nothing will be out of your range. It's beautiful. I want that on a t-shirt. What? Not like a t-shirt, maybe a mug. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Poetry. Now there's a pickup line. Shoot. Exquisite. What? I'm still not really sure about these percentage things. They never do what I think they should do. But what I love is for that image to actually, like, squish down. That would be my preference. I think I gotta look that up, though. CSS is mysterious as can be. Shrink, contents, CSS, image, to div size. It's a bit easier, but I'm not sure what does what, or what I can and can't call. It doesn't follow similar rules as a normal programming language, right? It's its own universe. I feel like that's gotta have something to do with, like, the way shaders apply. Oh god, I'm gonna be wrong. They like render every pixel constantly. I don't know. It actually requires, like, wrapping my mind around a fundamental confusing concept. And then if all the code is, like, born of that confusing concept, it makes sense. What if I clamp its max to 9 gazillion? I guess it depends on, like, what's incrementing those integers. Oh god, I'm gonna be wrong. Welcome to my world, my child. Object fit contain. Oh, but there's 100% stuff? Okay, let me just try one at a time, alright? Object fit. Contain, cover, fill, none, scale down. Alright, give me this contain. Was that smaller? I need to start keeping these open separately so I can see it happening. Oh, but it's gonna be kind of hard. Without it squishing too bad. I should have done this a long time ago. It's okay. Better now than never. Everything happened simultaneously because, yes, simultaneously. Right. That, like wrapping my head around that was just, like, very unpleasant and difficult. I did not like it. I didn't like it at all. Okay, yeah, that does nothing. I know there was more, but I just want to see what these do. Nothing. Okay, alright. Heard. Cool, cool, cool. So it also was saying to do some like, but that's on images, not the container. I'm trying to remember how you do that. Element, CSS element within a class. Selector, yeah. Span, okay. Sprite container, you can say it's like that. Then sprite container image. Oops. Like that. Not different yet, but probably more correct. But scaled down sure sounds like it would do something, doesn't it? It really does. Max height, max width. The 100% things are so confusing to me. You keep both Twitch and YouTube open. Thanks for doing that. That was awesome. That's helpful. And wait, were you saying that like you come back to this channel because shader code is confusing? Or the shorts? I don't know why. Don't fully mute on Twitch. Yeah, they do detect that, don't they? Because of the short. Gotcha. Yeah, that's why you gotta do them, because they reach a lot of people and when you least expect it. Yeah. Y'all on YouTube better like this video or so help me. How did you make that threat so cute? How did you do that? Okay. Okay. It's looking like a whole lot of nothing to me, man. That doesn't look like a lot of anything. Use object fit cover. I don't know about this, man. I don't think any of this works. That ain't doing nothing. I mean, obviously I could be like doing it wrong somehow. How would I even test that? I don't know. Can I give it a border? Just as like an experiment. Oh yeah, it got a border. It did receive a border. Alright, enough for you. How to auto resize an image to fit a div container. Stupid AI. Okay, same kind of... Okay, except it's not doing max height this time. Reminds you of your character? I see that! I do see that. Display Flex has some good positioning stuff. It has related stuff like flex direction, right. Then you can do justify content, align items, positionings vertically or horizontally. Okay, I definitely should do that for this part. I'm hoping to just get this image squished down a bit. But now that you say that, I feel like I should probably do more like that. So that would be the worker container, is what that is. I have noticed the things you say being flex wrap. It better do some stuff. Better do some stuff now. Flex direction. Okay. It is determined to do nothing. I mean, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. You have to do something. You must do something. Surely there's something you can do. Shrink? What the hell does this mean? Sets the flex shrink factor. 20? 200? What does it want from me? Mervkins with the gifted subs! Thank you! What in the world? That's some hype right there! Oh, those came through! Nice! Hype train life. Let's go! We gonna get some emotes, y'all! Mervkins! Thank you! Thank you so much! Congrats, Yada, Legendary Skate, Irad Dev, Bluest Blue, and Saint Alpha Beta! Y'all are gonna get access to the exclusive Monday member and subscriber only streams. Make sure you've got your Twitch and Discord connected so that way you can get those benefits. It's the only way you can get the Twitch stream subscribers only for now. Alright, we gotta sing a song. A song must be sung! I do what I gotta do. Take a short lap. Oh, man, I really want to get like a mic that I can attach so I could take the lap and sing at the same time. Okay, what's the next song? I can't listen and take a lap at the same time. So two separate things. Which do we want first, the lap or the song? I'm gonna say let's do a lap and I'll get amped up for singing the song. So you can find something, some energy. Give me some energy. We've been kind of chilling for a minute here. Okay, okay, okay. Short lap, yes, short lap. him? Who got him? Beatus, Owo, congrats! Ponix Pawn, congrats! You guys are gonna get access to those Twitch streams. Again, make sure your Discord and Twitch accounts are connected if you want to have full access and stuff like that. When did they add that feature? Gifting? Alright. Let's get some music. Let's see if we can get a song here. Mervkins, oh Mervkins, you don't have to be so fantastic, but you are Mervkins, throwing a curveball in this house that landed in people's hands with gifts that they now have. Oh Mervkins, you threw a curveball that people caught in their hands, and it was a gift sub. It was a gift sub. Mervkins threw a curveball. Some people caught it in their hands, and it was a gift sub. It was a gift sub. It was a gift sub. Congrats to y'all for getting those subs from Mervkins. Mervkins got that swerving going on to make sure you get the gift subs in your hands. It was thrown from a curveball by Mervkins, and now you can come through in the exclusive streams. Thank you, Mervkins, if you know what I mean. Mervkins threw a curve in the hands of everybody who got a gift sub. Yeah. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you. Dang, we gonna get some emotes. Okay, wait, we gotta see what the emotes are gonna get. Alright. Is that saying it ends in 2 minutes? Oh, I see. I thought that bar was looking small, so I thought it was about to go. Alright, we'll see. We'll see what we get. Let's go. The shout out feature. Oh, yeah. Wait, did you shout someone out on accident? And that's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Look at that. Oh, does that show up on here? Oh, look, it has the little gift box. Number 1. Let's go. Nice. Well, I guess we'll go back to centering divs. Sometimes we party, sometimes we center divs. You know, we just kind of bounce back and forth. Shrink and div to contents. CSS, please. Display inline block. Oh, that sounds correct. That sounds super right. Inline block. An inline block. If you get to the sub, there's a shout out button where it fills out the user's name and a thank you for the gift sub. Wait, how did you even know that existed? Did that show up on here? Was I able to do that? Was I able to click on that? I didn't even see that. I mean, hell, go ahead. Give Mervkins a shout out. I mean, come on now. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Just shout out some random person. Everyone gets a shout out! Okay, but I think we need to try this, the inline block. Nope. I mean, it does make me wonder, am I actually applying this to the right thing? I mean, I think so. If I get rid of that border, see how the border goes away? That looks like the right thing to me. Alright, what do we get? What do we get? Does everybody get the same emotes? I think we all get our own emotes, now that I think about it. Hype train level 3, let's go. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, that's cute. Oh, a number 1 kitty cat. Love that. Oh, so you can give a shout out. Ah. Oh, that's fun. Nice. It's such a cute emote. Thank you for that cute emote. Couldn't have done that without you, to say the least. What's going on? What's going on over here? What is all this anyway? It's a worker container. It sure is the worker container. That's what that is. Yeah, you got all the emotes that I added. I tried to fill them all out. That's definitely the worker container. You cannot call that anything but the worker container. That's what that is. Choo choo, hey! It's such a cute emote. Oh my gosh. I've definitely gotten some like kind of mid emotes from hype trains before. This is the best hype train emote I've ever gotten. Oh wow, and then you got a train! Dang! Twitch with the fun rewards. I'm looking at the Switch features. Unlocking emote for 24 hours is weird. Yes, it is. That's correct. It is weird. I agree. Is that something that like I enabled? I mean, it's probably on by default. Oh yeah, these are just like default ones. Yeah, it's pretty silly. But then again, if it's... To be fair, if it's only channel points, you know, like whatever. It's not like paying money or something. You got that one? You got a random one? Nice. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun though. But I see. It's like only 24 hours because like if you want it for longer, you better get the money. But yeah, usually if you're trying to get a random emote, you probably want... You're paying in hydrates? Thank you. I could see that you would probably want like a specific one. But maybe you want to participate and feel like you got stuff. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm out of water. I gotta go get more water. What am I gonna do? It's empty. You have decreed it. Make me walk a full stream where? I mean, it's just kind of a touch and feel thing. How long the walk is. Oh, that's a lot of hydrates. Oh my god. It's weird, like some redemptions come through and some don't. I don't know why. Are you frigging, look at all these hydrates. Oh my gosh. All right. I come bearing hydration. Tiny sips. Right? Doesn't clarify how much to drink. My honor leads me to want to do like proper gulps. You know? I think it has to be a proper gulp. Okay. How many we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's up, Fleshy Dessert? Welcome back. Fleshy Desert. Sorry. Okay, here we go. 800 milliliters. One. 2. 3. 4. Dude, I'm gonna finish this. Wait a minute. 5. 6. 7. 8. That was almost all of it. Oh, and then I have a LaCroix if I need backup. Oh, wow. My eyes blink better. Huh. Hi. This is nice. Oh, I like this. I'm making sure to become a raisin. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Ads in 3 minutes. I tried to reduce the ads as best I could. I tried to lessen that blow. From all the tears. Oh. 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 Well, you know, tears can be a healthy thing, so it's okay. Your blinks became 2% more efficient. They did. Doink, 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 doink. It feels great. It feels wonderful. I feel healthy. I feel like I could have felt like this hours ago, and that would have been like a good thing. So thank you, Pressapire. Oh gosh, we're centering a div again. Really want to see that image get crushed. Wait, is that what did I try? Oh, I did try inline block. We totally tried inline block. We tried the crap out of that. Do it everywhere. Display every... One of these spells has to cast into a squished image, right? Flex shrink? Did we try that? I mean, it may well be kind of doing it anyway. I think we did try that. Right, but I didn't even know how to use it. It was like very mysterious to me. I mean, I could also just set the size of it. You know what I mean? Don't have Twitch ad block. Hey, I'm not gonna judge, alright? Alright, 10 seconds, it's coming! 10 seconds, the ads are coming! Well, actually, it's usually a little delay after that. I'm sorry. I did my best. I'm just reading about divs. You're not missing much. Available properties for CSS and DevTool. Oh, you're right. I need to use those more. Okay. That's a really good call. I should use those more. Okay. It's weird, because, I mean, are you technically if you're a subscriber, you won't get ads. So that much is certain. I don't know, because I don't know if it can shrink the sprite container, is the thing. I feel like it needs to be like on other channels either. You probably have an ad blocker, would be my guess. I think that's what that is. Look, it literally says ads in progress. Look at that. Look at that. That's what it says. Are you guys getting ads? Evidently not. It might still be like we're in the end. I wonder if it still has some kind of like choice built into it somehow, like somehow optimizing it on a per user basis like YouTube does. At least YouTube lets you skip the damn things. We gave monies instead. Oh, but yours also, oh my gosh, I'm using a slightly broken keyboard and it does that sometimes. Precipier, if you're a sub, then you're not going to get ads. So there's that. The keyboard is broken. Yeah, my good one, the batteries died, and I don't have more AAA batteries. So I have to use my backup one, which behaves oddly. And I don't even think I can configure it with this stupid bloatware. Oh, maybe I can. Restart my device? Okay. Okay. I did it. I did it. It's off. Now it's on. Well, that didn't work. Did it? Great. Great. Thanks, bloatware. Why does emo look like that in the overlay? Cause I had this like vision, okay? I had this like artistic vision that all of the messages in the bottom would be black and white. So the bottom one, it's Java. Honestly, it's CSS. It's because of CSS, if you want to know why. I feel like we could even like, dude, we could modify it right now, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it is. It's inverted. That's the best I could do. It's the closest I could get to the closest I could get to it being black and white. It's this. This is what does it. That's just the text though. Wait, it's not that. It's somewhere else. It is here. No, that's a source icon. Oh, but I think it does it there. No, it is this. It's definitely this. No, it is this. So if I were to get rid of that, then they would appear differently. The black and white filter for CSS, grayscale 100%. Yeah, I didn't like it as much. I didn't like it. It didn't fit my artistic vision. So now it's not inverted. Wait, but it is still grayscaled. Wait, no, it's still like that. Oh, I think I have to refresh it. That would probably help. Here, let's try it again. Refresh. Now do it. And said, I have nothing to say. Why you have nothing to say? Where did the things you say go? There it is. Now it's in color down there. I could leave it on color. There it goes. We can try it with color. Let's put it back. Oh, but now the text is... Oh, wait. What the hell? It's... Oh, the text, because I made it dark, so when you inverted it, it would be bright. I just, look, it was late. I was just having fun. I was like, ooh, what can I do? So I think I actually have to change it, the font color to not be black. That'll do it. That will do it. Optional for invert. One. Oh, this keyboard does phantom arrow presses, I swear. Okay. Refresh it. It's all gonna be still really dark. Code butchery at its finest. You know it. You already know. Oh yeah. I guess it didn't refresh. Refresh! Refresh for real. Okay, I murdered it. 255? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, thank you! I was thinking Godot Raw. Thank you. Okay. Refresh it again. Okay. Cinema! There you go. Now it's back. I think I can also do the maximum. I've been thinking I want to increase how many letters there are, but I actually forgot where that is. Before it does the ellipse, text overflow, ellipse. Oh, it's literally, it's right there. It's actually just right there. I'm guessing it's 500 pixels. Anyway. No text overflow. If it, I mean, look, here's what I don't, and if you want that, we can do it. Now, I know what you might be thinking, make it different. Okay, here's what, you know what? And this is why I want to learn some JavaScript. Here's what I would want it to do. I would want it to say, if it's under 500 pixels, then put it on a bottom row. If it's over 500 pixels, put it on a top row. So that way, short messages or something, you know? Scrolling news report of text would be funny. Yeah, right, well, because then if it's too long, it's just going to be cut off. Which you might say, why not have it be taller? I don't want it to. I guess we could say, if it's 500 pixel max, maybe, you know what? Oh God, we're doing CSS on the chat now. No. This we could, let's follow this impulse. Yeah, wrapping. Oh God, I don't know how to do that. Wrap. Yeah, actually, it's correct. That's exactly what I want. Break word, overflow, wrap, break word. Okay. Let's try it. This is actually optimal that we work on this together. I guess we don't need the ellipsis anymore. I am going to keep it as a backup though, in case I hate it, edit, and I want it back. Okay. But I have been thinking I actually don't like that it cuts off things the way it does. It's kind of bothering me a little bit. Okay, let's see if that refreshed. Oh, yeah, I think it's gonna require some more work to get that to happen correctly. I think it's gonna need a little bit more work. That looks difficult. Controls that white space inside element is handled. Normal sequences white space. No wrap. Sequences of white space are collapsed. Lines are not broken. I don't know what any of these things mean. What did it do? What's it like? No. No. Okay, let me try one more thing. Nope. Hey, Proton, it's going pretty good. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this right now. It's a whole thing. It's going good though. It's going good. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. I will. In time. All in good time. What happened? And nothing. It just didn't work. Nothing happened. But at least now you got emoji colors. I decided I actually like the emoji colors. Okay, but what I'm really supposed to be working on is, welcome Proton, somehow, which is just back, we're just back into the same CSS boat. I mean, I can let it go and work on code, but like, would be really nice to just get it to squish. Okay, but then what I was doing was figuring out ways we can tweak it. I'm just a little concerned because look how tall these are, you know? It makes me a little suspicious that something here is actually like part of what's contributing to it. But wait, okay, I need to use the inspector more. Okay, let's try. I guess I'll go over here. So if we come in here, we have display flex. It's like different, you know? It's like not the same layout I was looking at before, and it upsets me. Oh, this is interesting. Look, okay, but this is nice. The checkboxes are nice, though. Love the checkboxes. Very nice. Okay, so I don't know about that. What if I put flex direction column? Okay, what if instead we say, oops, display inline block. What is that like? Nothing. Okay. Okay. Whoa, you can just click through them? Oh, that's sick, though. Wait, this is awesome. I didn't know you could just go through them and it would just change it. Oh. This is very interesting. I like this a lot. Oh, okay. I did need to. I did need to be led to this. This was correct. This is superior in like every way. Whoa. Reverse is funny. Okay, I don't think this is where I want to play around though. I think this is not it. So instead, let's look at what it's like when I go to this one. The margin's not gonna be it. Display flex. Oh, is it being overridden? Why is it crossed out? Who's overriding that? Where does that, I mean, it doesn't not explain something. What does that mean that it's crossed out? Why does it cross it out like that? What is the point of doing that? Display grid is overriding the display flex. Oh, you're right. I have it on there twice. I didn't even see that. Good night, Mervkins. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I appreciate you. Sleep well and good luck with Unity. Let us know how it goes. Miliana, just add me on Discord if you're a real person. You sound like a bot, but just do it. Yeah, you sound like you're a total scammer. Like 100% fake, not real. I guess it's trying to get other, it's not trying to get me, it's trying to get other people. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're mad sus, bruh. It's mad sus. Okay, so grid. Did not even see that I had that. But it makes sense that I want that, right? I got to. Because that's what makes it all be organized. But maybe not. Here, try it. You can do it. Look, do it. There you go. You did it. Now do stuff. Now you can do stuff. No, wait, why is the display block property on the parent element prevents flexuring from having an effect? Really? Dude, this is amazing. What? So you're saying this whole thing right here? This? Wait, what is... Which parent, though? Okay, I feel like this is actually going to be easier in here. What display block do you mean, pray tell? I don't see no stinking display block. You're tripping. Does it tell lies? Oh god, I can't even select the container now. It's just like all over the place. Oh, almost got it. I feel like it's telling lies. Display block property on the parent. What parent though? Worker canvas is the parent. Okay. But worker canvas doesn't have display block. So like where is it? Like I searched display block and it's only in 2 places and that's children, if anything. But I don't even think like this one is being used. So what's it on about then? You know? It like doesn't make sense. I think it tells lies. I guess I could add that to it. Is it like default? If I don't clarify it, does it default to that? That has to be it. It must be that. Which today I learned, if true. No, we can't make that flex, okay? I guess we say flex direction column, maybe? Okay, it's back. But still, I feel like that's still gonna override some stuff. Okay, we got flex shrink now. Checking DevTools might be, yeah, I think it's defaulting. Oh, is that what that said earlier when it was like I couldn't uncheck it or something? I don't know. Okay, this is better. Can't say those are doing diddly squiddly. This seems to not matter because it's on the parent. I just kind of wanted to... I mean, I think, look, at the end of the day, I still need this image to get smaller. Let me try something. So this is display flex. What if we make the stat interface? And will this only apply to that stat interface? Or will it be all of them? I wonder. Create a new one. Why are you weird? Be normal. My charm with this is waning. Okay, this isn't the most helpful, but it's interesting. Put a width on the image. I know, you're right. Yeah, I should do that. I was trying to avoid it, but... because I was hoping it could be like more dynamic. I know that you actually should do a width normally, but... whoa! What the hell? It's got buttons? No, it's got buttons. Okay, centering divs being hard has got to be a thing of the past at this point. Like, what? With this that I didn't even know existed, though. Well, this is kind of sick. Okay, most of those didn't do anything, but some of them did. No, you don't need to do all that mess. Only one that really mattered was this one. But I'd love see, like in my optimal imagination, which is unlikely to happen through CSS, but it would be a lot easier to just, with a fell swoop, shrink these whole things down. Okay, let me try something. Position. This is very fun. Vertical align. What? You can rotate it? Yeah, it space under the image. Oh, there is a little space under the image. That's true. Dude, this is hilarious. It's kind of amazing, though. I love that you can do that. This makes CSS a blast. Yeah, you're right, though. There is space under the image. What the hell is that? Sprite container. Let's play with that. What do you got for me, sprite container? Contents. And then there was like things like object fit and stuff, which was interesting. But I'm not really sure how to like use it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. And I feel like a lot of these things I just need to find corrector stuff. Whoa, but this is actually interesting. Because flex basis min content, max content. The fact that it's resizing it is giving me some hope here. If I'm being honest. Worker container. Squish it! Squish it! Make it squished! Oh, place content maybe? Could be another thing to try. This is like very fun though. And then there's like shrink type things. I mean, it does give you the full list of these. Flex shrink. Mainly set a width and height if you need. I know. I'm trying to not have to. I know I can. I just don't want to. Is that a fool's errand? Shrink image without shrink image CSS without setting width height. Even like a % or something. Image will take up to 100% of the parent's width. I don't believe you. Oh, maybe that will work actually. Okay, wait. That kind of sounds like that could work. But I have to make sure I'm setting that on the image itself. Right? Okay. Max width. I remember what it was. 100% or something? Oops, I got lost. Oh god. What? Okay. I remember 100%. And then I don't believe this is gonna work, but maybe it will. It did nothing. It did nothing. Oh! It's not shrinking. Wouldn't it make more sense to do like the other way around, since height is like... Yeah, maybe I'm crazy to want this. But it's like curiosity. What is max height like? Probably nothing. And then if I set the width... Okay, so that's shrinking it that way. What other options do we have? Nothing that does anything. And then curious too, when I make that smaller... Whoa. This gets very confusing. When I make that smaller, this does, so this is very interesting to me, that this isn't shrinking over here. So now that that's tiny, what's going on in here? This stuff needs to be shrink-a-dinkin'. What's your deal? You know, it's like holding it up undesirably. I think inline grid is probably quite similar. Welcome back. Oh, what if I do the inline grid thing here? I mean, things are happening. Look, it made it big again? That's crazy. What? Set size on the container? I don't know. Maybe. There's a margin, it looks like. But That's supposed to be below it. I think that'd be padding that goes inside, right? Yeah, that's outside of it. There's the grid. Like a parent, maybe? But even then, like, it shouldn't be setting its size, you know? To me, it feels in my heart that it's something to do with these. But then again, I'm not so sure. No, stop this, stop this, stop. This one's kind of a bop, right? See you later, Kai Guy. Or not, see you later. Welcome back for being off. That's a different off. You're not off. You're off! As you deserve to be. Another workday in the can. What a weird, wonderful, crazy one it's been. I'm sorry. I think. I think that sounds bad. The can. So does it down here, is this showing me like inherited? That's just variables. Inherited from body. I don't see that doing much of anything. Display block not doing diddly squiddly. Scroll bar. And then, you know, now I have a fear. How the hell am I gonna remember to bring these back? This, okay, I do dislike this, that like, I don't even know what to bring over into the, into VS Code. Like, would love to just see only the changes I made. I don't know what those are anymore. Although even then, I'm not particularly happy with it. It's not about the money, Spider-Man, it's about the can. Oh, it's like a reference. You're on here in chat. Both good and bad. More good, I guess? Alright, alright, alright. Acceptable, I suppose. I'm glad. This is that interface. I mean, I guess it's better. Like, I guess. I wouldn't press Control S if I were you. I would be careful about that. Just a suggestion. I feel like it'll overwrite whatever changes I've made there. I mean, it's okay. It's not really what I want, though. I mean, it's better in a... Oh, maybe this. Sprite container. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if I take all that stuff I just added? Oh, but I can't. Okay, that's okay. We can paste it this way. What if I take all this? Can I paste it? Okay. Again. Maybe you can, like, copy the styles? I see this little paintbrush. Nope. Control C. Hopefully it lets me. I don't know if it will. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh dear God. Okay. Here. Get rid of this stuff. Now paste it in. Still a very tall container. Nice at the centering. Love that. Is inline block makes sense here. I guess it'd be kind of cool to have like a name too. So you got wrapped up in helping a poor old nice lady getting a working phone activated. Those are either quick, easy, or a total nightmare of piecing together the story and phone calls over 2+ hours. Oh. This was the latter. No! She tried her best to communicate it. 2+ hours? Yes, guy. She was very lucky to have gotten to talk to you, guy. Where is it inheriting the display? Why you no let me apply a display? Why you no do that? Oh, right, I keep forgetting it's right here. Squish it down! Squish it down! Dang if we didn't get it working. She was so grateful, on the verge of tears! Oh my gosh! Okay, that's so nice! That is so nice! Guy! Let's go! Getting it working! I don't know that I need 4 anymore. I used to, but I think maybe we don't need 4. No, I still maybe kind of want 4 though. Is that like auto height? Squish it, damn you, squish it! I need the squishes! Yeah, so we are just gonna reinstall your phone. I put a custom OS on there for you. It's a little complicated, but I'm sure you'll figure it out anyway. To log in, you'll want to open the terminal. That is cursed. That is cursed. Maybe for an old lady you hate. And you want to see everything burned down. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Dude. Gotta get rid of the other display for the display flex to work. What display? What other display? Oh, right. I forgot about that. Default. Wait, the inline grid? Oh, yeah. Oh, but that's but I don't. Yeah, but it's not even gonna help though. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I don't care. I mean, I switched this to all these other ones. That still didn't make it better. See? You see? It's still not better. I mean, I will say this is actually kind of interesting that they're going these 2 different directions. Because I wonder if we could, because it's like, it's clearly like stretching it. Yeah, I know, but I don't understand why you're saying this. But it doesn't matter. Like, I still could come in here, right? And it's not gonna work. But okay, I do kind of find something interesting even though it doesn't look right. Here, give me the flex, the grid, or give me flex, and then add in a. Oh my god. Why is creating a new line such a nightmare? Whatever. Let's put it wherever. Oh my god. It is, yeah, it's rewarding when it works out. You brought a keyboard you can plug in, right? It would have been simpler if she chose a different provider. Not gonna name any names. Boosty names. Oh. Noted. Kill me. Because the display memory itself is over in the display flex. Okay, so there's display flex, but it still looks kind of dookie. But maybe I could say flex direction now. That didn't help. What other things you got? Oops. Please put that back for now. No, keep that. Oh my god. Keep that. New line, flex. Just give me your flex stuff. Squish it down! Squish it down! That's kind of interesting. Like width-wise, it squished it down. Align self flex start or flex end. Okay, but now. And yet it resisted. I know. If it could have a vertical. We came in because you can't uninstall Candy Crush, but we're gonna install Arch Linux, and by we mean you. Have fun. Diabolical. Honestly, there's that, like, to me, that's there's some funny gold there. Getting people deep involved into some coder mess that they can't get out of. Wait, is that what you guys do to me? It won't have Candy Crush on. To be fair, it won't. No, you can. BlueStacks. I know, the Ruby thing is wild, right? Isn't the Ruby thing so weird? Look at evil face. The Ruby thing is very bizarre. What? See, now I wish it would flex and bring it to the center. I guess you could still say flex start and then come over here. Flex direct. Oh, flex has different stuff. Flex direction, flex wrap. No. Align content. Don't really care about that. Justify. Don't care about that. Align items. Ah! Don't do that. Stretch. Yeah, I feel like we added like 8 unnecessary things. Justify content center. I wish. I wish it did anything. I wish it did a damn thing. Okay, but we probably want to go a level up now. This is definitely like fun. I'm here for it. Flex wrap. Oh, okay. I do have to say, this is very efficient. Oh, it's going off. No. Come on now. We're gonna need some That's auto overflow? How? I guess because it's doing, I see. We would want it to wrap it. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this a different way. I actually am not hating the way this is. Like, it's not something I was exactly imagining, but I kind of like it in a weird way. No, don't go that way. Don't go that way. Because it is more efficient and we get more on the screen at once, which is nice. I just want it to be vertical, not horizontal. It's not interested in that. I guess what's the most... Oh. What I'm definitely feeling is that it suffers from me not knowing what things to add in, even though it gives me these really awesome, like, experiments I can run and autocompletes. I still have to, like, do it within the context of a property that I chose to put down in the first place. Display ultra mega super compact. Exactly. Like, I just would love to say that. That would be perfection. Like, again, it is very interesting to see what happens when I click these different things. Do stuff, please. I don't know if I've got any closer to something desirable here. Hardly convinced of that. It's just like disobeying everything. It just doesn't care. It's like, whatever you want, doesn't matter. Not gonna do it. What does that even want? It went vertical and it changed the flex rate. It did, but now I kind of like this. Now I kind of want it to be like, I guess if I was gonna do that, now I just don't even know what I want anymore now. I've been given too many possibilities. It's like it's opening my mind, but also punishing me in a way. Punishing me with options that have their own horrifying implications. Like, I think at the end of the day, I'm not going to get this. I mean, we could say like 2 rows. So if I were to do display grid, see, is this tyranny of choice? It is. It is. Yeah. What's it gonna do? Auto add in? It'd be kind of dope if it would let me. Oh my god. It's just everything. It's just oh, so you can pick like any possible thing and go through it to see what happens. I'm actually a little surprised about that. This is kind of wild. I kind of zoned out. I'm not sure I saw or processed everything that happened there. Okay. What I wanted to say was grid. Yeah, just anything with the letter G. I could go through the whole alphabet. That'd take forever though. Grid template, columns. Give me 2, please. What'd I do wrong? Tell me. Okay, but just format it for me. Just make it work. You can't just do it? Repeat! That's what I meant to say. Which is not even an option in there, which is kind of weird. I guess repeat is like its own special concept that isn't necessarily... Okay, so there's 2 columns, which is nice. So, you know, it requires some decision making and adding something new in there. It's kind of interesting that, okay, inline grid, sometimes the grid works inherit. Oh, I see. I was wondering what else was activating the grid behavior. I mean, it's okay, but it's obviously overlapping with other stuff rather undesirably. Squish it. Just squish it, you coward. Why are you so afraid of squish? Just squish. I want the squish. I'm definitely glad to be playing with this. But wait, that's the worker canvas? That is unhinged. And it's like overlapping. So I guess this needs to be adjusted, the game container. I almost regret going into this hole, but like, maybe I also kind of don't. It's a complicated feeling. I swear I saw Mozilla Renegade Dev alignment counter code inserting useless attribute no one will ever use justifying left. Right? There are some weird stuff in there. Buttons on the right don't look stupid. This isn't complicated. Okay, give me that again. Sidebar right. We don't have any kind of thing going on in there. Whoa. Oh no, don't feel like that. Hey, what's up? Am I from Earth? Perhaps streaming from Earth? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Are you chatting from Earth? Is my next question. It's crazy because, like, I don't even know what some of these options are going to be, right? Like, I can set one thing, but, well, I guess it does give you all the options. Wait, we seriously have an alien chatter? Holy crap. Wait a minute. What's it like out there? Yeah, it's alright. Gets the job done. But depending on where you're from, you might be better off there. Just kind of depends on the situation. You know, like if you're like, maybe, I don't know, maybe your planet's worse than Earth. It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I feel like I've just made a mess of this. Is this what it feels like to be Gen AI coding? Is this what it feels like to be a vibe coding software? To just throw random things and see what happens. People from outside visit Earth. People from outside people. I mean, if you're talking about people, maybe, yeah. Stop by. Just make sure you got an exit plan, you know? And you gotta think about where you land, right? You gotta be careful about where you visit. Some places don't take kindly to aliens. No, they shouldn't. Comparison is the thief of planetary happiness. Whoa. Okay, that's actually very deep. For your own safety, stay. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. One's on the International Space Station. There's aliens on the International Space Station. Oh, people. Yeah, it's true. Dominated by a particular species. Ants. I think ants is the answer to that question. Depends what you mean by dominated. Like there's just a lot of them? Or they're having the greatest impact. Two very different things. Plants, yeah, plants are pretty powerful. Mosquitoes, yeah. Wow, this is really fun. I'm so honored to get to answer these questions with you guys. Like, guys, today we have an alien special guest. I didn't know if this is what I was missing. Who's the most intelligent among all? That's a tough one, frankly. All right, dude, this is a mess. I kind of want to just burn it all down and start over. I don't like this anymore. Here, I'm gonna save what we have. We're gonna do a little do-over. Oh, but I did like what was happening with the image. The image stuff was tight. But now I forgot it. I think I had max width at 100%, and then I think it's the other way around. Maybe set max height, and then did width in some funky ways. But I had to actually, the thing is you have to actually do stuff. So make this 80%. There it shrinky dinks. So itty bitty image. Then the container, if you wouldn't mind getting a bit smaller, I would appreciate that. I feel like when it goes down, like there, it's better. Okay, let me appreciate what you're talking about here. Ants are having the greatest impact on my laundry room at the moment. I'm so sorry. The collective consciousness typically averages towards the truth. Yeah, right. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I agree with that. But only when they don't interact with each other. Oh, I feel like that's like, that's like kind of true though, right? Humans aren't really designed to be intelligent. What? Designed? I think you're giving too much credit to the chaos of the universe. Who hunts other species the most? Carnivores. It's very vague questions, because, like, what does the most mean? The herbivores are suspiciously chill on the whole hunting thing. Yeah. Convenient. Try display flex, align items center, justify content center. On what? Okay. Is carnivores a particular subtype of species? Yes. Kind of. I would say so. Yeah, I thought so, Precipice. I feel like I saw that. In Spore, it is. Yeah, you don't mean design that way. I see. Intelligent design. On everything. Mission center everything. Personally, I'm a human. I can't vouch for everybody else here, but I believe that I'm a human. Let's put it that way. I'm pretty sure I'm a human. As far as I can tell. But I haven't taken my human test in a while, so I think I qualify. On everything. Well, I'd rather do that. Okay, first of all, I love this image stuff. Let me just get this image cute, and then I'm gonna do that. Well, I could try it. We could try that first. Okay, you said display flex. Align items. Center. Oh, there's more options than that little pop-out gives you, actually. Center. Justify content center. Should have a little button. Okay, this is nice. Alright, this is a great baseline. So I'm gonna grab all this. We're gonna slap this into the sprite container. I think it's just gonna be easier to do all those things. Not in that environment. Sprite container area. Oops, it's so weird the way it pastes. Okay, pop that in. It'll fix it, I think. And then for the image itself, love the shrinky dink. Obviously, that's not the size I particularly wanted, but the proof of concept is supposed to be that I want to be able to wrap around the tiny size, optionally. Okay, slap that in there. Save it. Where's my tiny image? What the hell is all this? Why did you do that? Weird. Okay, this is better. This is better. You know, 3 penguins in a trench coat? Not penguins. I prefer the term omnivore. The other Spore category. I never played Spore. I feel like I really missed out. I wanted it, but it was too expensive. Everywhere on this gadget, all I see is humans. Is humans the display brand of planet Earth? At least we're attracting interesting bots now. The display brand of Earth. I think humans surely would like to think of themselves as the display brand of Earth. Count by number and bugs rule overall. Yeah, for every person, there's an estimated 2.5 million ants. That's actually crazy. Okay, so now that this is set up better, we do the thing, which is align item sender, display flex, justify content center. We'll just keep it with just that on everything. Abilities container. No, but I want it to look like that. So not that. No, let's do the stat. I'm gonna do the parent ones, not the children. We'll see. This carnivores group hurt people from outside. Yeah, you would really have to get yourself into a situation, I think, for that to happen. That's, I think, a little bit more difficult. What if I just like added a margin just so that way we can keep our long chat? No, we don't need it. Get out of here. We placate our overlords with leftovers and crumbs. That's true. Humans are omnivore. Okay, so herbivores eat more living things than carnivores? Huh. Where's my stat interface? Worker canvas. We're doing it on that too. Sorry, display flex. Whatever. Flex direction, height. Fine. Game container. But then it won't be a grid. I need the game container to be a grid. But that's, well, if it's a problem, I'll fix it. Looks like I don't really want that on the other thing, but stat interface, inline grid, flex direction column, text lines to here, we'll do it here. Oh no, it's terrible. This is not gonna work. I guess we could, it's actually very bizarre that you've got the flex direction. Here, do this. Make it make more sense. It's squishing horizontally. It's a bit much on the squish scale. Bit extreme, but it's not squishing vertically. Okay, stat wrapper. I don't think that's that important. I feel like I've hit, let me see in here. I think I've hit the most important ones. Doing leak code right now. Started stream and it's been an absolute vibe in the background, loving it. Thank you, Bunny Lord. That's so nice of you. Thank you. How's the lead code going? That is very kind of you. It's why you say do not come. Yeah. Well, humans hurt people. Yeah, they will. I won't, but someone will. It would be cool if there were more species that evolved like humans, like other intelligent species than humans. I know, that would be cool. I mean, I guess there's like certain squid and stuff, or octopus, dolphins. They're pretty smart. You might even say they might have intelligence that's even bigger than humans, but that doesn't mean that they like have a imperative to apply that in the ways that we apply it. What's going on over here? Stat interface has align items, display flex, justify content. Excuse me, kitty cat. Welcome, but also excuse me at the same time. A little bit of both. It's cat. Cat has joined. People from outside come to you because you don't hurt/hunt. People from outside come to you? I don't think they'll come find you. Leak code going well. Doing JavaScript before college, 6 a.m. right now. Wow, I love the creature talk. I know, what a blessing. Not a blessing, but you know, a gift. It was some needed levity. Glad it's going well. Good job, like doing your homework and stuff. Like, nice. If a part of me really wants to have like a personal accomplishment point system where y'all just get points for sharing a personal accomplishment. I would give you points for that, for sure. This is yes, that is a carnivore, 100%. At least in America, we kind of live in a surveillance state. I mean, kinda, yeah. I would say so. Sometimes it's not a bad thing, depending on who's being surveilled. That sounded more controversial than it is. I promise. A dumb carnivore, yeah, it's pretty dumb. Still carnivore. I love how you see like the purple lines on there. That's very interesting. Justified Content Center. Look at all that purple back there. Squish it. Squish the purple. Just squish it. Why you no squish? That's not squishing. I don't see you squishing. I'm gonna need to see more squishing, please. I mean, am I just like, am I living in a fantasy world to think it's possible to vertically squish these things? Horizontally, it is killing it. It is doing a fantastic job. I guess I'm still double checking to make sure that it's got what Sativa said on all of them. But then I get distracted by possibility and disappointed by reality. What separates from species above? Oh god, sorry that keeps happening. It's this bad keyboard. Cat to the peak of animal evolution! Maya! What separates? It's a great question. That's a hard question. That's a hard question. I'm gonna have to point you to a chatbot on that one. That's a tough one. Where do you live to prevent yourself starving and burning from the atmosphere? It's an atmosphere. It's really nice. I recommend Atmosphere. I guess it depends on the atmosphere. There's better and worse ones. Okay, this has a line item center, display flex, justified content center. It's got some other stuff too, but I think it's like fine. This, a line item center, display flex center. I did it. It's not worse, but it's also not quite correct either. Wait, I miss it being the way that it was. Where the pay and praise buttons were wider. That was my jam. No, abilities container. Give me the ability. It's so hard to click on these. Here, do that. Div abilities container. Oh, I guess I did leave it a little bit. I guess we overwrote it. Oh well, okay. Wait, does Bunny Lord Eden refer to something? Where do you live to present yourself from starving and burning the sun? Do you eat in atmosphere? Do you eat in atmosphere and sleep in atmospheres thing? Yeah, yes. Yeah, we do everything in atmosphere. Atmosphere is love, atmosphere is life. Correct, accurate. We worship the atmosphere. Some people worship the atmosphere. I'm beginning to think it's not possible. My faith is shook. Oh wait, does this have those things? But if this isn't a grid, okay, I guess I didn't add those things to the worker container. But it's already flex, justify line. Whoa. That's interesting. It's interesting that this is very intriguing that overwrote the resizing. That's actually incredible. Now wait, we have flex and grid, which is obviously suboptimal. I guess because we're overriding the grid. I guess I'm not mad about that. Okay, hold on a second. Recognize the song from a How To Basic video? I mean, that's what all this music is. Fleshy Dessert. I went through the YouTube audio library of music that you're allowed to use on YouTube with no punishment whatsoever. Vibe Tracks Crystal is the name of it. And I just picked all the ones I felt like I could do dev to. So this is Crystal by Vibe Tracks. And so I feel like on some level, we're kind of listening to the radio of YouTube videos. There's so many tracks you'll recognize from YouTube here. And it blows my mind when I'm watching a YouTube video and I feel like I'm back on stream coding because it'll be a song that we listen to all the time here. Okay, I gotta say, I'm very intrigued that it re-increased the size of the image. And it seems to be that it did that when I crushed the display grid stuff, and I indeed added align justify display. Whoa, it's got little arrows on it. Where was that? Those are cool. Line item center. Justify content center, flex shrink initial. You got anything else cool besides that? Like, cause it's the image is supposed to be tiny, but it's forcing it to be large. Which I don't know, that gives me hope. I don't know why, but it does. It gets tiny sometimes, but since it doesn't have the grid, well, here, what made it do that? But it's still not quite vertically wrapping. Even when it does that, it still doesn't vertically wrap it. Which is so annoying. It's the worst. Why are you like this? Gets a fractional faster reaction time versus snapping turtles. Really? Usually. Right. Hopefully. So yes, they win the creature evolution rank list. Yeah. People with house don't live in atmosphere. House is in atmosphere. It's like, atmosphere is over the entire planet. The atmosphere penetrates my very being. It penetrates the computers, the device that you would have. Atmosphere is everywhere. Atmosphere is everything. If that makes sense. If houses aren't in the atmosphere, they'd be floating in space. Right. I think we've found like a very specific confusion point, or a point of something to help you hopefully understand something more about Earth. Like, atmosphere is a very important concept and really does differ, I think, from a lot of other places. What the hell is this doing? Just like exploding it. Container type size? What is that doing? Why? Contain size. What does that mean? It's so weird. Very unusual result. What am I even supposed to think about that? We'll come to Earth. We'll make sure to visit you, my friend. Yeah, come on by. Thanks for telling me. My father said we will come to Area 51, so they are preparing us to behave like humans. So that's why they gave us mini gadgets. All right, yeah, Area 51. I think that's more of like a park now, rather than like a... I don't know if the government's really actively monitoring that anymore, right? Right? It's like a theme park. See you later, Bunny Lord. Thank you for the good luck. Good luck for you, too. Good job with the leak code. Thanks, Bunny Lord. Yeah, man, at some point, I think I just gotta say, this is as good as I'm gonna get right now. I mean, obviously, the text is a little too cramped. I mean, I'm glad that cramping it, like, helped figure out something. I guess the stat wrapper could be adjusted to fit better. Maybe, possibly. I guess it needs some margins, really. I think that's what we want in there. So let's say margin right. You said it a middle in a desert place below the surface. Do I need to be like... Do we need to be like taking notes here? Is this like important information? No, padding. Can you put like negative margin? I mean, that's horrifying, right? Like, this is bad behavior. But like, my morbid curiosity really wants to do like negative padding. Or margins, just to like see what would happen. See if it would finally achieve my dream. Alright, yeah. I don't know what you look like, but I think that your manner of speaking is so very unique that that'll be a dead giveaway. So keep talking. Alright? Keep talking. I think that's your biggest asset. Thanks for stopping by, Rijulb. I mean, I would like some margins, some additional margins in here. That would be nice, but you shouldn't do that in the stat wrapper. You should do that on the stat interfaces. I honestly, like, at first I wasn't sure. The Area 51 was a little suspect. But everything else wasn't not convincing me that we might have had an alien in our chat on this day. But maybe what I think Area 51 is, maybe I just have to question my own beliefs about that stuff. Why are you so aggressively changing when I hover over something? Sorry, I hovered over something. Kaiga, you're back at work talking to old ladies on the phone. Riju doesn't know what to do. Oh, I see, it's that. Worker canvas. I don't know. Okay, that didn't do anything. What was it that, like... Oh, yeah. Gosh, I keep forgetting we're not, like, editing it here. Oh, I have no idea what I need to save. Oh, I hate that. But also, why is it so... What? Okay. What overrode everything? What made it be so... such a big image? I'm still, like, not clear on how that even happened. That's got my mind a little boggled. Keep it on and let human people turn it off. There you go. Yeah, we'll help you. We'll help you. Don't put that size when I paste it. I swear to God. I swear to the atmosphere. Oh, it comments it out. What does that do now? It does some wild stuff. Honestly. Absolutely wild. How do I remove you? I don't want them to see you. You can't. I don't think you can at this point. I think you... If you can't even shut it down, I think you gotta... I don't think there's anything you can do. I think you're stuck with me. I represent you now. I'm in your walls. Yep. Apologizes. Yeah. I think that's the same. Spread container. Where you at? Yes. I don't think I changed the actual image stuff, even though miraculously somehow. What happens if I do some display behavior on it? Whoa. Just either obliterates it or not. That's it. Nothing interesting though. Okay, that's the same. Have I grabbed everything that I changed? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Save it, refresh. Oh, I added all those margins. That's okay, we can do it. Interface that had padding. No, that had margin. I think we did 10 pixels. Margin left, 10 pixels. Margin right, 10 pixels or so. Oh, you kind of gotta hate how it doubles it in the middle, though. Don't love that. It's unpleasant. It's undesirable. Nobody wants that. I feel like I know that there is a way. Oh, the cat. I know that there is a way to specify just like the left or the right edge, like the first and the last ones. First child or something like that. Maybe if I say stat interface first child that one gets it on the left. Oops. No, not quite. Thanks for the follow, Outdoor Tour. Watch out for the aliens. Oh, dot. Watch out, as in, you know, be nice to them. Oh, no arrow. Sweet. Okay. I'm just gonna take a stab in the dark. Last child. First and last. Oh. I think I made that up. No, there's a last child. Only child? Nth child? Nth last child? Wait, why didn't that work good? I had some high hopes for that one. That didn't work at all. As it did work here, a little bit. They don't like it when you try to communicate. Sad. Stop this. I actually really thought that was gonna work. But it's still putting like double gap in the middle. Strangely enough. I wonder if it's doing the child. Oh, it's doing the child of the stat interface. We want to. Oh, I see. We would want to put it in the. Oh. Now I'm thinking I need a container for those. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That's a bit of effort, isn't it? I just realized that this could be better organized. It is an excuse to go back in the JavaScript. Oh, that's old. Ring around with bright light, which paralyzes your body. That's a taser. Shock baton. Okay, but if you're gonna add that, that means we have to create it with every worker. So when there's a new worker on the base class, it's gonna be a little tricky. Maybe. Not really. I feel like you could just say no, it might be a little hard. See where you live at night? What? Oh, in the sky? Oh. So then I'm gonna have to pass more crap into here, which I really don't want to do. Really badly don't want to do that. Oh, moon people. So you're a gray alien then. What is a moon? We're your moon. We're your moon. If we create a stat, we could create a new thing. But the problem is, it's going to create two stats. So you would need to think about doing that on every worker that gets created. Oh, that would work. So what if we say in here, whenever we first create these stats, we just need to return it. I don't think we need this stats. That was like kind of an old thing, but it ended up not really being necessary. We could say, I mean, not really. What if you append each of those to this new container you want to make, right? That assumes I have access to the worker container, which I have a feeling I don't. So you would need to make sure that gets passed on when that happens. How do we bring on the worker ID again? The first time? New intern. Create worker ID. Right, yeah, that's just the ID. It's a little tricky. Did you get a chance to look at that responsive iframes? I didn't look deeply at it, but yeah, I didn't look deeply at it, but I noted it in my brain and on GitHub, so I can come back and look at it later. I didn't though. But when you said that it chooses the size of the iframe, I was very curious. Because I'm out here setting them manually for the Game Like Jam iframes. So I definitely want to. How am I gonna put something? I really appreciate you shouting that out. I wish I could have found a working example of it. I'm too lazy to put it together. I will maybe one day, I hope. I hope. If it does what I think it does, I could really use it. What did you use it for? Kai shared this thing, this NPR responsive iframes thing. And it's like over 10 years old, but it seems like it has some really cool ways for setting an iframe to a size based on the content. But the only thing I'm not sure about, like for the way I use it on itch.io, I need to make sure that it doesn't need to be accessed from itch.io. Because technically I can only put scripts, like code stuff, on the Hyper gamedev iframes, but I can't code on the itch.io page. So then, for more clarification, what I'm talking about, for the Game Like Jam, which is Game Jam, we make games in a month. Oh, I pasted the wrong thing. We make games together in a month. We do this every other month. And the latest Game Like Jam, we make games like other games. Oops. I started putting iframes in here so I could update them more easily. That's not an iframe, that's a YouTube video. All of these on here are iframes. So that's an iframe. It's one whole iframe right there. This is an iframe. And it just lets me like swap them out and update them more easily than using the built-in itch.io editor. And I have to make sure I manually set the size before it goes in here and then after it goes in there, so that way it fits. But I'm not sure, but it sounds like potentially what Kai Guy shared might calculate based on the content how tall to make it, which is really, really interesting. My time to go has come. You are my favorite human. I will come to your home if you have it. They have come close. They have come to close gadget. Me show love. I show love. It has been an honor. Good night. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no more video games, or games, or game? Well, no more video games or game. Unlimited. Wait, what? What does that say? No more unlimited bacon and no more games? Is that what that's asking? But then there's like other stuff too? Oh, okay. It's been forever. An old freelance project. I forget all the specifics now that you say it. I needed putting code on both the parent page and the child's. I can't do it on the parent. At least on itch.io. Because itch.io won't let me do JavaScript. What the hell? What the hell? What is this? Bring all my windows back! Oh, for crying out loud. This keyboard is a mind of its own. Gotta get some AAA batteries tomorrow. Gotta get them real bad, you guys. I think it's the touchpad. The touchpad just like starts doing like gestures that nobody asked for. You can fix it for me. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no more video games, or unlimited games but no bacon? What does unlimited games mean? I don't eat a lot of bacon, but I wonder what other people feel about that. Oh, that's not the question. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no more video games, or games, unlimited bacon, but no games? Or wait, unlimited games. I'm still so confused. What on earth are you asking? You can put code in that HTML. Script, yeah, no script, yeah. It only allows HTML and inline CSS. And no, it doesn't, well, it does, but a lot of it is overridden by, you can unlock CSS for itch.io. I haven't gotten it yet. I didn't try, but maybe I should. Dude, this looks really bad, by the way. This is like, wait, this looks not good. They're going up in the air. Why are they doing that? I think that's because of justify center. That was a mistake. You can't justify center everything, everywhere, all the time. Not here. It's wrong here on the worker canvas. But yeah, it's kind of an annoying thing I have to work around, is I can only update the script. And that's the thing, that's like kind of the advantage of what I get to do by having it, is I can finally, having it with the iframes, I can finally do JavaScript of some kind, which is nice. You been pretty crystal? I don't get it. You cannot have no games and unlimited games. But there are unlimited games though. Wait, you get it? Would you rather have unlimited bacon? So we have unlimited bacon. For me, that's a hard no. Don't even care. Doesn't matter. Not interested. But I know a lot of other people would feel different. I mean, it is infinite food, so I never have to, like, pay for food again, but it's all bacon, so, I don't know. And is the bacon cooked well? I don't know. What kind of bacon? Unlimited bacon, no video games. Unlimited games, but no, that's not the right thing. That's what Insane rewrote it to. Unlimited bacon, no more video games, or games. Unlimited games, but no. What? Insane does like chuckle sandwiches. Let me translate. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no more games, or you cannot have any games, but there are unlimited number of games? So there are infinite games, but you can't have any. Can I make them? I can't have any. I can't even play your guys' games. Those are the only two options. If I only had those two options. I guess I would pick the second one. It's nicer. I mean, it's negative for me, but it's nicer for the rest of the world. Because the first one is removing all of the games for everyone else, right? But the second one is allowing games to exist for others. So I think the second one is a nice one. I've heard the name Jay Schlatt, and I can pull a face in my brain about what that person looks like. That's as far as that goes. Oh yeah, we've been in a bit of it. Honestly, all the CSS was a derail of its own, kind of. Wait, did I do the right thing here? Work canvas. Oh, that's the old one. Get that out of here. Worker canvas. That's where the question comes from? Gotcha. Isn't it his thing to be confusing? Okay. I don't think I'll be able to pull it off, but I'd really love to get an extra. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to pull it off. Okay. Overscope, feel free to ignore. Heard. Character's hair color was random. Totally. Yeah. So that Pawn has been making the art for it. I too can appreciate that. But you're right, even if Pawn made the art be able to be changed, would still have to have code that swapped it out. I'm not exactly sure the best way to do that. It'd be kind of sick if, like, the hair was transparent and then, like, the background just changed color randomly. Kind of chaotic, but it could work. And obviously, depending on the browser compatibility, it could look really weird. When an employee is created, what if we say this worker interface equals create element div worker interface. We don't need an ID. We take all those stats, and then I guess we can do it after too. We take all those stats, create them, and say this stats for each stat for each stat. Wait a minute. Oh god, things get real confusing. For each stat, could you please, oh yeah, arrow function. Could you please but here's the thing, the stat isn't the interface. What is the stat? The stat is just an object that gets created. I don't think we can append the object to something. I don't think that works. Well, okay, what if we say stat stat interface. So go back to the worker interface. And append child stat interface. It's not gonna work. What? What has occurred? What has happened? Worker canvas, worker container, sprite container. It just didn't do it. It just did nothing. How does it do nothing? How is that even possible? How? That's the intern. What? Okay, tell me tell me this. Can you print console log stat interface? Like, what is that? What am I up to with that? Div class stat interface. It does return the stat interface. Okay, and tell me about this worker interface. I think I know the issue. I think I know the issue. Maybe. Possibly. Look, it hasn't gotten an ID, so this never gets added to the DOM. That's why. So I guess what you'd want to do is not add it to the DOM here. This worker container. So what if I... But that doesn't really make sense. This is a little confusing. This creates the worker container. It's almost like a... It's like... What? It's like a different work. It's like creating a new worker container. Huh? It's not actually getting the same one. Wild. That's really weird. Is there any way for me to access it somehow? Because when a worker is created, here, console log, oh gosh. Maybe we could say constructor. The window. No, not the window. This constructor. Employee extends worker. It just dots it. You gotta give me more than dot, though. Do we get fancy tools for inspecting all this too? Is that a thing? Not really. This? Oh, that's a good call. Nice, Fleshy. Hell yeah! Thank you. That was extremely helpful. Wait, I can just say worker interface. Oh, wait, I'm missing something. Oh, we gotta add the worker interface to the worker container. But wait, then we have to add the worker container to the DOM. Append child to the worker canvas. So I think you want to actually remove that and say, thank you. That was clutch. You should give Sativa some extra special thanks. And Fleshy as well. Okay. And this is in the for loop, remember. So we're appending it in the for loop. Go out of the for loop. Get out of that for loop for a second. Back out for a minute here. Then we want to say worker interface. No. Worker container. I don't know if that really exists. Append child, this worker interface, and then I don't think that's gonna work. Do we still say this? It worked. Hey! Yes, gamer. You know what? I just leave it there all the time now. Yeah, I don't know, the past couple weeks it's been like wavering, but today has been not bad. There were a couple points. So now it's just part of the stream, I guess. The more you know, after all. Okay, this is good. This is very good. So now I have a special container, which doesn't have any styles, called the worker interface. So in the worker interface, we can try some stuff. I'm not fully confident we're gonna get my desired result, but at least it's a little interesting to see what could happen. Okay, so whatever. What was the thing that overrode the image size? Was it sprite container getting justified? Or flexed, or aligned, or all of them? Maybe it was the worker container getting justified or aligned. That was it. That's what ambigified it for some reason that I don't understand or frankly appreciate. Forgot to mention earlier we talked about Vim. There's a VS Code Vim emotions extension, so you can try it out with that. Why do I want to try it out? I don't understand. Do you want me to try it out? That doesn't make sense to me. Why? Because Primogen does it? Where are you coming from? Where's this coming from? I did anything for game dev in the year. I didn't have a working GPU. I did some stuff with my brother over the weekend. And you miss it? So glad you fixed your laptop fully. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I know you watch Primogen. That's awesome, gamer. You deserve to get to be back at it again. Collaborating with fam? Even better. This remembers the comp all the time. He's forgot. Oh, okay. No, okay. Heard. I can try it out in VS Code. Vim users have to try to convert other people to use Vim. It's their religion. Right, and that makes me kind of be like... But then again, that's how I got into Godot, is people like being like, try Godot. I was like, okay, fine. And look at me now. So, who knows? Oops, right, I forget that you have to save that. So now we have a new thing, if we didn't have enough things. worker interface. That exists. Worker interface, display, inline, or something. What made it? Flex? There we go. Okay, so now that I have that, I can do this first child, last child thing. And I wanted to try to do... Wait, where is... And then the stats... Oh, here, yes. So instead of stat interface, change this to worker interface, because we want the children of that. Is this the result that I wanted? Yeah, I think that's what I wanted, right? It looks like maybe what I wanted. Seems possible. It looks better. It looks even. Okay, and then I don't know what happened to the padding in the stats. I guess I lost it. Probably friggin' saved it in the inspector. Part of why I thought of it is you have been learning so quickly. I think Lise might like Vim motions with how much faster you can do things. Do you? Where's your? Why is it faster? What is it? What is it? Give me a catch me up. What is it? Why is it faster? Convince me. Sell me on it. A little cozier in there. Look, I still don't really understand why it behaves some of the ways that it behaves. But that just has to be okay. I'm really not a big fan of the way it's wrapping a lot of this, if I'm being honest. I don't super like it. It looks kind of bad. No, it looks kind of not good. Oh, this is not, well, it's not great either. So I don't like that it's creating the horizontal overflow situation. But if I just say hidden, that's also not great. Oh, there it makes it super big. But you can't shrink it? I gotta let go of the shrinky-dink. I just do. I don't want to, but I feel like I have to. Whoa. What the hell is this? Don't do that. Ugh. Don't be like that. Nobody wants that. Alright guys, I actually do have to go though. That's the end of the stream at this point. But on Twitch we're gonna go raid. So hang loose so we can do that. But unfortunately, I've reached the end, and we will have to end on Insane Alpha Beta convincing me why Vim is superior. From what I understand, it's basically a way of navigating the editor with just your keyboard. No need for the mouse, and if you learn the shortcuts and key things, you can write code a lot faster. But I like the mouse. Alright, I've heard you. I've heard you. It's been 11.5 hours. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. Go hit that like button. It means more people find out about this community, and we can have more aliens that come through to chat with, and all kinds of fun things. So thank you for able to do that. I'm proud of what was done today. Did I get all the functionality back? No, but we can hire employees, and separately we can hire interns. Well, I broke the interns, but they work if I fix them. We got the buttons in there. It looks nice. We got the sprites. It's definitely progress. It's coming together. I've learned a lot, so I'm super proud about that. I'll be back on Friday. Friday, I'm going to be doing Game Like Jam Dev. It's Game Like Jam time. We're doing the JavaScript thing once a week. Link is in the chat if you want to join up with the Game Like Jam. We're making a game, we're all making games like Granny. So it's kind of like a horror thing. Super excited about that. I'll be working on my Granny Like on Friday. And that's about it. Members, subscribers, I'll be posting about the new CPU that I got as well over the next couple days. I want you guys to see that. I'm super excited. I haven't installed it yet, but I will. And then we'll do JavaScript next Tuesday. And on Mondays, we do the member subscriber only streams, all kinds of stuff like that. All right, who knows? No, you've planted the seeds, and for that I'm thankful. I always like it when you guys plant some seeds. It's nice. Things do work if they aren't broken. Yeah, no, if they aren't broken, they do work. Gamer says, a bit annoying that my new battery only lasts half an hour when gaming, but at least it powers the laptop at all. Oh yeah, that can be a lot. And then do you plug it in, or can you not plug it in? Yeah, at least it works and all. I like that. I like that optimistic attitude. Very nice. Like the video and so help me, I'm a grandma. I can stick hole in the rest of the apron and hop in the... Alright, y'all. Seriously. Good night. I'll see you on Friday. Let me give some props to Mervkins, by the way. Friggin' Mervkins. What? Mervkins just like gifted subs like nobody's business. And then of course, shout out to Pressapire for the Prime sub. It means a lot. Yada, thank you for the raid. That's it. Those are all the things. Okay, guys. YouTube, I bid you adieu. Good night. For now. Until next time.